Even in the place furthest from the sun, daylight does not fade so easily. A new comms request. Encrypt channel. Caller is Light the Dawn, shining edge in hand. This is right at the ending of the last one. Put it through. Commando! And consumed by nightmares of the past, Lenna's transmission brings the latest tidings. Murmurs of terror buried away by she who toys with destinies with the wave of her hand. The sandbox tells another tale. Thelma proceeds at full speed across the wilderness, route data feeding in intermittently. It's the afternoon, the time when the sun is strongest, but for but a moment, the daylight from our outside strikes my eyes. In a moment of stupor, the most familiar name comes to mind, one that has left my lips in quite some time. One that hasn't left my lips in quite some time. 416, Klukai. Klukai and Mekti shelter from a collapse storm in the remains of a building. Gravel endlessly pelts the ruins as it gets propelled by the raging storm. The frail windows emit an unsettling screech, ready to burst into a million tiny blades any second. Mekti leans against the broken wall far away from the window, looking at the seething collapse storm outside with fatigued eyes. Jeez. What kind of a cursed place is this? Collapse storms just rock up out of nowhere without any notice. Sure would be nice to be Andorras or Belka right now, lounging about in the temporary base instead of having to do some preliminary survey. If you're expecting weather forecasts this close to a red zone, then I'm afraid you'd be sorely disappointed. Yeah, whatever you say. A great gale rushes over the building, bringing with it a variety of swept-up debris and grabbing Mekti's attention. Whoa, what was that? What was that? What was that? Just flew. Oh my gosh. I hate it when they don't have someone just like check the grammar. What was that just flew by? Looked like a wooden crate if my eyes weren't deceiving me. Thank goodness our motorbike could fit in here, or all the equipment I painstakingly brought would have gone flying away. I regret allowing you to bring all that trash along. You just don't get it, Klukai. Compared to the equipment we found in the few settlements we investigated, what I've brought is worthy of being family heirlooms. She proudly glances at the backpack strapped to the motorbike. So much so that even those kids back there would be envious. You were tasked with investigating Paradias, and you went to mess around with children instead. Hey, don't give me that scary look. I didn't shirk my duties or anything. I just didn't get any answers. Not a single person there has seen any dolls resembling a Naito, much less heard of anything about the whole Paradias deal. Are they really still active like Leva said? Do you think we'd be on this mission if someone could simply answer that question? Hey, I'm just asking. Come to think of it, weren't all the Paradias remnants cleaned up? To think they'd show up again. Don't think they ever got tired? Don't they ever get tired? If they like that gig so much, why not just get them to come work at 404? Shooting at people's the same no matter who you work for. The storm shows no signs of letting up. Mekti scratches her head in frustration and lies down. Her name isn't pronounced Mekti, but I can't remember what it is. Klukai follows Mekti's gaze. looking outside briefly before returning her attention to Mekti. Get up. What happened to staying alert while on the job? Klukai approaches Mekti and tugs at her jacket. The latter refuses to get up and only changes her position lazily. Come on. Can't one lie down a bit when there's the opportunity? There's still plenty to be busy over later on, isn't there? Anything related to Paradius is never easy, and we'll get unlucky, like super unlucky. I don't know what Leva was thinking when she accepted those arduous, ungrateful assignments. It'd be more profitable for us all to lie around at base and do nothing. Klukai lets go of Mekti and looks at her helplessly. What she was thinking doesn't matter. A job is a job. Not like I'm slacking off or anything. I don't see the storm stopping anytime soon, and we can't exactly do anything other than hide from it in here. I think you're way too anxious about all of this anyway. We haven't even run into a single bounty hunter or Varjaga. This whole time, much less Paradius. If it weren't for the Elids, this place would already be safe and secure, no? That's exactly what's suspicious. We should use this time to plan our future operations. I have a feeling we'll be running into some difficult circumstances in this operation. Klukai solemnly looks towards the all-consuming storm outside. The frequent collapse storms, the radiation levels noticeably above average. The environment here is significantly worse than what Leva's intel would suggest. And so, chill out, Klukai. Okay. We're gonna go with you. We're gonna bring in Diane. We're gonna bring in Klukai. Because I've never... Hey, Nightblight, how you doing? I've never used her before. And then... we're just gonna bring in heavy hitters, right? I haven't looked at any of the I haven't like gotten into any of the stories or anything like that. Oh, okay, that's cool. Oh, that's awesome. And she gets to move after that? Oh wait, no. What if I go here and then go like that? Or no, like that. Oh my god, that's busted. And then I just have you come up and wreck you. McD. Klukai and Mekti defeat the incoming enemies and split up to survey their surroundings. No clear indication of affiliation on this one either. Only serial number here seems to have been inscribed back when Sengvis Fury was active. Anything on your side, Mekti? Mekti's listless voice comes through the comms. More the same, though they're a little different from Sengvis machines we've encountered before. Yeah, some of the modules have traces of modifications. Nothing out of the ordinary though. Almost any PMC you can find has a ton of these things lying around. Would be strange to make no modifications at all. Yeah. Don't think I don't know you're slacking off just because you're using comms. Fine. Mekti perks up a little on the other side of the line. Any discoveries other than the machinery? How should I put it? Looks like someone used this place as an outpost not long ago. Some of these valves have signs of recently being used. There are also some scattered cables and cords on the ground. They must have left in a hurry. Who could it have been? Some passing bounty hunters or Varjars? Varjagers hiding from the storms, perhaps? So those machines that just attacked us, then, would be theirs? Difficult to imagine anyone leaving their combat bots behind in an area with such elite presence. That would be tantamount to suicide. I'll contact the base. Get back here. Yawns. Break time, finally. Mekti looks as if she's been released from a great burden as she ends the call. Klukai and Mekti continue to shelter from the storm within the ruined building. Klukai attempts to contact their temporary base while Mekti rests in the corner. The persistent no signal notification dashes Klukai's hopes of contacting the outside world. Can't contact the base and the other person. A hint of frustration arises as Klukai thinks of them. In truth, she's glad she sent a message before she set off. A habit she's kept to these past few years before leaving for a dangerous assignment. Signal's absolutely terrible with the storm going on. Still can't contact Endorse or Belka. I did say we should have just left together, but you insisted on this preliminary survey. Leave together, get ambushed together, and then get stuck here together? But I miss the sofa at the base. Those two must be lounging on those babies right now, don't you think? They don't have it nearly as easy as you imagine. The new Eternal equipment and programs Deer prepared for Andoris are still in the testing stage, and her presence at the base is necessary for trial runs. Yours isn't, seeing how you're slacking off is your highest priority. Mekti rolls over, ignoring the disapproval in Klukai's eyes. Yet, finding things are still not quite comfortable, she lazily scoots over to the motorbike. What's wrong with slacking off? It's not quite a sofa, but I brought this. Where was it? She produces a travel sleeping kit from her backpack. Hardly improved in combat abilities, but has made leaps and bounds in the field of sleeping. Yeah, impressive, right? I hand-picked it together with Andoris and Belka, state-of-the-art in both comfort and value for the money. I'm a must-have for any battlefield environment. Easy to store when uninflated, and when you need it, you simply go like this. Mekti smugly presses a button, and soon enough the neck pillow and its cushioning are filled with air. Exceptional, convenient, every traveler's best friend. That's how the ad put it. Wanna try? Giving Mekti a frigid response, Klukai aims her weapon and fires in the pillow's direction without hesitation. The bullet zips past the pillow in Mekti's hands, and from behind her comes the shrill cry of an Elid eating lead. Forget about a pillow if you don't want to sleep with the Elids. Pick up your weapon. Klukai, next time, would you mind warning us before you start shooting? Okay. Okay, let's start with you. It's pretty much the same as last time, right? Klukai and Mekti annihilate the Elids without further incident, save for the inflatable pillow's commendable sacrifice. Mekti crouches down and fiddles with the damaged pillow on the ground, sorrow written all over her face. Wow, there's no repairing this level of damage. Klukai, that shot was on purpose, wasn't it? Paying no attention to Mekti's pitiful cries, Klukai casts her gaze outside to find the veil of gravel and sand clearing up. Collapse storm shrinking. She pulls up her comm screen as soon as she speaks, and sure enough, the signal has been restored. Klukai dials a series of commands already committed to muscle memory, and the image of the call's recipient soon appears. Big sis, long time no see. It's only been half a day at most, 5 hours to be exact. Spotting Andoris behind Belka, Klukai immediately begins her inquiries. Andoris, are you finished with the data collection? Yes. Using Leva's Intel as a foundation, I've acquired a series of in-depth reports from the underground brokers active in this area, as well as briefs databases. Unfortunately, nothing about Paradies was found. Other than that, what is it? In terms of the environmental data, there are some pretty significant discrepancies with the data Leva provided. The environmental conditions have been gradually deteriorating, especially in the past 6 to 12 months, and the collapse radiation is far more intense than in other areas close to the red zones. As brief indicates, many bounty hunters have gone missing after entering this area, and as a result, their intel here is always out of date. Regrettably, the engineering department for the URNC purification project is likely much the same in terms of information. Yeah, our field survey results line up with that. It should be noted that Mekti and I were assaulted by a force of unknown affiliation. Unknown affiliation? Were you hurt, Big Sis? What do you think? Oh, I'm not downing your abilities, Big Sis. I'm just worried about Mekti dragging you down. That unreliable sod. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, I am unreliable. Dejection overtakes Mekti's countenance. Remains of her pillow clutched between her arms. Velka's just worried about leader Klukai. Don't waste your time on such meaningless concern. We cannot conclude this attack to be a targeted action against 404, but chances are that this assignment will be far more difficult than described. Andora's semi-wave gathered. Yes, leader. Also, as the data transfers, Klukai pulls up an area of the surroundings and selects a settlement. See these coordinates? Get ready to meet us there later. The reception here is poor. Tell Deer to find a way to maintain the comms. Very well. Deer is still adjusting the external equipment, so I'll tell him when he's free. Make sure to be careful, you two. I thought Deer was with us. Maybe this is like sometime... This is like a different time, like earlier. The good-for-nothing's still fixated on that damaged, inflatable pillow. Klukai gazes at the still crestfallen Mekti with a mixture of exasperation and concern in her eyes. Man, stop trashing Mekti, jeez. She did make very sure to prepare it for the trip after all. Whatever. Do not support Mekti's wanton expenditures in the future, especially you, Indoors. Of course, I'll keep it in mind next time. Endoris nods with a gentle smile on her face. I somehow doubt you're really scrutinizing that. Let's leave it at that. Don't tarry and depart while the weather remains calm. Yay, I already can't wait to see Big Sis. Come on. Big Sis is waiting for us. Velka anxiously taps her feet, attempting to hurry up Andoris' file transfer. Don't be in such a rush. I need to go over it again. Records of population change, static maps within the past 10 years, elites in nearby areas, and Bujum sighting reports, not to mention. Andoris, even if you have all that local storage space, you don't need to transfer all the data in there. I already installed a signal booster for you and Belka. Your connection shouldn't be cut off if everything works as intended. If you need something, just transfer it over the network. I just can't help but be worried since Leader Klukai mentioned the signal instability. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's what I thought. Okay. It's the yellow zone after all. Some instability can't be helped, especially with the frequent collapse storms. There's no need to be so uneasy. I wish I could agree. But Leader Klukai's encounter with the unknown enemies makes me worry. That is indeed an issue. Right, Endors, are you bringing that this time? That? You mean the newly adjusted external equipment? Yes, the firepower algorithm to go with it. The adjustments are mostly complete. It's time to enter the combat testing phase. Both accuracy and firepower should be significantly improved with it equipped. But since it's a prototype, its power efficiency and runtime both leave something to be desired. Remember to borrow the external battery from Mekti's frame. On top of that, the equipment's still quite unwieldy, though it can fit in the Jeep's trunk, just barely. You'll have to bring the trailer for the motorbike too, right? Place the other supplies there. I'm sure you can find some room. Will do. I'll leave that to Deer. Give me a moment. I'll go load it. Deer returns to the control panel and begins a series of operations. Right, speaking of Mekti, bring a new travel kit for her. Belka, can you help me get something from the depot? Why for her? Leader was talking about future expenses, but this here is money we've already spent. Wow, Andoris must have taken on some bad habits from that dork. Man, you guys need to cut it out. Like, I feel bad for Mekti. I'll go fetch the goods. Hurry up, you lot. Alright. You too, dear. Yes, of course. Endorse, the person I sent to run checks on your vehicle is finished. When the transfer is done, we'll be ready to go. Endorse drives toward the meeting point with Belka. The vehicle leaps across the yellow zone with Endorse at the wheel. She's humming to a tune with a relaxed expression. Endorse, I want to see Big Sis too, but not this much. You could, slow down a bit? Is this really fast? As she speaks, the Jeep flies off a small incline. Belka holds onto the handrail for dear life. Whoa. You're always a slowpoke, but how can you drive like a wild animal? We're in the yellow zone. After all, the roads here are much simpler than in the white zones or satellite cities. Even I can drive without much issue. See, like this. She smiles and slams on the accelerator as the Jeep piles through a small e-lit on its way. What a relaxing drive this is. It just runs over an animal. Is that so? The vehicle suddenly swerves. The squeal, brake pads, and tires sound out in unison. A series of bullet holes suddenly appear in the vehicle's original path, sending up great clouds of dust and sand. Belka and Endorse take advantage of the vehicle's spinning momentum, quickly opening the doors and tumbling behind some natural cover nearby. Careful, incoming. Okay. Let's see. Go here. And here. Yeah. No. Can I do this? Yeah, that works. Let's see one of these other abilities. Jeez, that's a lot of... According to the combat record you've sent over, the modifications made to these enemies are quite similar to the machines that attacked us before. In a place as desolate as this, we can more or less confirm they are of the same affiliation. Tutor Klukai. Things can't be explained by mere coincidence anymore. These are organized attacks. But why are they going after us? Is Paradius deploying these machines? We can't be sure as of yet. Perhaps these machines are not only attacking 404. Didn't Endorse's data indicate that many bounty hunters have gone missing in the same area in the past month? So you're saying these weren't incidents caused by the environment? That's just a guess. But you guys should be careful. We go. A wave of static washes over the communications channel. Klukai's projection violently shakes a few times and then disappears entirely. Comms are down again. This. Endorse attempts to restore her connection, but her efforts are for naught. What happened? The reception was perfectly fine just now. Looks like something's happened on Leader's side. Maybe the collapse storm's picking up again. She'll be in danger, won't she? What should we do? As of now, it would be more prudent to proceed as originally planned. Please contact Deer. Let's see if we can do anything about the signal problem remotely. Got it. I'll talk to him immediately. Okay. Let me back out for just a second. Let me just quickly take care of dailies. Might as well get a, what? Probably 2 more. Let's try this one. And let's go back here, supply missions. Let's do like, let's do 3. No, I think I still need more than that. Probably another 2. Still not there. That's fine. Alright. Back to this. Oh. I wanted to do all those dailies. I need to grab the commissions. Alright. Endoris? If you can hear me, please respond. I repeat, if you can hear me. Don't waste your effort. The signal's obviously gone again. This network provided by the underground brokers is so trash. If you rent for a few days, the rate is several times worse than the monthly rate, which in turn is several times worse than the yearly rate. And this is the quality we get? Get paid, do nothing. Seems like they're a very efficient businessman. Man, that sounds nice. Mekti stretches out with a deep sigh, her face full of envy. When this assignment's over, I think we need to go have a talk about the rates. Well, you look really scary right now. Well, here comes an opportunity to let off some steam. Those machines are here again, in greater numbers than before. How annoying. Don't just sit there and commentate. Get down here and fight. Do we need to get rid of all of them? The numbers really aren't in our favor. Take off the fast units with those long-range capabilities, then look for an opportunity to retreat. Do not overextend before we rendezvous with Belka and Endoris. Ooh, that sounds even more troublesome. Well, looks like I messed up. That's fine.
Klukai.
Their pursuit has already forced us to significantly deviate from our original route. Klukai checks their terminal and once again finds that only short-range communications are available. Long-range comms are still down. The storm is still going, there's no reception, and we're unable to pinpoint our location in real time. Are you saying we're lost? Sigh, I knew that anything involving Paradius would be a recipe for disaster. But in any case, the signal quality this time has been atrocious, isn't it? It's never been this bad, even during collapse storms on our previous Yellow Zone missions. Klukai vigilantly monitors the surrounding environment, ignoring Mekti. Seeing this, Mekti decides to fall silent. Creak, creak, thud, thud. Sound of mechanical units advancing. Klukai makes a hand signal, gesturing for Mekti to dive into level 2. Those sounds, they sound like antique cars that haven't been oiled in centuries. They are approaching our location from the north. Are they the same batch as those who attacked us earlier? But there's only a few of them and they seem really weak. Don't let your guard down. But they look so trashy. A creaking ground reconnaissance unit appears a short distance away. Such an old model and it looks so run down. It's a miracle that it can still move. Most likely bait. Look above it. Is that a flying drone? Yeah, and it seems to have a fire control core installed on it. That's impressive, but also really weird. Why are two machines with disproportionate performance operating together? Why not ask yourself the same question? That's harsh, man. They're just so mean to Mekti. Ugh. Those are some really condescending eyes. If you don't want to be looked down on, then prove your worth. Klukai looks towards the broken wall to the right of Mekti, suggesting that she should use it as cover to sneak up on the reconnaissance unit. We need to ascertain who they are just in case. If they are enemies, it'd be good to know their numbers. Mekti perks up with a sigh, reluctantly moving right towards the cover. Scouting units are approaching as she moves. There doesn't seem to be any units other than just these two. Hey, could they be broken? Why have they not noticed us after getting so close? Remain alert and stay where you are. Wait for them to get close together. Don't reveal yourself without a good reason. Okay? Mech props up against the cover, using sound in the environment to track the enemy movement. Greek. The joints in the ground mech creak rhythmically. It's like the elderly doing morning exercise. The ground mech stops abruptly, as if power had been cut. The sound stopped. Could it have broken down? Stop! But Klukai is too late. Just when Mekti tries to shift herself into a better view, she conveniently exposes herself to the ground's mech sensor. The warning light in the ground mech flashes red and emits an ear-piercing alarm. At the same time, the UAV launches an attack. The abandoned container Mekti was using as a cover just a second ago is riddled with bullets. What the hell? Mekti dodges the attack and darts towards other sources of cover. Meanwhile, Klukai takes the opportunity to break the drone's wings with a 3-round burst, while the ground mech similarly keeps blaring its sirens. At this moment, a group of armed humans and mechs appears on the northwest side of the building, raining down fire on them. Didn't you say there were no more enemies? My radar isn't working. I'm not a dedicated scout doll, so my detection range isn't supposed to be this long. Besides, who knew they would stay silent and wait for their bait? Okay. Okay. Oh, it's still. That's right. Whoops. I'm like, yeah, I'll just use my skill again. After downing another drone, Klukai zips back into cover. After confirming Mekti's combat status, she issues an order. Mekti, cease fire. Huh? Am I hearing that right? Quickly. Just as Mekti rolls over to some nearby cover and puts her gun away in disbelief, a booming male voice comes through the loudspeaker from behind the cover on the opposing side. This is the 3762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. I am First Sergeant Dmitry, and I suggest you cease fire immediately. I repeat, this is the 3762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. I am First Sergeant Dmitry, and I suggest you cease fire immediately. After confirming that Mekti has put her gun away, Klukai turns on her voice amplification device to the wall as well. Acknowledged. We have issued an order to cease attacking. Upon hearing Klukai's response, the opposing party immediately ceases gunfire, but both sides remain ready to resume hostilities. State your reasons for attacking, and we will judge whether or not you are considered to have deliberately attacked a regular army force. We have no intention of launching an attack on your forces. Your bullets tell a different story. We can explain our actions. As a gesture of good faith, we will meet in the center of the battlefield in 10 minutes. We will not carry any weapons. Alright, make sure you keep your word. The voice falls silent. Meki has retreated from the front, gazing at the other side of the battlefield with visible concern. The armed forces are recuperating after the combat. How come it's the URNC's people? This is real bad. That big guy sounded really angry. I'll engage you with them a bit. Stay alert and cover me. If push comes to shove, I might need to activate Plan B. Plan B, wait, you're not going to press the switch right here, right? There will be no end to our troubles if we antagonize the URNC. We can't confirm whether they are friend or foe at the moment, so it's necessary to eliminate all risks by strengthening our guard. Still, I'll try my best to avoid conflict. Okay, I hope it's all just a misunderstanding. Dealing with them is a lot of trouble. Seeing Klukai coming alone and unarmed, the platoon leader leads out a displeased grunt from behind his protective suit. What's the point of just sending a doll over? Tell your cowardly owner to come out and talk. Voice recognition tells Klukai that this is Dimitri, whom she had talked with earlier. Hyde 404 is an autonomous armed doll squad currently assisting the Non-Military Forces Administration in investigating illegal PMCs in the Yellow Zone. Klukai intentionally modifies the part about Paradias in accordance with Kalina's instructions. 404? What's that? I've never heard of it. This Non-Military Forces Administration hired you guys too? The Non-Military Forces Administration hired you guys too? Although he's still suspicious, hearing the Non-Military Forces Administration being mentioned makes him relax a bit. We are supernumerary dolls, so it's normal that you haven't heard of us. And we have some business to discuss. Business, of course. Dimitri takes a look at the radiation detector, ensures that the reading is within safety limits. He then pulls the protective hood off of his head, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with an angular jawline. Years on the battlefield and years of desert wind have left their marks on his face. What kind of protective suit is this? This junk is choking me. He curses quietly with a grimace, then looks at Klukai with unbridled disgust in his eyes. You claim to be working under the NOMFA. How come you don't know the rules of engagement? Shoot first, ask questions later, is that what they taught you? We were previously attacked by mechs of unknown origin, and then your scouting unit appears. Without the usual identifying insignia of the URNC Survey Corps, we simply open fire in self-defense. You better start using your tin brain before you speak. We encountered no unknown mechs on our way here. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. The fact that you have encountered them doesn't mean they don't exist. Besides, it was your drone that started shooting first. We were just responding to such an attack. The drone runs in auto mode. Do you? Right, how could I forget? You're just like that drone. Just another clanker that runs on algorithms that can only do as you're told. Seeing that the opposing side is trying to provoke her instead of making progress in information exchange. More translation. Shitty translation. Klukai raises an eyebrow and remains quiet. However, Dimitri doesn't seem to mind at all. He continues to ask questions in a condescending manner. Regarding what you said, we'll report that to our superiors later and request an investigation. For safety reasons, though, we will need to know the contents of your mission and the formation size. The specifics are subject to a non-disclosure agreement signed with the Non-Military Forces Administration. So please show me your proof of your clearance level. As for our numbers, only 2 dolls have been engaged in combat by your forces just now. 2? Dimitri's soldiers are shocked by the contrast between the firepower they witness and 404's real numbers. After receiving a stare from Dimitri, they promptly shut up. That's impossible. That level of firepower must have come from a group numbering at least 10 people. 404 is a squad made only from tactical dolls. Our combat capabilities and battlefield awareness are different from what you got used to during your duties at the Great Wall Railway. How do you know that we're from the Great Wall Railway? A messy combat mech composition, haphazard modifications, old equipment. Those were looted from Varjägers, underground brokers, or bounty hunters, weren't they? The few pieces of elite equipment you have bear the insignia of the Great Wall Railway, and perhaps there was no time to switch to the insignia of the Environmental Survey Corps. I'm guessing you are all temps in your roles. Noticing his stiff expression, Klukai inserts an additional remark. Right. How could I forget? The ones guarding the Great Wall Railway are basically regular armed forces that consist of a bunch of old mechs most of the time. Watch your mouth. What does a blasted machine like you know? Dimitri raises his gun, but Klukai simply stares at him coldly without moving a muscle. I've explained everything. Isn't it time for this to end? Hold up. Just as Klukai turns away to leave, Dimitri shouts for her to stop. The soldiers raise their guns and aim at her. What? Even if you really are from the Non-Military Forces Administration, how do you plan to compensate us for the losses we've suffered? Oh, that was your own problem. 404 has lost assets too. Both sides are responsible for what happened today. Trying to renege on your debt? No. Then where's the money? We worked long and hard to gather all that equipment. Does your broken tin brain realize that we are responsible for surveying the construction of the Intercontinental Railway? Not even the NUMFA will back you up on this. Renege means we are indebted to you. I don't think we owe any such debt to your forces. Facing Klukai's unwavering attitude, Dimitri takes out his communicator. If we can't settle it between us, then you will wait for orders from above. But before I contact them, remember that even if we are temps, we are considered part of the regular army. Do you think a doll like you will be taken as seriously as us? And I have over 30 people ready to testify. Do you think you two can manage to win them over? You're able to contact the outside world right now? Hearing Klukai's question, Dimitri simply assumes that the opposing side is considering his threat, and so he increases the pressure in his voice. Of course, once the message gets out, the situation gets a whole lot more serious. Stop dawdling. I have to bring them over to the next settlement. Ain't got no time to waste on the likes of you. We have no money for you, but we can assist you in combat for some time. This environment must be pretty hard on your forces after all. And you've seen us in action just now. Dimitri does not expect this reply. He sizes up Klukai. What are you up to? Nothing. It's just that before we set off, we were told not to unnecessarily antagonize the local forces. Dimitri pockets his communicator after a moment of consideration. Deal. But here's my warning. You better listen to my orders and not think of trying anything funny. The regional comms frequency is 11032. Adjust your communicators accordingly. There's a lot of interference in this hellhole, so make sure you stay within a maximum of 2 kilometers from our forces. I hope I don't have to hear too much crap from you. Don't worry about it. I couldn't care less about you. 2 crappy dolls want in on our... Two crappy dolls want in on our internal regional communication. They'll need a password for that. After confirming that she has successfully connected to the comms frequency, Klukai ignores the insult and turns to leave. Goddamn machine. Larian, once we're back, go tell the guys responsible to scale down scouting patrols by 30%. Have those 2 tin cans handle any danger we come across whenever possible. Are we really bringing those 2 dolls along, Dima? What if they're trying something on us? I will contact the warrant officer to confirm their identities. You guys should be careful too and keep your distance from them. No matter how you put it, having 2 dolls be our vanguard is beneficial for our mission. But what if they do something to us? Their level of combat proficiency. Could you grow a spine for once? You think 30 odd men plus mechs ain't enough to deal with the 2 of them? Didn't you see how the earlier battle went? Also, make sure to address me as sir. You're really good at forgetting that if I don't keep telling you. Hey, I'm used to calling you differently, that's all. That's not an excuse. We've served in the railway force for so many years. You need to be addressing me appropriately. Otherwise, the newer guys will think I'm biased again. Seeing Dimitri's serious expression, the soldier named Larian corrects his casual demeanor and salutes him. Understood, sir. That's more like it. You can go back now. Tell everyone to continue on towards our target location. We've been delayed enough already, so we should go as far as we can before the sun sets. Damn, that was long. First we have to find Baradius, and now we have to help the URNC's Survey Corps. Will more work just keep coming like this? Klukai, 404 isn't lacking funds, is it? Why can't you just settle it by giving them some money? You'll only be adding to the number of insufferable people in the world if you give in to their unreasonable demands. But being free level for them has no benefits for us either. At least we won't be lost anymore. You mean that signal problem from before? But they aren't going to the same settlement as the one we agreed on. Are you an infant who has just learned how to walk? Can you only take 1 step at a time? Klukai sighs with concern. The collapse storm has ended, but our signal's showing no signs of getting restored. Yet the Survey Corps are able to contact the outside world, so it's highly likely that the underground broker's base station is broken, causing our signal interruption. So, if we follow these people and reach a settlement, we can at least borrow the settlement network to contact Endoris and Belka. Get it now? Okay. But you know, children are not the only ones who walk 1 step at a time. That applies to the king in chess too. Yeah? It's impressive. Communicator receives a comms request from the Survey Corps following them. This is Hive 404's leader, Tactical Doll Klukai. What's up? First, Sergeant Dimitri wants you to change direction effective immediately. Maintain the same speed and head in the 2 o'clock direction. That's a severe deviation from the course for our target location, and Klukai has more to say, but she is interrupted by the angry Dimitri. What do you rust buckets even know? Change course when I tell you to change course. Don't forget what I said. Listen to my orders. Yes, of course. Klukai cuts the comms and swerves to the correct direction. The incoming barrage of wind hits the yawning Mekti right in the mouth. What the hell? Changing course. Oh. Mekti adjusts her posture so the wind doesn't blow into her face. The motorbike flies over the empty wilds like a released arrow, carving a clear path in the landscape. Ooh. The motorbike suddenly brakes. The slumbering Mekti loses her balance, but Klukai catches her. The slumbering Mekti loses her balance, but Klukai catches her before she falls off. Klukai connects his survey corps comms. A small group of Elids to the northwest, around 5 to 10 of them. Estimated time before contact with the main force is 5 minutes. Then wipe them out. Contacting us for such trivial matters. Are you a broken trumpet? It was you who told us to listen to your orders. We are simply waiting for your command in accordance with our agreement. Upon hearing this, Dimitri utters something under his breath, but is too quiet for Klukai to hear. After a short moment, he responds with an impatient tone. I don't want to see any Elids remaining. That's it. The comms are abruptly cut. With a stiff expression, Klukai parks the motorbike against the nearby boulder. Get down. Time to work. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I probably won't need it. The Elids have been eliminated and the main force arrives right after. Under Dimitri's orders, the troops stopped to collect samples from the Elid corpses as part of their routine. The people arrived early but chose not to help in the fight. Is this the bravery of the URNC soldiers? If you need help against such a small group of Elids, you better go back to the green zone to work as window cleaners. This dude's a dick. Noticing something off about Klukai, Mukti tugs on her clothes. Hey, he's not really long. There weren't too many Elids. Of course, our sergeant chooses the safest routes all the time. Be it random Elids or Varjagers, we'll never lose with him around. Upon hearing this, Klukai gives Dimitri a questioning look. You've been in other theaters of combat? What? You couldn't have gained this level of experience just by guarding the Great Wall Railway. I've heard that some folks like you were once part of the retired formations of the Neo-Soviet Union. What are you getting at with questions like these? Don't poke your nose where it doesn't belong. You, come over here. Dimitri glares at the soldier who had interjected just now. Feeling the sergeant's displeasure, the soldier makes a wise decision to shut up, pack the samples he has collected, and follows Dimitri towards the trucks. Ha, he's smiling it off. Glad you two didn't go at each other's throats again. But Mr. Sergeant really seems to hate us, even if it was because of a misunderstanding at first. I don't get why he's still angry towards us. Be careful. Huh? We haven't met any of those mechs that attacked us earlier ever since we met these people. Don't you think it's weird? Maybe they gave up. We're a large group for now, after all. He might be right. With this amount of cautioning and rain, you really should go back to wiping windows in the green zones. Damn. Get on the bike. We have to move on. At night, a well-equipped off-road vehicle quickly pulls away from the purification cone. The emotionless doll in the vehicle accepts a comms request from within the white zone. How's progress? The work being done here is of great importance to them. Don't let them down like Sextons did, Blue Sphere. I know, but looking at the reports from over there, the situation seems to have changed. Oh? 2 squads made of tactical dolls have appeared on the outskirts of the mission area. They're closing in. If it's just a bunch of T-dolls, why not deal with them just like always? We have indeed sent our mechs, but we underestimated their combat abilities. Also, one of the squads has met with the ground formation from the URNC survey corps. For some reason, they are working together now. In order to avoid alerting the URNC government and causing an unnecessary trouble, I have issued retreat orders for the pursuing mechs. Please tell me my next move. Send out the mechs to wipe out the nearby signal base station. Once the area becomes a signal dead zone, finish them all in one fell swoop. Got it. Blue Sphere nods quietly. These orders are familiar to her. It's always been the case that once these orders are transmitted, one dead zone appears after another, becoming graveyards in the containment zone. By the way, as if to intentionally emphasize the moment, the doll on the other side of the comms makes a pause. According to the internal intelligence, a URNC department responsible for purification works had seconded troops. Wait. According to internal intelligence, the URNC department responsible for purification works had seconded troops from the nearby Great Wall Railway force near the target area. The formation you mentioned should be them. So, do be sure to hurry it up, okay? Finish your work before what happens here attracts attention. Acknowledged. Currently, Paradise has almost finished evacuating this area. What's left to track down and Currently, Paradise has almost finished evacuating this area. What's left is to track down and recover it. I'm currently moving towards the target area. The mission will be completed on time. You make me feel at ease, Blue Sphere. It makes me want to cheer for you. Anyway, since you're working so hard, I will arrange some reinforcements for you. They will contact you once they've reached the area. Got it. Not even gonna thank me? Even though they number a few, they are a gift for Blue Sphere that I've painstakingly prepared, you know? Blue Sphere shifts her gaze from the road to the comms interface for a moment. Her empty eyes betray no emotion nor fluctuation, as if she's a military drone that only understands orders. Thanks, Cocoon. Who's Cocoon? Compared to Darcher, you're so boring. You only respond to orders. Fine. Go quickly. Don't make the higher-ups wait, okay? Acknowledged. Cocoon cuts the comms. Blue Sphere hits the gas and the dark vehicle blends into the night. Okay. Under the setting sun, the Elma moves forward, still a long distance from its target. Over the years, whenever darkness falls, the past comes rushing back to me uncontrollably. This is why I detest the night. The Mephisto agreement and the unending work of a bounty hunter isolate me best from this world's maelstrom, both in time and space. Despite the hard work and isolation, they are like a calming tranquilizer. They make friends with alcohol, pulling me into slumber. Yet, The white nightmare does not fade. It has caught up with me, making it difficult to confront the choices I made in the past. A million self-reassurances and rationalizations fall flat in the face of this. The contact with the devil has since changed. I will not run, but am I truly ready? Oh, wait. Okay. The comms terminal interface shows a recent message from Klukai as well as messages from before. One after another, the message repeats the same thing. Where are you? Where am I? I've never answered this question, in my head or to them. To say the truth, I often struggle to fathom where I am in this world. What I know for sure is I don't want to drag 404 and their friends down the maelstrom with me. But it is time for me to give them an answer, not in the form of a message. I want to convey my sincerity. All these years, I've tried to pull further and further away to the point of Aphelion. She has sought to be closer to me. All these years, as I've tried to pull further and further away to the point of Aphelion, she has sought to be closer to me. The Environmental Survey Corps have chosen an abandoned settlement to make camp. The soldiers gather for a round of poker around the campfire, the crowd emitting song, anger, and laughter every now and then. Give it up, Lorraine. It's your loss. Show us the can you've been hiding. What can? If you want that, go find logistics. Miss me with that load of bull. I saw your lover slip you something before we left. You're definitely hiding something. You watch me really closely for how little I have. Blame the uppers if you want. They accept missions in swaths in hopes of getting some merit. They make us set off without supplying us with enough resources and equipment. If it wasn't for the sergeant taking the opportunity to scavenge something every now and then, there's no guessing how badly we'd be faring by now. Yeah, it's tiring enough to guard the railway, and now we have to do some kind of environmental survey for them. Why don't they pay and equip us to the standard of an actual survey corps for the starters? Leave it be, man. You think you can do something other than what the uppers tell you to do? The only thing you can do here is curse people's mothers. Hey, I think what you are doing here is inviting me to teach you a lesson. Lorraine slaps him hard in the back of the head, and the two of them start roughhousing with each other. The onlookers start making a din and cheer them on. Compared to the boisterous soldiers, Hide 404 is rather quiet. Mekti is in sleep mode after being busy the entire day, while Klukai looks on the buffooning and joking soldiers coldly. Dimitri notices her gaze, returning it with his own unfriendliness on his face. What are you looking at? I'll remove your eyes if you keep looking. Rabble. Huh? Say that again. Dimitri straightens up, putting his bottle down. Corruption, gambling, extortion, hiding around. How are you all different from common gangsters? You talk about how urgent the mission is, then camp here and enjoy yourself boisterously. It's good enough that I don't call you a bunch of wage thieves. What do you tin cans know? Humans aren't unsleeping mission machines like you two. We need rest when it is needed, so that we can use our bodies and brains at the right moments. While speaking, Dimitri gestures toward his temple, giving her a provocative look. But for you cable for brain dolls, it's true that rest is unneeded. You guys simply wait for your master's command and do them like good little puppies. I will emphasize again that 404 is an elite squad consisting of self-managing dolls. We call the shots on our own. Ha, what a joke. Elite squad, eh? Look at the little one beside you. She sleeps earlier than any of us here. Just as Klukai wanted to make a retort, Mekti rolls over, laying near Klukai's feet. She seems to be thoroughly enjoying her sleep. That's an elite. The soldiers of the survey corps roar in laughter. Get up. Klukai bends down and shakes Mekti awake. Mekti shakes her head around in confusion. What do you want now? Patrol. Klukai pulls Mekti up, leaving the camp with long strides. Behind them rings out the taunts from the soldiers, with Dimitri's voice being the most prominent. Now that's more like it. Go be good guard dogs, elite dolls. Man, they're dicks. I kind of hope when they come attacking that we just kind of like leave them. The night passes by without trouble. After a couple hours of movement, the formation finally reaches the target settlement. Our support work ends here. I request that you honor our deal and release 404 from all blame. Help me send my regards to your non-military forces administration masters. Tell them to educate their underlings better before letting them out. Dimitri waves his hand impatiently before leaving with the soldiers. I reckon that Leva and Kalina must have been harassed a bunch at this point. No? Good thing we are supernumerary dolls, otherwise we might be on the way to court-martial already. Leva is still part of 404. Handling things like this is part of her job. True enough, what do we do now? Find the residents here and borrow their network. Oh, feel free. I'm going to find a place to sleep. I've been forced to wake up early, even after having to stay up late yesterday night. Seeing Mekti rub her eyes and attempt to slip away, Klukai grabs her with haste. Not the collar! You don't need two people to borrow a network, just go by yourself. We would like to borrow We would like to let you borrow our network, but we've lost signal for a couple of days now. Connection is intermittent even on normal days, but there have been many collapse stores recently. Perhaps the base station is completely broken down after all. Does the settlement not need to contact the outside world? The people from the URNC Survey Corps helped to do that. Because they needed to carry out survey missions nearby, some of them started to camp here since half a month ago. So in recent weeks, we've been using their communication equipment to contact the outside world when it was needed. Do you know where their camp is? It's near the southwest border of our settlement. The area is an old abandoned residential complex, so it's perfect for parking their vehicles and housing the wounded and the sick. Sick? You mean Elid infected? Yeah. A scrawny middle-aged woman tugs at the cloak she wears. Her withered hands folds anxiously. Elid infection rates have gone up considerably in the past year. The symptoms have become more severe and are progressing much faster. I thought it was just my imagination. Klukai and Mekti exchanged looks. Until I saw the URNC Survey Corps, quite a number of them were infected too. It should be that the medical professionals they have with them would be more skilled than those of us who can't even be considered doctors. But it seems that they too are at their wits' end with these infections. They had no choice but to house some of their seriously ill people there. So what you're saying is they had a bunch of people leave them previously? Yes, about 20 of them. We have not seen them ever since that day. I heard from some bounty hunters that there had been an increase in the number of Elids roaming nearby. Even if they lived, they must have succumbed and become just like them now. If people in the if people from the regular army can't take it, I don't know how much longer we can last. She bites her lip, unable to continue the topic. I need to take care of my kid. Thank you. The woman nods and closes the old worn door. Wow, the underground broker's base station is really done for now because of their shoddy construction, huh? What should we do now, Klukai? The rendezvous is around 1 or 2 hours from here, so the place is not that far off, according to the static map. But it's so dangerous. What if we get attacked by those unknown Mexicans? We have no signal, and we'll have to rely on the static map. We could easily get lost, you know. Mikti grabs and rubs her hair as if experiencing a breakdown, her tangled hair threads as messy as her mentally exhausted neural cloud. Why don't we wait for a bounty hunter or underground broker convoy and go back home with their help? If you can think just as fast as you give up, 404 would be in a much better place right now. Okay, that was a good one. And wouldn't it be over if I gave up thinking at the speed of light? Our only issue now is having no signal, so once we have signal and get the relevant access permissions, everything will be solved. We are going in a loop now. No one has signal here, other than... Wait a minute, you can't be thinking of asking the Survey Corps for help, right? Klukai nods calmly. It's impossible if you just think about it for a second. There could be something even worse than Dimitri in their camps, perhaps a way more tricky end-stage boss. Humans have a saying somewhere along the lines of this: money makes the devil turn millstones for you. 404 has not been lacking in money recently. Weren't you saying something along the lines of not enabling insufferable people by giving in to their unreasonable demands? Fine, we'll go then. Klukai and Mekti arrive near the complex situated on the southwest side of the settlement. They see a transport escorted by military jeeps arrive and stop at the nearby field. Personnel in protective suits remove the supply boxes from the vehicle. Hearing the commotion, medics from the Survey Corps come out to the complex to meet with them. Isn't that a transport from the URNC? It looks like they're staying right over there. Let's go over there and ask. Perhaps we won't even need to get to the uppers before we are granted access permissions. As she speaks, Mekti moves towards the transport, but is dragged into a hiding spot by Klukai. What now? Are you regretting it now? That's not a URNC vehicle. It's not the common identifying insignia of the URNC. Also, sending this many escorts to guard a supply transport is a bit too much, even for a dangerous environment like the Yellow Zone. Every dose of medicine could save someone's life. What would dolls like you know? Dimitri's resonant voice rings out from a dozen meters behind the duo. When did you? Next time you want to spy on someone, make sure you're well hidden from the get-go. However, standing up from behind cover, Dimitri's gun is aimed at Klukai. Why are you two sneaking around? What are you planning? Give me a reason and I'll ask my gun if it likes it. Klukai Mekti is instantly surrounded by armed soldiers who have popped up from behind walls. They are all aiming at the duo. Klukai gives Mekti a look. They raise their hands to show that they have no intention to fight. We are here to find you. Dimitri stares at the two dolls, but eventually lowers his weapon. However, he does not order his subordinates to stand down. What do you want with me? I don't want you to tell me. Let her say it. The awning Mekti is given a rude shock upon hearing those words. With her mouth still open, she quizzingly points at herself with a look of disbelief on her face. That's right, you. Seeing that Klukai has given her a nod, Mekti scratches her head in resignation. It's like this. Mekti explains her situation to Dimitri and then tells him about their request to gain access to communications. I knew you wanted something else when the two of you offered to escort us. You dolls do have some brains after all. Klukai, is he complimenting us? What a weird guy. We wish only to access the network, communicate with our teammates, and regroup with them. And why should I give a crap to help? Screw off back to where you came from. We will pay for your help. Your words carry such strength and confidence. Don't go thinking that we'll give you a discount just because you're working for the Non-Military Forces Administration. Facing Klukai's unyielding attitude, Dimitri lifts an eyebrow and switches to a cantankerous tone. It's true that the signal here is pretty weak, so even if you want to use the military's line, we need to use the special signal boosters. So fees for the use of our equipment and line, maintenance fees, compensation for borrowing our equipment and hence causing us trouble, a deposit for lending equipment, and name your price. Dimitri makes a hand gesture. That's real shady of you, uncle. Why don't you change careers and be an underground broker? Pay if you can, piss off if you can't. Deal. What? It's not just Mekti. A flash of surprise runs across Dimitri's face as well. Give me your account details. It's definitely a private one, right? Let me make this clear. This is a dedicated line for URNC's regular survey course, so you better watch what you say while using it. If we find that you are contacting suspicious people, I will revoke your access. Don't blame on me then. As irregular as we are, we don't have to rely on a borrowed vehicle to transport supplies like you people. What would dolls like you know? This is called a reasonable allocation and usage of civilian resources. With so much trouble happening all over the world now, we'd be skeletons eating sand if we all waited for the URNC's official vehicles. And these are the decisions of our top brass. What right do you have to criticize us? You guys, send them what they need. Copy that. The subordinate beside Dimitri nods and starts working on the tray. Klukai's communicator rings. Received. Shortly after, Dimitri's communicator rings as well. After taking a glance at the balance in his account, Dimitri closes the interface irritably. Alright, it's in. Take what you want and scram. Stop being an eyesore over here. Pocketing her communicator, the two dolls turn towards the exit of the camp. After leaving the Survey Corps camp, Klukai immediately established communications with Andoris and Belka. Belka's voice and projection appear immediately. Big sis, I was so worried about you. I thought we would see each other soon, but we suddenly lost contact with you. That was so torturous. We kept being unable to contact you two. Belka was so anxious. She was about to run off on her own to start a wide area search. That's because I can't live without Big Sis. Knock it off. It's time for serious discussion. Have you two successfully reached the designated settlement? We have, but not smoothly. And Doris wears an expression of worry, yet she touches her face relaxedly. Our signal died off on the way here, even though Deer specifically equipped us with signal amplifying receivers before our departure. Our luck was decent, however, we weren't attacked by an unknown mechs or elids after the loss of signal. We used the sun's position, wind direction, and landscape to navigate using the static map, so we didn't get lost on our way. After reaching the settlement, we borrowed the network from the residents. We've been trying to contact you ever since. Now that's something from you two. I was praised by Big Sis, so happy! It's all thanks to various types of training Leader Klukai arranges for us in peacetime. Now, compared to you two, I have a useless doll over here who can only complain in the back seat. Mekti has taken the opportunity to switch into sleeping mode at an unbelievable speed while they were talking. Watching the unambitious Mekti, Klukai lets out a sigh. All she wants is to sleep all day. It's good to let her rest for a bit. Mekti must have been tired after going on such a long journey. The more you speak for her, the worse she gets. After placing a makeshift pillow of clothes under Mekti's head, Klukai ultimately allows her to continue her slumber. Andora's Belka, head immediately to the location I just sent you. The survey course here seem to be experiencing strange difficulties here. It might be due to the change in environment conditions and the movements of Paradias around this region. I will remain here with Mekti to start an investigation. Got it. Before I forget, here's something I want you to help investigate. Klukai sends over footage and images she had taken over to Andora's. What's this? They say this is a supply transport from the URNC, but the insignia is different from what we've seen before. In addition, it was followed by a number of armed personnel. Are you suspicious that they are involved in the strange happenings of this region? Suspicious might be too strong a word, but it's good to be prepared. I see. Maintain a good connection on our comms. Tell us if you run into any trouble. Understood. After ending the communication, Klukai finally has some time to herself. She opens her message interface. As expected, there is no message from that particular person. Klukai understands that she would definitely hear about it if they had met an end, so if they don't respond, they are safe. With this line of thought, Klukai pockets her communicator. With Andora's information, Klukai can confirm that the underground brokers network used by the 404 was completely shut down. So she decides to contact Deer for an arrangement. After communicating the situation with Deer, he unexpectedly bears the face of resignation. The underground brokers network is completely down. I know. I heard about the signal issue from Andora's as well. And what do you plan to do now that you have heard about it? 404 uses network services provided by underground brokers when operating in containment zones. My responsibility is doll maintenance, not base station repair. I have no power over the fact that their base stations are rarely repaired and maintained, okay? What? Don't stare at me with such a scary expression. It's really not that I'm too lazy to help. Your mission area is already pretty close to the red zone for starters. And with a hostile environment combined with little money from very little people in this area, it's natural that the underground brokers can't and don't maintain this place very much. Then prod them for repairs. Did that a long time ago. But don't you understand those people? But you don't understand those people. No question mark. And it's supposed to be, but you don't understand these people, period. Tell them this month and they reply in the next. Then it will take another month to complete the repair. I'll contact them again and see if they can solve this issue by giving them more money or some technical support. But I just want to make things clear. I cannot guarantee how long this will take to repair. No one knows how this will go. It's best if you can continue borrowing the Survey Corps signal if you need it. Thought of having to continue cooperating with these soldiers irritates Klukai. At this moment, a comms request from Andora's appears in a visual interface. In any case, make sure to restore the signal as soon as possible, no matter what methods you use. Unless the underground brokers want me to visit them on their doorstep. Wow, scary. I have other things to take care of. This is it for now. Klukai switches over to Andora's comms request. The sound of gunfire and roars of Elid can be heard through the comms. Leader, we've been attacked by a large number of Elids. Please assist. Save me, big sis. Andora's Jeep couldn't crush them all. Acknowledged. Keep moving in the same direction and sync your locations with me every now and then. Remember, focus on evasion and don't overexert yourselves before the reinforcements arrive. Understood. Understood. Gotta wake up Mekti. After confirming their coordinates, Klukai secures the sleeping Mekti on the motorbike's backseat before hitting the gas. Driving on the open wilds, the bumpy ride finally manages to wake up Mekti. Ah! Who am I? Where am I? Why did you do the seatbelts this way? Shut up and raise your gun. Clear out the elids blocking our path. Then undo the seatbelt for me. I can't move. That's such a huge range, man. All right. Doris, it's Big Sis. That's great. We're here, leader Klukai. Hearing the shouts from the comms channel, Mekti scratches her head. It's not a big deal, but could someone acknowledge my existence for once? To all Hide 404 members, commence the elimination operation. Objective, eliminate all attacking elites. Acknowledge. I'll be sure to get it done. Damn, she's got so much AoE. Fixes! Right after the last bullet ends the final elid, Belka jumps off the boulder and rapidly sprints to where Klukai is. Stop. But this was my plan. No, my preparation. I've long prepared for a hug of tears and laughter after a long-awaited reunion between sisters. Is that why you did not operate according to how you were trained and instead rushed into a mass of elids? No, I was just spooked by the elids. Good thing we have Sis Klukai. Sis Klukai is so cool. Go on patrol with Mekti to see if there are any elids we missed out. Go now if you don't want me to send you back to the outpost. Evading Belka's reluctant gaze, Klukai turns toward Andoris, who has just walked over. Why are you so careless? You've disturbed too many elids. Before we set off, I reminded you to I reminded the two of you to minimize any contact with elids. We are here to investigate Paradias, not perform environmental work. There weren't so many at first, but... Endora shows her data records that she has on hand. Even though we tried our best to adjust our route, these elids seem to actually be heading in the direction we want to go, so it became impossible to invade them. What? Send me the data. Got it. After skimming the data, Klukai feels that something is off, but she doesn't manage to think of any implications. Forget about that for now. Do you have any results from the investigation I asked you to perform? Yes, according to the gathered intel, the insignia you had photographed belongs to the Mengi Security Service, a private company and a PMC registered within the White Zones. A PMC? Correct. Their website states that their business scope includes, but isn't limited to, material transport, escort services, etc., etc. They number around 2,000, and their activities span from green zones to yellow zones. The data starting with Z in their names are a record of some recent commissions they've taken on, but this is not comprehensive due to permission issues. Sekfaben? Is that their main client? Transactions between them take up more than 85% of their commissions. Indeed, I noticed that too, which is why I collected some info about that group. Continue. Got it. Witnessing the affirmation of her initial speculation, Andorra organizes her thoughts and continues. Sekfam, a German-French pharmaceutical conglomerate, part of their business involves working with some URNC departments and agencies. The conglomerate's transport missions are usually entrusted to the Mengi Security Service. There are a ton of PMCs out there in the world, and there are many way bigger than Mengi Security. What's Sekfaben's reason for choosing them? I believe that the reason would be this. As she spoke, Andorra sends another set of data to Klukai. This conglomerate is the main shareholder for the Mengi Security Service. Although I have not found the exact contract papers, but according... It's a giant run-on sentence. How do you even word this? I think the way you would do this is, according to some past records from Sekfaben, there was once a security department with the same name as Mengi Security Service, period. Although I have not found the exact contract papers, it was headed by the same legal representative of the current company. Yeah, that's probably the best. I mean, this is just, it's ridiculous, man. A security department splitting off to become its own company? No wonder they work so closely. This organizational split likely happened due to tax considerations. A pretty common move in the green and white zones. Right, you said they were working with a URNC research department? Correct, mainly on the supply and development of some medicine. Could they really be just transporting medicine? Andorra's contact Leva and see if you can find the relevant transfer orders. I've already done that. According to what information Leva has for now, the Environmental Survey Corps commissioned by the Central URNC government really did send a request for high-efficacy medicine a few days back. But this kind of work does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Non-Military Forces Administration, so it's hard to know the exact reasons why they have not asked regular forces to transport it in favor of PMCs. Yeah, that's all the intel we have for now. Since I can only make relatively superficial judgments to assist in pre-screening the information, I will later send all we have I will later send all that we have to level 2 for your further verification, Leader Klukai. What's going on? The volume, accuracy, and precision of your short-term intel gathering has improved significantly compared to before. Your process has become more rigorous, and you've been slowly developing your own ability to make judgments. Klukai turns her head after noticing Endoris' smile. You pass. Oh, come on! I'll make sure to catch up faster. When I catch up to everyone, will Leader Klukai become happier? Don't get too carried away. Okay. A thought hits Klukai just as they end this topic of conversation. Belko. Here, what can I do for you, big sis? Hearing Klukai's voice, the patrolling Belko rushes back. Wake up the one sleeping on the rocks. It's time to move. Alright, off I go. Klukai looks toward Endoris as Belko runs off. You and Belko will be in the same jeep, just like before. I'll be with Mekti. Other than that, make sure to connect to this military line that we borrowed from the Survey Corps. The civilian signal here is too unstable. Acknowledged. By the way, Leader Klukai. What? The winds and collapse radiation levels are changing. I'm afraid the collapse storm is about to start up again. Yes, of course. Make sure to get back to the settlement as soon as possible. Don't waste time on the road. Alright, last one. As Hyde 404 reaches less than a kilometer away from the settlement, Endoris' voice comes up from level 2. Leader Klukai, we just received an SOS signal and comms request from an unknown party. It seems that we are under the same network according to the IP address. Should we answer? Yes, transfer the comms request over to me. Upon accepting the comms request, a familiar booming male voice rings out from within a sea of noise. This is the 62nd Platoon of the 7th Elemental Survey Corps, the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. I am First Sergeant Dimitri. Please respond if you hear me. Please respond if you hear me. What's going on? He is momentarily shocked upon hearing Klukai's voice. Why you again? Bah. I can't care too much about that now. Are you few still around? We need backup now. Our partnership is over. Damn the partnership or whatever. There's no time to talk crap with you now. There's a Boojum and Elids attacking the settlement. We can't hold it off much longer, even with the PMC's help. If you really are dolls who can think rather than just follow order following machine. If you really are dolls who can think rather than just order following machines, you'll know what to do. How many of them? What's the brief registration number and the name of the Boojum? At least 30 level 3 Elids. Unable to determine the registration number and name of the Boojum, but its danger level is at least level 4 and above. Yes, of course. As she cleanly cuts the comms, Klukai issues an order through level 2 to all Hyde 404. Attention all members of 404 Team 1. Prepare for combat and maintain level 2 communications at all times. Keep driving towards your current direction with additional haste. Mekki and I will contact the enemy in 1 minute. Andoris and Belka will provide cover fire from the back. Acknowledge. I'll listen to Big Sis. What's happening? Are we fighting? Who are we fighting? A Boojum. What? A Boojum? Aren't those super dangerous? I might activate Plan B at any moment if the need comes. Make sure to get ready for it. You're stringing me along again. Leader, I can see the battlefield. One does not need Andoras to see the intense gunfire and screams that signal a fierce upcoming battle. The armed forces and mechs surround a single large Boojum. Their rifle rounds do not seem to do any real damage against his hardened skin. The storm throws up yellow sand, making the small buildings of the settlement in the distance seem even more dilapidated and brittle. The Boojum waves its thick and sturdy limbs around, toppling over a heavy jeep with ease. The men in the jeep, who have no time to escape, are buried for eternal sleep in this dangerous wilderness before they can even scream. Hey, that Boojum looks a little too ferocious. We can't beat it, Klukai. We should run. Klukai takes a deep breath, getting ready to press the button. However, she's a little hesitant. Wait a minute, Leader Klukai. What's going on? According to the battlefield intel, Mekti... Andora's voice once again stutters, the amount of complexity of battlefield information almost overwhelming her to the point of crashing. But line after line of battle intel continues to successfully be transmitted to Klukai through level 2. After quickly processing the information from Andoris, Klukai roughly understands what she means. This Boojum has reached the point where regular weapons won't be able to hurt it at all. Even if we press the button to turn on her switch, Mekti won't be able to damage it, even with her increased rate of fire and movement speed. Andoris returns to normal once the data transmission is over. Ugh, and even more reasons not to go. Does that mean we'll never be able to deal with this big guy? So why don't we try the new combat program that Deer developed? I prodded him to install it for me before we left. The external equipment is in the boot. Are you sure it will work? According to the test records, we can surely try. But to use it, we'll have to borrow Mekti's power and use about 120 seconds for loading and calibration. Also, the process won't be able to stop once it starts. We only have one chance. Mekti, retreat and find Andoris. Belka, you and Mekti should help Andoris. Belka, you and Mekti should help Andoris find a good place to shoot from and ensure her safety in the meantime. Use your free time to help the front line in eliminating elids. I'll be sure to get it done. How about you? I'll fight it on the front lines. That's too dangerous. They will need enough firepower to pin down the Boojum. If the front line breaks this early, it's all over. Then I'll go with Big Sis. Follow my orders, remember your own mission. But you can trust her, Belka. Your big sister Klukai is super powerful, don't you remember? Watch over my bike carefully. I'll come after you. Watch over my bike carefully. I'll come after all of you if it gets broken. Klukai heads towards the battlefield and finds Dimitri, who is currently commanding the battle. Order your soldiers in the PMC to prioritize containing the Boojum. Cordon it off in a circular area with a 50-meter wide radius. As for the Elids, ignore them unless they threaten to break the blockade. I will find time to take them out. Also, send me a regional comms password. You want this and you want that. What's your circuit brain thinking? That thing's skin is too thick. We can't kill it even if we circle it. You get it? Shut up if you know you can't beat it. 4-4 has the firepower to deal some severe damage. All you have to do is cooperate. Dimitri stares at Klukai. After confirming that she isn't messing with him at all, he turns and presses the button on his comm device. All fire teams, listen up. Lock down the Boojum in a 50-meter radius. 110 meters from my 3 o'clock. Stop targeting the Elid trash. I repeat, contain the Boojum in a radius of 50 meters. The target location is 110 meters from my 3 o'clock. Get moving. The formation starts moving orderly once the order is received. Dimitri puts down his comms device and squints at Klukai. Here's the access key. You better succeed. Type 404 never goes back on their word. Good job. Keep it up. Dude, this is pretty cool. 1. He didn't like that. Is he gonna run now? All units, prioritize sending the wounded to the garrison camp for treatment. The rest of you clean up the battlefield, count up the casualties, and see if any of those machines can be restored into working order. Most importantly, find me the team leader of the PMC. Dmitri viciously kicks a broken machine near his feet after silencing his comms. Damn PNC. Goddamn Manji security service. As reliable and secure as a babushka's leaking ass. On the other end, he does 404. 3 other members rush over under orders from Klukai. What a pity. We almost got it. If the humans didn't drop the ball, I bet that Bujin would be lying dead now. Leader Klukai. It's not your fault. But I still feel sorry about this. Hopefully that Bujin will never attack settlements again. Whoops. Andorus looks worriedly in the direction of the Bujin. In the direction the Bujin escaped. That thing Andorus brought along is way too powerful. Could Dira be having some kind of hidden propensity for violence? Mekti, Belka, you two should head back to the settlement first and await orders. Andorus, go have a look at why there was an unaccounted explosion just now. Looking at a bunch of Survey Corps soldiers gathering around a chunk of the Bujin's torso, Klukai puts her gun away. I'll go have a look. No way. Is this what I think it is? Probably. I've informed Sergeant Dmitri. He will be here shortly. Going past the shocked soldiers, Klukai sees spots of silvery white light shining from underneath the bloody mess. Viewing it at a different angle, Klukai realizes that the shine comes from a piece of metal. The piece of metal protrudes from a broken stump, its surface already covered with some crystals due to the effects of collapse radiation. Dog tags? Klukai attempts to come closer for confirmation, but Dmitri, who is rushed over upon hearing the news, picks it up immediately upon seeing it. All of you, get out of the way. Dmitri swipes off the residue on his protective suit, then looks at the words carved in the piece of metal for 2 seconds before keeping it. What are you all doing here surrounding it? Think you have nothing to do? Haul your asses and get your jobs done. The soldiers disperse, but Klukai remains. Got nothing better to do? Are those dog tags from the URNC? I didn't see what's on it clearly. Did it belong to the Great Wall Railway Force? Did this Bujin consume your people before? No comment. This is within our mission jurisdiction. However, Dmitri stops and after a bit of struggle turns towards her and gives her a formal military salute. On behalf of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps and the settlement's residents, I thank Hide 404 for assisting us. No need. After staring at the spot where the dog tags once was, Klukai accepts his thanks calmly. She turns and walks towards Andorus, who is waiting a short distance away after finishing intel gathering. Not far away, the Survey Corps have concluded their post-combat tally. The personnel responsible runs to Dmitri. Reporting, sir. Our losses are calculated at 32%. The questioning of Mangi's security service has concluded. They indicate that the offending vehicle was attacked by Elids before the recent battle, causing the fuel tank to have a small crack in it. There was no opportunity to fix it, causing it to lose control and explode during the previous battle. Yes, of course. Help me call the warrant officer. Acknowledged. After a minute waiting, the comms request is accepted. This is the 3762nd Platoon to the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. I am First Sergeant Dmitri, here to make a routine report. How's progress? After 3 days of travel, we have reached the target settlement and met with the forward troops medical team. During our march, we completed a preliminary survey of this region's environment. The specific details will be sent in the form of an email. The samples will be brought back at the end of our mission. Good work. Continue with the mission. Sir, in my judgment, a temporary halt should be put on the survey mission and reinforcements need to be sent. I believe that the survey should only continue when we have received reinforcements. Explain your reasoning. We encountered a Boojum with at least threat level 4 at the settlement, and we've been unable to identify the name and registration number of it. One of the stumps broken off it contained a dog tag from personnel registered as MIA. Since their dog tags are here, they are presumably... Dimitri falls silent, but grits his teeth and pushes on to complete the sentence. Presumably dead. The comms channel falls into a moment of silence. I will report it to the upper brass and call for reinforcements. However, you have to continue with the mission. We can't deal with level 4 Boojum with how weak our current forces are. Already more than 10 of our brothers in arms are never going home again. There's no completing the mission with this little people. You can't be telling me to lead them to their deaths. Noticing he has lost control of his emotions, Dimitri steadies himself. My apologies, sir. What I meant was, we need stronger support and reinforcement to ensure mission completion. Otherwise, the only result awaiting is unwarranted losses. I understand your feelings, First Sergeant Dimitri. But we cannot put a halt to the construction of the Intercontinental Railway in this region. Once the rerouting is confirmed, new plans have to be completed urgently. Every piece of environmental information you gather, every batch of land that you survey, and every base station that you establish will have significant and far-reaching impacts. Continue with your mission. This will help facilitate the progress once the reinforcements reach you. I will dispatch personnel for your reinforcement ASAP. Yes, sir. I eagerly await your next report. After ending the communication, Dimitri notices that the soldiers around him are carrying strange expressions. Let it out if you're feeling afraid. It is a very normal emotion to feel. Those who aren't afraid are inhuman. You be a machine. Sir, that is a Boojum. One attacked back when we were guarding the Great Railway. If we didn't receive support from the outpost garrison, it would have rushed in and toppled the Great Wall Railway train. I know. Pass word to the cooks. Break out the goods and cook up something decent tonight. The families of our fallen brothers will be taken care of in the best possible way. I will apply for them and ensure it. Okay. That's all. Go do what you have to. Maybe you could head back with us, sir? Later. I'll check to see if we missed anything. The storm continues, but dusk is approaching. As the setting sun paints a deep red over this broken, desolated land, Dimitri squeezes the found dog tags. Despite being isolated by a thick protective suit, he can almost feel the hardness and lifeless cold that belongs only to metal. For a long time, he simply looks towards the wilderness in front of him without speaking a single word. The wilds respond only with the sound of boundless wind. Dimitri hesitates for a moment, and without regard for anything at all, he yanks off his protective mask and spits hard on the ground. So fucking suffocating. Okay, one more. "404 is temporarily camping out in the abandoned dwellings of the settlement. Klukai contacts Leva to report on their progress." As Klukai stares at the relaxed but attentive eyes of Leva through her comms, her neural cloud wanders out of the present and into the memories of the years past. "You want to hide your hair just to be a guard? Where are you going? A military academy?" "Oh, how could that be? It's just a measure to blend in and be low-key, okay? Have a look, 416. Don't I look kinda cool?" Klukai remembers even now the day UMP-45 set off on a long-term mission at the Non-Military Forces Administration, pulling her suit straight and somewhat comically swishing her shaggy head of hair that she was not used to. It seemed as if it would just fly off her head at the next second. UMP-9 and G-11s stand alongside, their countenances troubled. It would be better and more convenient for dolls to simply switch to another body, yet the members of Squad 404 stayed silent on the matter. After UMP-45 left for a while, UMP-9 was also temporarily hired by Kalina, leaving only 2 members at the 404 base. Following a period of struggle, the elite doll known as 416 took over as the leader of Squad 404. Although she had gotten her long-cherished wish, the circumstances under which it was achieved were far from satisfying. In the time that followed, Squad 404 underwent personal expansion and structural adjustments. The once awkward attire gradually became a perfect fit for the doll known as Leva, as she had always belonged there. Abnormal eyelid symptoms, attacks from an unknown faction, unregistered boojums. At first, Klukai felt disturbed and annoyed every time she saw Leva in her suit. But as time went on, Leva proved to her that UMP-45 had never left the 404. Of course, her more unsavoring personality traits were simply buried further down. What an exciting mission. Stop it with your lame jokes. Oh my, I was simply trying to lighten up your expression. As for the neurocloud management and creating a nice atmosphere, you have much to learn from Andoris and the others, dear leader Klukai. This is no management, they are just slacking off. Klukai looks towards the other 3 members of the team with no pleasure on her face. MacD, having received her new travel kit, is fast asleep. Andoris is maintaining her beloved gun, while Belka is holding her communicator, watching it intently. There hasn't been any progress on the mission, yet they're all so happy. Didn't you guys manage to find quite a number of questionable things? It's still too slow. What we have found cannot be connected directly to Paradias. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that our mission progress is at 0. Don't be so pessimistic. I did manage to find out a few things for you. Remember how Andoris contacted me to ask about the reinforcements? I went ahead and found a few things on my own. We have results now. Everything points to the Intercontinental Railway. Indeed, I've also managed to glean some related information from the soldiers. The original plan was to finish construction on this line 3 years ago, but construction work only began around 1 year back. Since the environment changes constantly in the Yellow Zone and survey technology was not as advanced as it is today, they missed out on the information required to complete the plan's construction on time. A slip-up? Correct. Serious soil erosion caused the ground to collapse with a boom during the construction of the particular section, causing the tirelessly laid tracks to go kaput as well. Since the URNC places great importance upon the construction of the intercontinental railways, the person in charge hid this incident from Heli. That's a fruitless endeavor. Exactly. It was exposed about a month ago. Rumor has it that the related departments had half their managers replaced, you know. And then? The newly minted manager was put under pressure to work overtime, creating a bunch of different plans overnight and then dispatching different teams to survey different sections of the planned areas. Because the Environmental Survey Corps were already busy with their pre-existing survey missions and could not deal with a large amount of newfound work, soldiers serving in purification zones near the planned route were seconded to work as part of the Environmental Survey Corps. The soldiers you encounter must be the ones coming from the purification zone. So where is the connection with Paradias and all this? Oh my, why are Klukai's thought process still so rigid? Say it straight and stop being so eccentric and ambiguous about it. You know it already, Klukai. There's something going on with the abnormal radiation levels. The Survey Corps is losing contact with some soldiers and having an absurdly high number of the infected. Of course I know, but none of this points directly to the actions of Paradias. The unknown Buja might be behind the Survey Corps losing contact with some of their soldiers. What if I told you that intel seems to show Paradias conducting strange radiation-related experiments in the red and yellow zones? Would you still think everything is a coincidence now? What I think is not important. Are you still at the guessing stage after all this speculation? Isn't that normal? The person responsible for investigating all these clues is Klukai, after all. Please hurry up. You haven't forgotten, have you? The reason we've been delayed for so long is because the information you provided in the commission was inconsistent with the situation on the ground and the unreliable signals of Hide 404, right? Oh my, you didn't lose your temper this time. I can't be bothered to waste my time with you. Klukai brings the topic back on track after thinking for a bit. Due to the accidents that occurred during our mission, 404 has used up more energy and ammunition than expected. The environmental conditions and threats of unknown forces make it difficult to predict the risk of future threats. Do we really have to continue this mission? I'm afraid so. Paradius is known to be quite elusive, so every piece of intel on them should be investigated and verified ASAP. This does not mean that we should proceed haphazardly. Yes, that's why I've also considered reinforcements. I even specially dispatched 2 additional teams for support. They're Klukai's old acquaintances, by the way. Acquaintances? Klukai lags for a second, then her face darkens. You can't be talking about the Survey Corps. Bingo! Alright, it's best if I explain this. On the other end of the comms, Kalina pats Leva and turns the camera towards her. It's been a long time, Klukai. I'm sorry that our inaccurate intel has caused trouble for you and your team. There was no major losses, no need to be so formal. Faced with Kalina's sincere apology, Klukai instead begins to feel uncomfortable. However, I still don't feel that cooperating with the Survey Corps is a wise decision. But at least they can be trusted. According to what intel I have on hand, this much is undoubtedly true. Are you sure? After we met up with them, we were never attacked again by the mechs of unknown origin. This is where I found my first guesses as to who those mechs came from. It was reported that there were other armed powers assisting Paradius, so the disappearance of some URNC Survey Corps may not be as simple as how it looks at present. So Paradius has found a new collaborator? Very likely. So please, investigate this link. It would be best to find some concrete evidence. Since the URNC Environmental Survey Corps were ahead of us in investigating this area of land, they have paid a huge price. In the days to come, the URNC will need to send more personnel here if this is where the Intercontinental Railway passes through. They might obtain or already possess information that we don't know yet. No matter how you look at it from a safety or intel perspective, the best way forward is to work with the Survey Corps for the moment. Will the Survey Corps agree to work together, though? They obviously distrust the 404. Since they have conveniently sent out a request for reinforcements, I did a little something for 404 to become their forward aid before the main reinforcements arrive. The relevant document should have already been sent to both of your inboxes. You sure work fast. I want to do my best to provide convenience for you guys. Kalina, I suggest you avoid interacting with Leva too much. Hearing what Klukai said, Kalina flashes a cheeky smile from her Griffin days, while Leva shrugs. Sarcasm. Right, to prevent any unexpected complication, the matter of investigating Paradise a secret barring any... To prevent any unexpected complication, keep the matter of investigating Paradius a secret barring any special circumstances. By the way, regarding the other reinforcement team that Leva just mentioned, what is their identity? Has the time and location for the rendezvous with Hide 404 been confirmed? About that. The booming voice of Dimitri is heard from outside the building, just as Leva was about to answer. Hey, that machine or something called Klukai, get over here. Looks like your collaborator has received the news. I'll keep the identity of the reinforcements a secret. You'll know when you see them. After ending the comms, Klukai gestures for the members of 4-4 to wait on standby inside while she steps out alone. Dolls don't need sleep, yet it still doesn't give you the right to make such a ruckus around here. Don't talk that drivel with me. What the hell is this? Why did the brass suddenly request that you join the team? The Non-Military Forces Administration belongs to the URNC in the first place. It's not strange to send personnel here and there in special cases. As a temp worker yourself, are you seriously unaware of it? Did you read the contents of the email? Noticing Klukai's puzzled expression, Dimitri starts to taunt her with smugness on his face. You 4 dolls are employed under the Survey Corps, and we are the employer. You should understand what that means, right? What? You'll be listening to your orders like good dogs. Doing what we tell you to do. No troublemaking and no backtalk. Got it? Klukai closes her interface unhappily after confirming the contents of the email. But at least they can be trusted, her neural cloud echoed with Kalina's quote. At last, Klukai managed to suppress her resentment. We will adhere to the agreement. As for causing troubles, perhaps it's best to worry about yourself before you worry about the 404. Remember, we move out at 6 in the morning. Don't be late. Meanwhile, Blue Sphere is giving a routine report to Cocoon on the road. According to the message we received, we've located our target. Congratulations, you found it after pursuing it for so long. Its movement speed is 40% faster than expected, and there were some errors on estimating the route, causing a delay in recovery efforts. Be sure to hurry up, okay? Anyway, my reinforcements have been pretty useful, right? Ah, I meant Mengi's security service. Have they managed to assassinate the target? If they failed, they should feel bad about the transport commission I worked so hard to secure through my connections. Ooh, who are they trying to assassinate? No. The URNC's Environmental Survey Corps and those 4 dolls were present and would affect retrieval, so it was let go. However, I have dispatched personnel to pursue, so they will definitely be able to eliminate the target Blujum and retrieve it. Oh, well, it seems good things truly take time. Prioritize retrieval, but be sure to wipe them out if you get the chance, okay? My dear Lord Team Leader of the Battlefield Cleanup. Understood. The destruction of the base stations is proceeding smoothly. Soon they'll lose all means of communication. Their equipment is rather ordinary. Mengi Security Services Armed Forces should be able to wipe them out easily, even without my help. I would like to advise caution, okay? Our current string of problems were all due to underestimating our enemies. Humans are interesting creatures. The more you force them into a corner, the more tenacious they get. Be very careful and don't get your throat ripped out by wild dogs backed into a corner, okay? Understood. I will exercise additional caution. I'll hang up on the comms, okay? Oh dear. I have to talk to our other little friend. Darcher, if only she was as reliable as Blue Sphere. Damn! That was a lot. My throat is dead.
Alright, how long is this one? It's pretty long. Looks like it's longer than the last one. This one looks like it'll be more exciting though. I mean, I could be wrong, but it looks like it's we're actually gonna meet up. I will say that the last one was kind of meh because it didn't have the commander in it. So let's go. I forget what they're doing at the moment. Okay, I remember she finally met up with her other teammates. Wait, she met up with everyone, right? The commander caught up with her. I thought. Maybe he didn't. Yeah, he did.
こちら、ハイド404、定時連絡よ、応答を。
こちら、ロクサット主義合衆国連盟所属第7環境調査隊376人小隊。
Oh my gosh, they gotta stop doing this whole introduction.
環境情報を見るに、こちらが先に目標集落へ到着しそうね。到着後は計画通り、当該集落を中心、天候の影響により、行軍速度は 20% ほど減少する見込みよ。
I think I read the last one, so I'll read this one. Due to the current environmental factors, our travel speed is expected to be reduced by 20%.
了解。
Copy that. First Sergeant Dimitri also said. On the end of the channel, the communication officer pauses for a moment as if pondering something.
突発事態に備えるため
First Sergeant Dimitri specifically instructed that you must keep at least one member connected to the regional comms channel to respond immediately to emergency commands.
いいわ。
Roger,
調
we'll
整して
go.
おく。
When the exchange is over, Klukai disconnects from the encrypted channel and gestures for Andorus to take over. I bet Dimitri was running his potty mouth again. What the heck did he even say? Even the comms officer had to take 2 seconds to translate it into a more diplomatic language. Those probably his usual gripes about us being rickety tin cans and freaking waste of time. Ha, if he knows I'm a rickety tin can, then why is he being such a slave driver? McD yawns and sprawls out across the back seat, laying her head on Andorus' lap. Andorus pulls a blanket over her in a thoughtful, tender gesture. McD curls up comfortably and buries her head inside the blanket. Haha. First Sergeant Dimitri is a little foul-mouthed, but I don't think he's a bad person. I even saw him giving some children uppies at the settlement this morning. Oh, okay, I get it now. I'm like, uppies? That doesn't change the fact that he scolded Big Sis Klukai. And you think too kindly of people indoors. You think so? Oh, Leader Klukai. Connection established. We have comms. Plug it into the speakers of the Jeep. Remember to turn off the microphone on our end. Soviet propaganda! We are the successors of Peter the Great, defending the comrades' hammer and sickle. We are the defenders of victory, guarding the red stars of the motherland. The moment the channel's plugged in, loud singing in some strange regional accent starts blaring from the speakers. Mekti, originally wrapped inside her blanket, jolts awake and pokes her head around like a groundhog. Turn the volume down. Wow, hard to say which sounds nicer, this or the House of Elids. Is it me, or are they getting their lyrics all mixed up? Also, some of them clearly don't know the song and are just humming along tunelessly. Well, I just ran a search on the main melody. This appears to be a song that was very popular among neo-Soviet troops during World War III. The lyrics are basically a call to arms that encourages soldiers to rise against the enemy and defend their country and people. However, after the neo-Soviet Union announced its entry into the URNC, as more soldiers and other countries were integrated into military forces, most mainstream military songs were replaced with ones in a more common language and had more well-known tunes, and this particular song is rarely ever sung nowadays. This is mentioned in your local database? Haha, since we're operating within neo-Soviet territory this time, I thought I'd do some research on the area. I have the storage space for it. I know it's supposed to be a stirring song, but they make it sound so comical. Look, it's so grating on the ear that I actually want to disable my auditory module. Equally perturbed, Klukai turns on the microphone with a scowl.
こちらハイド404直ちに騒音行為を中止し警戒態勢を
This
維
is
持
Heat
しなさい
844. Cease your noisy antics immediately and stay vigilant. This is the yellow zone. There can be danger at any moment. The boisterous soldiers quiet down for a moment, but they soon return to their raucous ways. Hey, this is a military song. How could you call it noise? The songs motivate and unite us. Don't you feel anything at all when you listen to the music? No. Just no.
あんたたちの合唱
Also, your chorus lacks unity in tone, rhythm, and lyrics. I don't see how this promotes any sense of unity.
到底思えない
Sheesh, we're not professional vocalists. What does a rickety bucket of bolts know? Dimitri's cursing interrupts Larion's reply. We sing whatever the hell we want. How is that any of your business? Just so you know, we're not machines, so don't go judging us by your stupid mechanical standards. Good comeback. Singing is all about feelings. What's the point in keeping in tune if you like your electronic speakers?
あんたね
You.
クルカイ隊長
Leader Klukai. Doris mutters softly to stop Klukai from losing her temper. You're right.
確かに歌う
You
の
can
は
sing
そっ
whatever
ち
you
の
want,
勝手よ
but please turn off your microphone and keep the channel quiet in case any important transmissions get lost.
情報漏洩につながる可能性だってあるわ
I will naturally tell them to pipe down when an order comes through. You have no business telling us what to do.
それなら
Then we will exit the current channel and come in again when the need
何かあったら
arises.
またつなげるから
I just had someone relay my instructions, didn't I? One of you must remain online at all times. Nope, I'm not going to. Not if you're gonna act like this, you little piece of shit. That's an order. Do I need to repeat myself?
分かったわ
Dude, this guy's a dick, man. Dimitri does not bother to hide his smugness as he laughs. Don't just sit there. Where were we? Keep singing. Stop acting like you're being starved, or I'll get off the Jeep and walk, or I'll make you get off the Jeep and walk the whole way. The tuneless singing resumes. Klukai turns off the speakers on board in annoyance.
美容家
Belka, put on your headset. You're in charge of monitoring the comms channel. Oh! Me? No! I want to chat with you.
第一に
First of all, we're currently on a mission, so I have no time for idle chit-chat.
第二に
Secondly, Andoris has to gather real-time intel. As for Mekti,
あいつなんかに任
if
せ
we
た
leave this to her, we won't know if those soldiers are all dead. Yeah, better not leave it to me. In fact, don't bother to wake me up ever.
待ってお姉ちゃん
Hold on, so you're basically saying that Belka is more useful, more important than Mekti, right?
そう捉
You
えて
can
もらって
understand it that way. Yay!
美容家
I will complete the mission, I promise. Sitting up, rimrod straight in the passenger seat, Belka puts on her headset somberly as if she's monitoring information of critical importance. Having regained her peace and quiet, Mekti retreats back into the comfort of her blanket. Klukai floors the gas in exasperation.
アンドリス
Andoris, keep an eye on the situation. Report anything immediately.
了解
Understood.
ドローンの映像を
Judging
見
from
る
the
限り
video feed from the drone, it should be safe for now.
でも
Still, Leader Klukai. Andoris is still wearing her calm smile, but she lets out a soft sigh.
グリーンエリアと違って
Mornings in the yellow zone are so much more desolate than in the green zone. Klukai makes no answer. The jeep continues to speed across the deserted wilderness. Wow, and I thought this was a good nap at this time. These elids are being too much. Do they not need to sleep? Better wake up. It's time for battle. Fine, I get it. Oh. Oh, yeah, I don't care for the support units.
訓練の成果ね。交換するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。交換するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。みん
What
な
I
済ま
missed?
して。
Oh, all the way back there, my friend.
了解。全軍バンバの勢いよくはい。
After fighting off the Iliads encountered on the way, 4-4 presses on with their journey.
隊長、
Leader Klukai, we will arrive at the target settlement in approximately 2 hours.
情報によれば
According to our current
住人は約
intel, there are at
60
least 60 residents at the
まあ、
settlement,
これ
though
も
this
2年
figure
前の
was
データ
recorded
だ
2
けど、
years ago.
ここの環境
The
は
environment here. Indoors peers outside the window and tries to ignore the conclusion in her neural cloud has come to.
こんなところで
It's very
ずっと生き
impressive
て
that
き
they
たなん
managed
て
to keep living under such harsh conditions.
そうね。
Yeah, we should be prepared.
ここの環境
The
情報は
environmental data here is
更新が
very
ひどく
much not up to
滞って
date, so we could
何が
run
起きても
into
おかしくないわ。
unexpected circumstances at any time.
後ろでだ
And
らけ
wake
て
up
るアホを起
that
こしなさい。
invalid back there. Haha, sure. Despite what she just said, Endoris does not wake Mekti and simply lets her turn to her other side to continue sleeping.
美容か。
Belka, any news from the Survey Corps?
うん
Leaning against the window, focused on the comm channel, Belka clearly has not heard Klukai's question. As the jeep rocks back and forth, it travels across the bumpy terrain. Belka's lips move softly as she hums intermittently, her bright green hair bouncing in time with the rhythm.
美容か。
Belka. Huh?
美容かはここだよ。
Belka here, what do you need, Big Six Klukai?
どうかしたって。
What do I need? I told you to stay on the line with the survey cords. What the hell are you doing?
そんなに歌う
Should
の
I
が好き
send
な
you
ら
to perform the non-military forces academy administration's concert? Noticing Klukai's displeasure, Belka sticks out her tongue apologetically.
だってあ
It's
い
because
つ
they
ら
keep singing the song. I've been listening to it for so long. It's kind of an earworm.
あんたたち
Stay focused on the
少しは
job.
真
Don't
面目に
make
やり
me
なさい。
tell you again.
わかり
Okay, Big Sis.
はいはい。
Sure thing. Klukai can be kind of annoying.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
I could have sworn at the end of this. We were fighting a Boojum.
まさかあのちょ
ビンゴ。
リマ
やはり
でも調査隊と手を組む
That's when we were told we were working together.
人 味方がも
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, they're on the hunt for people. Okay, but what? Sorry, I'm trying to recap here. That's right. We had to go save them from the Boojum. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. All right, let's just head back. The loud rumble of the makeshift fortress, temporarily converted from an old building, shakes violently. The exposed and bent steel structure lets out a screech. Smoke and dust clear, and the soldiers lying on the ground cough uncontrollably. The young soldier will fire wildly through the hole in the wall, quickly falls back and wipes the soot off his face, revealing his features. Young Dimitri grasps frantically for breath. Hey, pull yourself together. A reinforcement will be here in a bit. Fatima, we're almost out of ammo. One more push and the enemy will probably... Before a soldier can finish, more gunshots and explosion resounded beyond the fortress. They immediately drop to the ground. Don't give me any of that. Remember what our squad leader said. Pessimism is the worst thing on the battlefield because it only serves to make us die faster. The squad leader himself is already... The soldier glanced at a corner obscured from shadow. A burly man slumped there with dark crimson fluid dripping from his pierced forehead. Fluid has started to congeal, but half his body is already soaked. His eyes are half open, but utterly devoid of life. He died in the assault when dawn was near, probably trying to determine if there were reinforcements in the distance through his binoculars. And just as the sky was tinted white, the one who was searching for hope fell before the door leading to a brand new day. I miss my mother. She was trying to talk me out of enlisting this time. This is the first time I got sent to the battlefield, and I thought I would go home in triumph. But just before I set off, she told me our cow got stolen a few days ago. That was the very last cow we had. Perhaps to fear the young soldier's speech becomes increasingly incoherent, and his gun hand is shaking violently. The weapon that is supposed to bring courage is now nothing more than a lifeless piece of scrap metal. Dimitri looks at him restlessly, then turns his attention to the other surviving soldiers, but most of them simply stare back at him with despair in their eyes. The incessant gunfire from beyond the fortress is generating thick, choking smoke. They have been defending this position for a week, but there is no sign of any reinforcements. The soldiers no longer harbor any hope of survival. Then you should ask her to buy a new cow with your bonus. Not faring much better than the others, a soldier named Nikolai sieges an opening in the enemy's fire and dives behind a heavy machine gun mounted by the wall. He promptly pulls out an ammo belt from a nearby box. You hear the gunshots out there? After securing a few loose bullets on his belt, he feeds it in the machine gun and confirms that the weapon is in order. Nobody answers him. Explosions erupt continuously in the distance. Bomber planes whiz past them overhead, and the air raid siren is deafeningly loud. The intensity of the gunfire pales in comparison to the cacophony all around. That's the sound of our comrades, the Neo-Soviet Union, marching onward. The Neo-Soviet Union will not falter here, nor will I. Our motherland lies behind us. As long as she stands, I will not yield. Nikolai speaks softly, but the resoluteness in his voice pierces through the miasma of hopelessness in the fortress. During the reload break, Nikolai slings the rifle off of his shoulder and tosses it over to Dmitri. What's this? I've got a gun. This rifle is from my old man. It has much better specs than your standard issue guns. Use it. Good man. Your father must have been quite something to be able to get his hands on this beaut. Yeah. We've got no time to talk. The next wave of attacks is about to begin. Dmitri weighs the rifle in his hand, then he shakes up the nerves off himself and turns to his other comrades. Listen up, you lot. The squad leader said that reinforcements are on the way. If we make it through, the future will be ours. So hold on tight to your guns. We can stand our ground as long as we don't let them storm in here. Under Dmitri and Nikolai's leadership, the young soldiers once again muster their resolve and begin preparing for another round of defense and counterattack. That's more like it. Our dog tags are proudly displayed upon us next to our medals, not buried in some pitiful mass grave. The impassioned cries in his memory blend into the alarm sounding in the present. Dmitri hurriedly stuffs the dog tag back into his pocket. First Sergeant Dmitri, Elid Horde spotted. 404 has engaged them. Fly it. Here they come again. There's no end to these bastards. Give them long-range support. Don't let the Elids get close to the main force. Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't expect your assistance to be worth much. And then there we go. Four arrives at the target settlement. The old and dilapidated walls are eroded from years of exposure to wind and sand, and the smell of decay permeates the modestly sized settlement. Maybe they simply moved away. I just double-checked with the survey corps. They will investigate the settlement itself, while we're in charge of looking into the surrounding area within a radius of 500 meters. For efficiency's sake, let's split them into two groups and fan out in opposite directions. I will pair up with Belka. Me, of course. Without waiting for Klukai to finish, Belka quickly slithers over to her side. Fine, but don't do this again. You must obey my orders. Alright, Big Six, Klukai. Nice. I'm with Andoris. I can... No slacking off. Andoris, make sure she stays on the job, or you can join her in extra drills when we get back. Sure thing. Belka and I are heading east. You two head west. Get in touch if there's any problem. Now, let's go. Klukai and Belka begin their search near the settlement. Big Six, Klukai, I found something. Come and have a look. Klukai frowns as she peers over at Belka, who is bouncing up and down and waving at her, but she still circles around a boulder and heads towards her. We're on a mission here. Stop behaving like a rabbit on an Easter egg hunt. I found an important clue and couldn't wait to show you. It better be important. If you show me another backpack half chewed by Elids, body pillow of some virtual idol, or a dud landmine buried by some bounty hunter, you know what kind of punishment awaits you. It really isn't any of that. Just take a look. There's some really suspicious looking, what should I call them, installation art? Belka leads Klukai over to where several strange rock piles are exposed on the ground. The dark rocks are scattered all over, their unnatural edges and jutting corners giving them an ominous air. The main structure shows signs of external damage. This isn't what they originally looked like. You're right, but I found an even more important clues. Right here. Belka walks through the scattered rocks and stops by another pile. Look, Big Sis Klukai, these ones are half buried in the ground, like some kind of foundation. Indeed, this type of rock is common in the Yellow Zone, but due to its hardness and brittleness, it's rarely ever used as building materials. Since they're appearing in such high density here, these rocks were possibly gathered here deliberately. Could it be Paradias, or did the residents here find some special use for these rocks, then left them behind? Hard to say at the moment. In any case, take some photos and send them over to Leva. Ask her to look into them. Okay. So, Big Sis Klukai. Seeing Belka's "please shower me with praise" face, Klukai sighs in defeat. Your discovery was not entirely useless this time. Hehe, I got praised. Now wipe that dung grin off your face. Get on with the search if you're done sending the photos. Understood. Give me a minute, no? I'll have it done in 30 seconds. Klukai and Belka continue with their investigation along their planned route. They find something else noteworthy. Big Sis Klukai, there doesn't seem to be much else here. Why don't we head back? Oh, the Survey Corps just sent the news. They've arrived at the settlement and started their survey there. Send them a response. Tell them 404 is about to wrap up on our end. We'll rendezvous with them at the settlement and decide our next steps. Roger. Big Sis Klukai, look at the white smudge on that rock over there. It seems to be Mekti. Has their search already taken them here? That dumbass can sleep anywhere. Belka grins widely as she watches Klukai march angrily ahead. Oh boy, Mekti, you've pissed Big Sis Klukai off big time. Not even Andora's can save you now. Then I'll just have to win Big Sis's heart with my outstanding performance. As Klukai approaches the large rock, she realizes that Mekti isn't actually dozing on it as she initially thought. In fact, Mekti is perched on top of it to study a jeep covered in sand that's behind the rock. Andoris is also peering inside the vehicle through the window. I can't really see anything from above either, Andoris. Then we'll have to contact leader Klukai. You better get down first, Mekti. What are you doing? Startled by Klukai's voice, Mekti, who is climbing off the rock, loses her footing and slides right off, landing on her backside. Holy crap, don't just pop out of nowhere behind me. Jump scares are the most cliched of cliches. Even horror games these days don't resort to such cheap tricks. Cut the crap. What are you two doing hovering around this jeep? Leader Klukai, we've discovered an abandoned vehicle here. Judging from the amount of accumulated sand, it's been here for at least half a month. Also, we found this on the vehicle. Klukai circles around to Andoris' side and spots a familiar logo on the wiped down front door. The jeep is covered in bullet holes and scratches. Isn't that the logo of the URNC Purification Project Survey Corps? Yes, we tried to open the doors, but they're jammed, probably because of the impact the vehicle has sustained. Considering the fact that this may be relevant to First Sergeant Dimitri's mission, we decided against breaking the doors by force and tried to look inside through the windows. The windows are covered in a one-way film, so we can't tell what's in there. Right, that's fine. Belka, don't just stand there. Contact the Survey Corps and get them to send someone over. Disappointed by the way things have turned out, Belka contacts the Survey Corps and informs them of the 404's discovery. Why? Why is Belka so... I don't know. I really don't like Belka. Big Sis, I've sent them the coordinates. I said they'll be here shortly. Good. Mekti, force the door open. Andoris will record the whole process just so everything is clear. Huh? Making me do hard physical work again? Despite her complaints, Mekti still walks up to the vehicle door and takes aim at the lock. We left the crowbar back in our jeep. Can I just shoot this? Sure. The rest of you stand back. Don't get hurt. Here I go, okay? With a burst of gunfire, the lock is penetrated by the bullets. Done. The rest is all up to you then. Wake me up when it's time to leave. Klukai pulls the door open and then something dark immediately tumbles out. It is the corpse of a man. His hands are clutching a gun tightly. His army uniform is covered in a large patch of dark brown, especially around the abdominal area. It's the uniform of the Survey Corps. Oh, there are two others in the jeep. Judging from the crystallization on their wounds, the time of death must have been more than 2 weeks ago. And Doris tries her best to steal her neuro cloud as she takes in the pockmarked vehicle and stains
as she takes in the pock-marked vehicle and the stains in the interior. She's never seen such a grisly sight in the green zone. I thought we were in the yellow zone.
血痕を見るに
The bloodstains suggest they died from severe blood loss after being injured and taking refuge here.
手に銃を握ったまま
He's still gripping his weapons, so they were on the lookout till the very end.
それから
Also, the vehicle's age. Endora scrambles to gather all the information available, but she cannot stop her voice from wavering.
アンドリスミシティを起こしてきて
Endoris, go wake Mekti. Understood.
ごめんね
Sorry, and thank you, Leader Klukai. Belka watches Andoris with some concern.
アンドリス大丈夫か
Big Sis Klukai, is Andoris okay? Is she gonna crash again?
大丈夫
That's alright. She was a civilian doll. It'll take some time for her to get used to the world we inhabit.
時間が
Yeah, the green zones and the yellow zones are so different. Sometimes they do feel like two entirely separate worlds. Okay, I understand.
疑うもん
I understand what they were saying with the, Yeah, I understand what they were saying right here. She's never seen such a grisly sight in the green zone. She's talking about her in the past. It should say she's never seen such a grisly sight when she was in the green zone. Okay.
昔の人間ってみんな
All human
グリーンエリア
habitats used to
やホワ
live
イトエ
in
リア
places
みたい
like the
な場
green
所
and
で
white
暮らし
zones,
てた
right? Taking in Belka's unease, Klukai ponders for a moment and then simply gives out a piece of advice.
アンドリスの感
Don't
性
let
に影響
Andor's
されちゃダメよ
sentimentality get to you.
過去のこと
The
も
past has nothing to do with us. The human's current predicament also has nothing to do with us.
うん
I understand, Big Sis Klukai.
残りの死体を引きずり出して
Extract the remaining two bodies from the jeeps and see if you can find anything else.
待て
Wait. Soldiers of the Cervic have arrived at the scene. Dimitri walks up to the jeep and takes a look. Klukai backs up 2 spaces to keep some distance between Dimitri and herself.
あとは俺たちがや
We'll
る
take it from here.
お前ら
You lot,
車内の遺体を下ろせ
get the 2 bodies out of the jeep. Be careful with them. After giving them the order, Dimitri circles around the jeep and studies it closely with another subordinate in tow.
車体は弾
Jeep is
痕
covered
の
in bullet holes and dented on one side, probably caused by scraping against some natural land feature.
ナンバーは
The license plate number has been confirmed. The vehicle belonged to the MIA unit.
車内の遺体を
Due to the extent of the decomposition and the missing dog tags, the bodies in the vehicle are yet to be identified. Dimitri calmly voices all of his observations while the soldier next to him jots them down one by one. At this moment, there is no sign of Dimitri's former temper and surliness. His features are marked by his composure and maturity of a veteran on the battlefield. Finally, he returns to the front of the vehicle and watches as his subordinate extracts the corpse trapped in the back seat.
何か発見は
Found anything at the settlement?
ある
Yes, dead bodies infected with Elid and gnawed to bits by Elids.
あんたたちの仲間
Also your people?
いや
Nope, just ordinary civilians, but dressed in weird robes.
映像記録は
Have you got any visual records?
いい加減にし
That's
ろ
enough. I'm not obligated to report my progress to you. Dimitri has not raised his voice, but his impatience is apparent. Paying no more attention to Klukai, he walks off and calls his superior on the communicator.
こちらはロクサット
This
主
is
義
the
合衆
blah
国
blah
連盟
blah
所属
blah.
第7環境調査隊
First Sergeant Dimitri checking in to give a scheduled update.
ああ
Received. What's the situation?
獣医の指示に従い
Our survey mission is still underway. As per your orders, we have discovered a vehicle registered under the
第7環境調査隊
platoon, which was declared MIA,
車両および
along with the remains of 3 soldiers.
丁重に弔って
Lay them to rest properly. They are martyrs who gave their lives for the future of Rosartrism.
ええ
Understood.
それとですが
In addition, sir, I must once again recommend withdrawing my platoon for now and only resuming the mission when reinforcements arrive.
理由は
Reason being,
九段の兵士たちは
all 3 of the soldiers found
銃
died
撃
from
による
gunshot
致命傷が
wounds.
死因です彼らの車両には
Their vehicle
調査隊
clearly
のマー
bears
ク
the
がついており
Survey Corps insignia, and the soldiers are in their uniforms. Bounty hunters or even the Valkyrie guards would not engage them in a direct confrontation under normal circumstances.
記録にはない
I believe that there may be
特定勢
some
力がこのエリアに存在し
undocumented forces at work in this area. There's high possibility that this was a targeted attack. Silence on the other end of the line makes Dimitri restless.
順位
Sir, I'm not saying this out of cowardice, but we've encountered far more complications on this mission than expected.
First Sergeant Dimitri, there are no gun regulations in the yellow zones. An attack on 3 men is not enough evidence to support your claim. Besides, resources are scarce where you are. Varyagars operating in the area are very likely to target straggling vehicles of the Survey Corps and plunder military supplies. Sir, do you even know what you're saying? First Sergeant Dimitri, continue with your mission. That's an order. Blindly following orders will only hinder the progress of the mission. The entire platoon is declared MIA, and I've already lost 1/3 of my own platoon. I can't guarantee the success of the mission unless we set off after joining up with our reinforcements. You can't stop. We're not afraid to die, but I don't want to pointlessly squander my men's lives over some shitty plan. Watch your tongue if you don't want to place the soldiers and our entire company in even more danger. Our survey is already progressing much slower than other areas, and a significant portion of our men were from the same place. The Railway Force Survey Corps is the last refuge we have. Our fall from grace wasn't caused only by losing a war, and there's more at stake here than short-term resource allocation and personnel assignment. Dimitri falls silent. The URNC insignias on his teammates' uniforms around him are suddenly quite an eyesore, and here he thought he had already gotten used to the change. Alright, this conversation ends here. Continue with your mission. I'm dispatching the nearest troops to you to give you some backup. They'll get here ahead of the original schedule. After a brief pause, the warrant officer adds, "Stay sharp. I await your safe return." After the call ends, Dimitri stows his communicator away in silence. The bulky and stuffy protective suit is getting suffocating. A soldier who has been waiting for him to finish the call walks up to him. Sir, the remains of all 3 soldiers have been removed from the jeep. We haven't inspected them yet. Right, I'll go take a look. By the time Dimitri returns to the jeep, he has already regained his composure. The dolls of the 404 and the soldiers of the Survey Corps are standing around the corpses. Sir, we have finished making all the necessary visual documentation. Should we begin the inspection? Let me do it. The soldiers move aside to make space for Dimitri. He solemnly approaches and squats down by the body. He rummages through their clothing thoroughly, taking great care to scrape away the collapsed crystals formed on the wounds. His hands move efficiently, but with gentle respect. Where are the dog tags? After a lengthy search, he finally fishes out 3 pieces of paper covered in stains from their pockets. Salvage any usable supplies and bury the remains. And keep some of their personal belongings that won't take up much space. Their families deserve to know. Dimitri falls back several paces and moves over to the jeep, then lays all the scrunched up pieces of paper that he just found on the hood of the vehicle. Klukai and Endors huddle in for a closer look. Dimitri shoots them a glare but does not stop them. They're all the same? Yeah. There are a lot of markings. Could these be maps? But then again, they don't have key elements you'd find on maps. Also, these numbers and the word origin. What origin? Endora studies the numbers next to the markings on the pieces of paper. They don't make sense as coordinates either. These are our military code, as if we just let you read such sensitive information. So you know what these mean? Klukai's question has obviously touched a raw nerve as Dimitri immediately flies into a flustered rage. Keep your noses out of this. All communications between units are encrypted with our own unique cipher to prevent intel from being leaked. The railway forces are just temporarily seconded, so it's natural that we don't know the Survey Corps' cipher. Unable to make heads or tails of those, Dimitri puts them away for now. All 3 of them kept a separate copy on their persons, so it must contain some very important information. I'm well aware of that, goes without saying. Dimitri dismisses Klukai's observation. He checks the time and looks up at the sky, then turns to address his subordinates. It's getting late. Get a move on and get this place cleaned up. We'll set up camp at the settlement tonight. This isn't exactly a place of peace and tranquility. Starting tonight, we're doubling the number of sentries in each shift. Also, I just asked over comms. Our reinforcements are already on their way. Just hang in there for a bit longer. Once we link up with them and finish the job, we can kiss this shitty life goodbye. When we get back to the Great Wall Railway, promotions and pay raises await you all. Yes, sir. Dimitri is relieved to see that his subordinate's morale has not suffered too much. Just as he is about to leave, Klukai speaks up. Dimitri? What? Get out of the way. Klukai jabs a thumb to the side. What do you want to say? Just say it right here. There are no dog tags on all 3 bodies. Are you sure you want to have this discussion here? Dimitri raises an eyebrow. He walks off to the side and gestures for Klukai to follow him. Did the dog tags found on the Boojum belong to them? But the remains show no sign of having been gnawed. It's always but with you. There's danger everywhere in the yellow zones. Losing your dog tags isn't that unusual. From what I know, soldiers cling to their dog tags even in death. What do you tin cans know? Just do your job and mind your own business. Clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, Dimitri storms off. Looks like Mr. Dimitri is still not ready to face the truth. He's still trying to delude himself, even when such an obvious problem is staring him in the face. He's shirking his duties. You may be a bit too harsh on him, Leader Klukai. So, what do we do now? Are we also setting up camp nearby? Yeah, I'll check out the settlement, then I'll get in touch with Leva. Remind Mekti and Balka to keep their mouths shut about Paradeus. Sure. At night, most of the Survey Corps have already turned in. A few are on sentry duty, and the dolls of 404 work together to patrol the area surrounding the settlement. Unable to go to sleep, Dimitri takes out the dog tags again. Hey, Nikolai, open up. Dimitri knocks on the door to a room in the dorms. His grin widens as he sees his friend. Nikolai freezes for a second before letting him in. Keep it down, have you forgotten the rules? Oh, come on. Dimitri plunks himself down on an empty bed while Nikolai sits down by the desk at the center of the room and picks up the book he was in the middle of reading. Principles of Informatics. Still reading physical books in this day and age. What a freaking nerd. But that's good. Machines can't be trusted. The droids that used to serve with us on the battlefield wouldn't even recognize us after their authorizations got rewritten when the URNC army took over. To think I took a liking to that little surveillance drone and even treated it like a pet. Deem it not so loud. Fine, I'll drop my voice. Dimitri takes in the empty dorm room and slaps the wooden bed frame absent-mindedly. You're the only one left in this room, eh? Yeah, the last one left last night, retired from service and went home. What about you? Do what I gotta do? Nikolai scribbles a mark on his book. Huh, you seem awfully blasé about this. General Carter's fall must have affected your family, surely. It's not anything out of the ordinary for an old man to step down. Why are you here? You didn't come just to show you're concerned about my family, did you? I came because of this. Dimitri pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and gives it a wave. Nikolai grows still. A transfer order, stamped this morning. I'm going to Breton. Gonna spend a few years on the border, then God knows where they'll send me. With your rank, you could have applied to stay. Staying doesn't seem like such a good idea. I'd rather be exiled along with my brothers. I hear they're gonna build something called the Great Wall Railway, and will be the reserve garrison force. It sounds pretty tough, but now that I think about it, there should be plenty of opportunities to turn a neat profit. Then when I make a fortune, I'll take my brothers, leave the army, and start a business. You don't want to serve anymore? Guess not. No point. I used to head onto the battlefield with some sort of ideal. Now that General Carter's gone and his followers in the KCCO, keep calm and chive on. And his followers in the KCCO are gone. I don't see the point of staying.
軍にいることだけが戦いじゃない。
This has nothing to do with our duty as soldiers.
何言ってんだ。
No? So who are we fighting for when nobody's left? Ghosts?
守るべき者さえ
As
いれば
long as those we've sworn to protect are still there, we will remain soldiers no matter where
たとえ
we're
どこにいようと
deployed.
ディミ
Dima, there's nothing wrong with being stationed on the border, but you mustn't let yourself loose. Hearing the disapproval in Nikolai's words, Dmitri jauntily smiles, slowly disappears.
ニコライ。
Nikolai, I came to say goodbye, not to argue with you.
別に喧嘩
I'm
する
not
つもり
arguing
はな
with
い
you,
よ。
I'm just telling the truth.
事実。
Truth my ass. Stop lying to yourself.
死んでいった連中を
Nobody gave a
切り
damn
立てる
about
人間は
the
いねえ。
brothers who died, and those who somehow managed to survive were either demoted, dismissed, or even got
軍事
court
法廷
martialed.
にかけられたやつもいた。俺たちみてえな鉄
They
砲
let
玉は
small fries in the non-core forces like us keep our ranks, but send us to marginalized departments as so-called reassignment. In a rage, Dmitri marches up to Nikolai, tears off his dog tag, and throws it down on the desk in front of his friend.
これを見ろ。
And take a look at this. A soldier's dog tag is our only proof of identity on the battlefield.
それがどうだ。
But what happened? They changed everything. The design, my unit number, even my service
何も
number.
かも変わっちまった。
Well, yeah, you entered a new army.
お前はこのタグ
Do you
に
think
書
the
かれてるの
person
が俺だと言える
listed on
の
this dog tag is still me? Yes. You just have new identification.
そんなの身分の証
This
明
is
で
just a
しかな
form
い。
of identification. You are you, Warrant Officer
ディミト
Dmitri.
リー准尉。
Exactly.
バカ言うな。
Get real. Warrant
俺は
Officer
身も
Dmitri
心も
would
新
never
人だ。だが
would only ever serve the Neo-Soviet Union, but from now on it won't be the Neo-Soviet Union anymore. The Neo-Soviet Union district under the URNC.
カードの人は死んだ。
It's over for General Carter. It's over for the Neo-Soviet Union. It's over for our dreams. Dmitri pants heavily as he glares at his friend, but Nikolai simply gazes earnestly back at him, his face still utterly calm.
とにかく
Anyway, I've had enough talking about ideals. I just want to protect myself and those around me so that we can eke out a living in this godforsaken world.
お前も後のことを考え
You
た
should
方が
look at yourself. Look out for
カー
yourself.
ター将
They're
軍の隊は
already going after General Carter's followers. If you stay, they'll surely give you a hard time. Things could end badly for you.
叶うあてもない
Don't
理
let a
想と
dead
心中する
dream
な
drag you into an early grave. Dmitri puts away his dog tag stiffly.
いいさ
There, I said my piece. I'll get going then. When Dmitri reaches the door, Nikolai, who had been silent the whole time, calls out to him. Hang on, let me see something real quick. Tears off. I was wondering about this. Does he tear off Nikolai's dog tag or his own dog tag? When Dmitri reaches the door, Nikolai, who had been silent the whole time, calls out to him.
ディミ
Dima,
どうした
what? Thinking that his friend wants to make peace with him, Dmitri's voice softens. But when he looks back, he sees Nikolai standing ramrod straight, pointing at his chest.
それは本当に
Ask yourself in here, do
君
you
の本心
genuinely
なのか
believe that? Dmitri finds himself back in the present. He looks down at the dog tag that he used to belong to Nikolai, then at the soldiers sleeping deeply not far from him. Wait, was that dog tag on the Bujum Nikolai, or is this just one that he keeps with him at all times? Some of them are comrades in arms who serve the Neo-Soviet Union alongside him in the battlefield, while others are rookies who enlisted with lofty ideals. Yet, here they are, all huddled together in the ruins of an abandoned settlement on this night. He lets out another sigh and stows the dog tag away. At least that belief has kept me alive and kicking. Okay. Okay.
訓練の成果ね。
After fending off the elites that were attacking them along the way, Klukai walks aside while the team is resting up and answers a call from Levo with obvious displeasure.
予定した定時
You're
連
calling
絡時刻
10 whole hours later than you're
10時間
supposed to.
管理局にいる割
Doesn't
に
the non-military
時間の
forces
管理ができてないよね
administer their time? Oh my, don't be so grumpy right off the bat. I have a lot of serious business to attend to, you know. It's quite understandable that I can't always check in with you on your time. Check in with you on time.
ハイド404
Rules and regulation for the 404 members, calls and meetings, Article 24.
事情により
In the event of an emergency, participants must be informed of the cancellation of a meeting or call. The reason must be stated, and the rescheduled time must be confirmed.
もう一度繰
Need
り
I
返そう
repeat that? You've got too many rules, Klukai. Who can remember them all?
あんたたち一人一人が
If you could all hold yourself to the highest standards that befit elite T-dolls, there wouldn't need to be so many rules. We coped well enough even back when our rules were essentially half a page.
それは私の話今は私が
That was then. Now I'm the squad leader. And yet later Klukai, the almighty lady, was getting the jitters just because she couldn't get in touch with a humble little member like me.
誰が不安よ
Who's getting the jitters?
もういいわ
Never mind. Let's get down to business. Leva chuckles at Klukai's huffiness. Having succeeded in riling her up, she decides to call it a day. I've had a look at the images you sent over. Those rocks are indeed evidence of Paradise's activity, a fact that's corroborated by Lena's intel. The deceased in the settlement were also dressed in attire that matched the uniforms of Paradise and members. So congrats, finally some concrete progress. It's not really anything worth celebrating. You were bothered by the lack of progress before, and now you're upset that it's confirmed to be Paradise. You're so hard to please, oh almighty leader Klukai.
口の聞き方がなっ
If
て
you
な
know
い
that I'm the leader, then drop the dizzy act and start taking this seriously.
それでパラディス
What has
は一体
Paradise
何
been up to in the past few
ネ
years?
ートが建築
Have the
活動を
Naito
始め
started
た
studying
か
architecture? We're still investigating the specific details, but one thing's for certain, Paradise has stepped up the brainwashing of their human members, who now refer to themselves as Unitas. Those scattered rocks probably looked like this before they were destroyed. Leva sent an image to Klukai.
これは
That's a tower? It's some sort of totem. Paradise strengthens the Unitate's faith and loyalty using these, so that they'll be far more obliged to serve their experiments. Well, it worked apparently.
何のために
What's the point? If they want to force people to comply, then Naitos's force is more than enough. You don't understand humans at all, Klukai. We operate according to logic, but humans' actions are often compelled by emotions and beliefs. Rather than subjecting them to experiments by force and having them look out for insurrection that could manifest at any time, it is much more effective to have a spiritual hold on them, which eliminates the problem completely. To make an analogy, it would be akin to overriding their protocols, like transferring their command authorizations from normal society to Paradise. Stop trying to make yourself out to be some kind of anthropologist. I am just a little more knowledgeable than you on this subject.
つまり
So, in other words, Paradise is even trickier to deal with than before. That's right, they're basically well on their way to becoming an extremist group. The Naitos are only getting more powerful, and now they've recruited a bunch of deranged Unitates. Lena is busy investigating other things for Kalina, so I can't expect any help from her. In fact, they need my help, so I've got my hands absolutely full at the moment. Thank goodness you're here to give me a hand, Klukai.
そんなに危険な
If
ら
they're so dangerous, when will the reinforcement you promised arrive? Very soon. I think you'll be well pleased.
え
What? Sweetie. With an ear-splitting burst of static, the comms line breaks down.
よりによってこんな時に
Talk about bad timing. Klukai recalls what Leva just said. Well pleased? What kind of reinforcement would make her well pleased? 404 has always preferred to walk on their own. The way Klukai sees it, seeking external help is a show of weakness, so she will never consider it an option unless absolutely necessary. 404 are extremely unlikely to accept aid from an outsider to begin with, and the chances of Klukai appreciating the aid are even more minuscule unless a figure appears in Klukai's neuro cloud, but she soon dismisses the idea. No, it couldn't be him, or he would have responded with feigned nonchalance. But even as Klukai refuses to entertain the possibility, she deliberately reduces her processing speed so that the figure can linger just a little longer in her neural cloud. In any case, she better ask for more clarification from Leva so that she won't be distracted from her mission because of any unnecessary expectations. Just as Klukai is about to send another comms request, Andoris walks over to her. Leader Klukai, my data link with the server just got severed. I checked the signal strength. It's not at 0, but it's very weak. As long as long-range comms and neuro cloud backups will be affected. But it is very weak, so long-range comms and neuro cloud backups will be affected. It's probably a temporary phenomenon caused by the collapse storm. Andoris looks over at the survey corps nearby. Dimitri is talking to his subordinates. Should we talk to him about this? We are currently using their military line. If even the military line is affected here, then we must stay close to the survey corps. Right. Tell Mekti and Belka not to take unauthorized action. I'll discuss this with them. Okay. Klukai approaches the survey corps and notices that the few soldiers that Dimitri was talking to have split into 2 groups and started loading their equipment onto the assigned vehicles. Meanwhile, Dimitri is giving more orders to another subordinate. With fewer people on the team, the mission will become more dangerous. Get everyone to stay on their toes. Crank the signal booster all the way up and tell everyone, including the dolls from 404, to remain within comms range until the temporary base stations are set up. Roger that, sir. Good, now get to work. After Larian is gone, Klukai walks over to Dimitri. Is the signal booster no good anymore? If it was, you'd think I'd split the team up at such a crucial stage of the mission. The signal is already garbage in this freaking place to start with, and the storm will rage on for a good while. There's no way of getting any word out at the moment. If we don't set up these temporary base stations, even we will be declared MIA. Sending your men out in pairs isn't safe. Under these circumstances, it's better to act in groups of 4. But I've only got this handful of men. What will you have me do? I've sent them out with all the good quality gear, and one of my men is as good as 3. We're already very close to the red zone. The environmental conditions are way more unpredictable than what you've experienced so far. You really should be more careful. Oh, for Christ's sake, what does a tin can like you know? Getting scared before you can even reach the battlefield. You'll get shot into Swiss cheese, even with that fancy weapon of yours. If you've got time to yap, and just spend it on killing elids. Jeez, why is a stupid machine being so long-winded? Once the preparations are complete, the soldiers tasked with constructing the temporary base stations split off from the main force and set out to carry out their mission. Meanwhile, a small surveillance drone is hidden behind a piece of cover not far away. Its indicator light blinks as it records everything that's transpiring. The clear visual feed is displayed on Blue Sphere's monitor. Keep up with the splinter groups. Oh man. Even though their GPS is severely hindered by the terrible signal reception, the Survey Corps M404 are still painstakingly conducting the environmental survey. Sir, 2 groups have sent their signals. It appears they have finished setting up their temporary base stations. The signal reception of our comms line is also returned to medium strength. The external communications have been restored. Some of the groups still haven't found suitable locations to set up their base stations, but they have re-established communications with the main force. Not bad. Notify the brothers at the base stations and tell them to stay put for now.
The temporary base stations are poor substitutes for standard ones. They must take extra care not to let things like elids damage them. And if they encounter boojums or anything they can't manage, tell them to prioritize their own safety and contact the main force at once. Yes, sir. On the cold digital monitor, 2 specks of light flicker steadily like stars in the night sky. They may be faint, but their presence is unmistakable. Dimitri wishes sincerely that the stars obscured by the gloom will get to light up the night sky again one day. It's time to contact the warrant officer again. This shitty place. Boom. Jeep is hit by a strong impact. Even the communicator is knocked out of Dimitri's hand, falling underneath the seat. Through the window, he sees a vehicle that collided. He sees that the vehicle that collided with him is also part of the pile-up collision. The actual vehicle that came under attack has skidded to a halt with blown-out tires and heavy smoke. These dits, what just happened? A group of vehicles have appeared in the distance, followed by a vicious fire assault. The dolls of 404 have already leapt into action, diving behind cover and exchanging fire with their attackers. They must have snuck up on us while our radar was still down. We don't know which armed force it is. Get everyone to find cover and wait for the enemy to run out of ammo. Wait for my order and prepare to counterattack. Damn. Having repelled the assault for the time being, Dimitri directs his subordinates in the dolls of 404 to clean up the battlefield. After some thought, he walks over to Klukai. Hey, what's your name again? Klukai? Blaya. What kind of hell of a name is Klukai? Klukai and Endor is focused on inspecting the wreckage of an enemy mechanical unit. Do not bother to look up. What is it? Didn't you mention that you got attacked by an unknown armed force earlier? Were they the ones? Hold on. Huh? Andoris, do we have the result of the analysis? Not yet. I still have to double check some of the connection methods and part specifications. I just asked Mekti and Belka to inspect the other wreckages so I can incorporate the data they collect into the analysis. Right, make it quick. Leaving Andoris to work in peace, Klukai rises to her full height. A preliminary inspection has not revealed any clear forms of identifications on these mechanical units, which appear to have been modified from general PMC machinery. So we're trying to compare the methods and parts used in the modifications with the units we encountered before. If there are multiple matches, we can be reasonably sure that they're from the same faction. There were humans in the force that attacked us. Unfortunately, they either got killed or fled. Have you also encountered human armed forces before? No, it was only a modded automaton. It was only modded automatons that attacked us. These newer automatons had better firepower, and the humans were armed with very high-quality weapons. Klukai peers down at the dent left by the bullet that hit her on the arm. In my experience, neither the Varyagars nor ordinary bounty hunters can afford this level of armament. First Sergeant Dimitri, we have searched the human remains thoroughly but found no meaningful clues. Alright, see if you can find any usable weapons, energy sources, or protective equipment. Gather everything you can find and take them with us. But sir, non-standard issue weapons could cause injuries or death to the users. This is against regulations. Who cares about regulations anymore? We must make use of whatever resources we can get our hands on. Still, check everything carefully. Get rid of anything with electronic messaging capability. Roger that, sir. Leader Klukai, Mr. Dimitri, I have an analysis result. The fire control cores installed on the mechanical units of the same type generally had the same ports. As for the generally
ネッ
had
ト
the
で製
same
造ロットを確
probably
認しようと
parts.
思ったんですが
As for the parts, they're just your run-of-the-mill military stuff, so I thought I'd check the manufacturer back through the net,
どうしたの
but what?
信号が
Our signal got disconnected.
なんだと
What? Dimitri rummages through his pockets for his communicator, but then he remembers it has fallen under the seat in the previous battle. Klukai confirms and endorses his observation after checking the connection herself.
確かに途切れて
We are indeed disconnected.
バカな信号を立てたばかりだぞ信号
Impossible. The temporary base stations are up and running. The signal should be more stable. Dimitri rushes back to the jeep in disbelief. After searching for a moment, he finds his communicator and accesses the signal interface. The digital screen is now pitch black. There is no sign of the blinking lights. 2 hours ago. How is it going? Is the plan proceeding smoothly?
はい
Yes, though there have been some unexpected changes along the way. Changes? Have they received more
い
reinforcements?
いえ
No, but once the survey corps noticed the signal deterioration, they split up and started constructing temporary base stations.
彼らは予想以上
They're
に
even
慎
more
重なよ
cautious
うで
than we
す
thought.
いいニュースとは
That's not good news.
分散した部隊
Make sure
も
you don't let
一人残らず
make sure you don't let off
片付けるのよ
the splinter groups.
承知しました
No problem. However, even though
Magnum
Mengi
security
security has aided Paradise's operations within this area, they are not very accustomed to the local terrain due to the complex environmental conditions and the rampant elite activities.
今はブージャムの
They
追
have
跡
had
に
to
も人員
allocate
を
part
割い
of
てい
their
ま
crew
す
to take out to
調
Abujam,
査隊の
so
全
we
て
are
の動
not
きを
fully
監視
aware
す
of the
るのは
entire
困難で
survey
す
corps' movements at the moment. Jeez.
罠をすり抜けた
I need not remind you of the danger of fish that slips the net, do I?
わかるわよね調査隊が
Don't forget the trouble they
引き起こした
caused. Don't forget the trouble caused by the survey corps last time.
いいえ
Right, I have already notified Mengi security to take action as per your order.
エリアに信号
And
管
to
制を
prevent the
施し
survey
まし
corps
た
from reporting the situation
軍用海
to their
警を用いて
superiors,
も
I have applied signal
外部との連絡は
restrictions to
不
their
可能
current
でしょう
location. The military line is completely down. How can you do that?
まずまず
That's
ってとこかしら
acceptable, I suppose.
確実な方法
But it's not a
とは言い
guaranteed
難いわ
fail-safe solution either. As long as their signal marker or temporary base stations exist, there's a risk that they can get out of this.
ブルース
Blue sphere. Cocoon's demeanor shifts ambiguously. Every word seems to be a warning, thinly veiled in humor.
まさか
I hope you have contingency plans in place.
あくまで応急手段
That's
で
just
す
an emergency countermeasure. As per your order, I will spare no effort in searching for and eliminating the survey corps' splinter groups, as well as destroying the existing local signal markers.
そう
Oh, that's marvelous to hear.
そうだわ
By the way, I have another piece of advice for you.
何でしょう
What is it?
セストファルベン
Sek
からの命
Fabin
令
has
だ
instructed me to relay this
必要
message.
時には保
You
険
may
を
activate the last resort if necessary.
使うか否か
The decision of activating is entirely at your discretion. However, be sure to make it quick and clean, and remember to wrap up all loose ends afterwards. After all, this is an extremely risky move, and it would be very difficult to explain ourselves if we attract even the slightest bit of suspicion.
同じ命令を
The same order has also been issued to Mengi Security. Just request an authorization transfer from them.
かしこまりました
Understood.
それじゃ
That's it. Good luck. Before the comms line is terminated, Cocoon suddenly taps the screen.
あそうそう
Oh, one more thing.
上が調査隊
Since the
に
survey corps
また
kept pestering their superior, they've been sent new reinforcements that will arrive in only a day or two. This new force is getting pretty close. Make sure you don't let them suspect a
絶
thing.
対に気づかれないようにね
404を敵に回したのが運の尽き
Is Dimitri's boss corrupt? I'm wondering about that. Having invaded the incessant pursuit of the unknown forces, the Survey Corps and 404 are now taking temporary refuge in an abandoned settlement that they have chanced upon. The settlement is shielded by hills to the southeast, so the dolls of 404 are currently monitoring the surrounding areas from their respective hiding spots on the other three sides. Considering the extent of damage Mekti has suffered, Klukai has paired herself up with her.
うわ
These people are attacking harder and harder. Who the heck are they? Klukai, did you antagonize someone again? We didn't manage to charge our batteries back at the previous settlement because of the problematic ports. Do we even have enough auxiliary power for 3 more battles? Of course. Seriously? As long as you keep each battle under a minute. What? Then we're totally short on power. Klukai connects to the regional comms channel. Have you come up with the next step of the battle plan? The enemy has made their intentions pretty clear. Plenty clear. They've got to be searching for us in the area. If we get surrounded... Shut up, I'm trying to think. Wow, this guy is so impressive. Here I am, dead tired, and there he is, still perky enough to lose his temper and shout his head off. Seriously, which one of us is actually a doll? Sounds like you. Sounds like a you problem. Mekti, stay here and keep a lookout. I'll go and see what's keeping him dawdling. Klukai heads over to the building in which Dimitri is taking cover and finds him checking and rechecking a slip-up paper with an unknown sequence of numbers against a map. What are you doing? What? Please keep quiet while the first sergeant reviews the situation and looks for more clues. How long has he been at it? Since the moment we found the signboard bearing the name of this settlement. Not here. Not this either. Dimitri seems to be measuring some kind of distance on the map using his own rugged fingers. However, he eventually gives up and puts the paper away in annoyance. If you're running some kind of vector equation, you won't be able to determine the specific location without knowing the original location. Shut your trap. If you issue follow-up orders in a timely fashion, I would not be questioning you. But our supplies are limited, and judging from the current situation, if we keep running around aimlessly, our enemy will hunt us down and pick us off sooner or later. At least you're not entirely dumb. Just then, a young soldier of the Survey Corps enters through the door. Sir, we're all in position and awaiting further directives. Stand by. You've already set up our defenses? Duh, you think I was just playing Sudoku while being a sitting duck? Make sure the 4 of you coordinate with our movements. You want orders, right? Well, don't just stand there. Come over here and look at this. Dimitri beckons at Klukai and gestures for her to take a closer look at the map. You see the hills in the southeast. More than 70% of our mechanical units are up there right now. I've also stationed 5 of my men there to prepare for a feint. A feint? That's right, our enemies are hot on our heels. They'll probably come looking for us here in 3 hours. I just checked the map, and the closest settlement from our location is at least 6 hours away, and it'll be very difficult for us to stay hidden while we make our way there. If we can't get a bigger head start or take out most of our pursuers in one go, they will catch up to us before we can reach the next settlement and replenish our supplies, and it'll be over for us then. You're planning to whittle down their firepower here? Exactly. To them, we're just a small, poorly equipped force that can only counterattack using ambushes and guerrilla tactics. We can take advantage of that assumption. This area is smack along the only way to that settlement, with hills on one side. Anyone with half a brain can tell you that this is the perfect spot for an ambush, including our pursuers. Once they confirm that we're on the way to the nearest settlement, they will immediately try to figure out where we have posted our guards to protect the traveling convoy, which will clearly be on the hills. But then, aren't you playing right into their hands? You still don't get it, Tin Can. Most of our mechanical units are already damaged and don't really stand a chance in a direct confrontation. If we can keep them around while we march, not only will they eat up our resources, they may also expose our movement. They can be put to much better use. As for the 404, you will be key to the upcoming fight. As long as you can seize the opportunity and flank our pursuers from the west, while they are drawn to the hills, and catch them in a pincer attack, it may just be possible for us to wipe them out. I must remind you that if we move according to your plan, we cannot guarantee the safety of both the mechanical units and the soldiers on the hills. The 5 men there are led by my most trusted comrade. He is much smarter than you.
Once the 4 of you are on the move, they will activate the droid's auto-attack mode, then circle around to the other side of the hills and regroup for the main force.
理想ではね
That's just the best case scenario. With a success rate of less than 40%, it's highly likely that they'll be eliminated before regrouping with the main force.
それに
Moreover, we're basing our estimation on the enemy force entirely.
前回の戦いに基づいたものよ
Moreover, we're basing our estimation on the enemy force entirely on our observation in our previous encounter. If that enemy force exceeds 130% of our estimation, that is, if there are 20 or more soldiers and 25 or more automatons that we did not account for, the success of this operation will drop below 25%. What do you take us soldiers for? You think we only fight when there is a 100% chance of success? Our job is to seize the opportunity and turn victory into reality. Under these circumstances, we'd be lucky to stand even half a chance.
覚悟ができてるなら
Just making sure you're managing your expectation.
本体はどうするの
What about the main force? They'll be retreating with only lightweight gear to conserve their strength.
目的地は
And where are they headed?
候補は2つ
There are 2 destinations. The first is the closest settlement, though we can't ascertain whether it's still occupied or if there are enough supplies to keep us going.
もう1つは
The other is a base station in the same general direction. If we can find and repair it, we may be able to restore external communications and contact our reinforcements.
基地局までの距
How
離は
far away is the base station?
集落と同じだな
About the same distance to the settlement, roughly 6 hours on foot.
徒歩
On foot,
軍
we
用
have a
車はど
jeep.
うしたの
軍用車だ
Jeep. From now on, you don't.
どういうこと
What do you mean?
お前らの車両を除けば
Not counting your small jeep, the Survey Corps currently still has 1 jeep and 1 small military truck.
この作戦を
To
成
pull
功
off
さ
this
せるに
plan,
は
we must set up a vehicle in the northeast where the enemy is most likely to attack from. To draw their attention. To pull off this plan, we must set up a vehicle in the northeast where their enemy is most likely to attack from to draw their attention. At the same time, I'll have several of those scout drones buzzing around in the other directions.
大した戦闘力はね
You've
え
seen
が
those things before, pretty much useless in a fight, but noisy as hell and perfect for both attracting
味
the
方
enemy
に注意を促すにももってこいだ
but perfect for both attracting enemy attention and tipping us off.
ま
Only thing is, there's no hope of recovering the vehicle or the drones.
もう一台はどうす
What
る
about the other vehicle?
陽動部隊の脱
That would
出
be
用だ
given to the men up on the hills as their getaway to catch up with the main force.
賢明な判断だとは思えないわ
I
ね
don't think that's very sensible. You just admitted that their chances of successfully regrouping with the main force are pretty slim. Why waste limited resources knowing that?
ガラクタに何がわ
What
か
does
る
a tin can like you know?
困難と知りながら
Forging
前
ahead
へ
despite
進
the
むのが英
difficulty
雄だ
makes my comrades heroes, but cutting off their only chance of escape because of the difficulties would make me a bastard.
あいつらは陽動
I'm
部隊
sending
だ
them to stage a feint not to be cannon fodder.
作戦の成
I
功が
simply
最
wish
優
to
先
maximize the operation's chances of success. Dimitri takes a deep breath. I am the commanding officer here, and your job is to lead your 404 in carrying out my orders. Is that clear? Don't you worry about human matters with that tin can brain of yours. Klukai decides not to argue with the stubborn Dimitri.
作戦内容は
Now that
把握
I'm
した
aware of the general plan, let's split up and move separately. I'll be off then.
30分後
Assemble in the southwest of this settlement in half an hour.
了解
Got it. Klukai fills in the other 404 members on the operation plan. After confirming the basic terrain around the settlement, they join the Survey Corps in hiding within an abandoned building in the southwestern part of the settlement. Look at the time. I'd normally be in bed by now.
ディミトリーが言うよ
Will
うに
those people actually take the bait like Dimitri says?
どうだろう
Hard to say. The working assumption is that we will be fighting an enemy force of the same size as
そうじゃな
what
かっ
we've
たら
encountered
大変か
before.
もね
If they've amped up their firepower, we're finished.
ああなるほど
That's true. Big Sis Klukai. Can the guys actually be trusted?
人間たちに
I
期
wouldn't
待する
hedge
よ
all
り
our bets on them. We should focus on figuring out our own contingency.
それに
Still, it is certainly necessary to mount a counterattack here to give us a head start against our pursuers.
分かった
Alright, I'll do my best.
アンドリス
Andoris, when the operation is underway, don't stray too far from the vehicle. We must keep our supplies secure. If we need to retreat ahead of schedule, I'll also call you to pick us up.
はい
No problem, Leader Klukai. The 4 dolls lapse into silence as they remain at their station. Soon after that, an ear-splitting alarm goes off in the northeast, followed by vicious bursts of gunfire. At the same time, the vehicle deployed beforehand explodes, and Dimitri's voice can be heard through the regional comms channel. Attention, all units, the enemy force is approaching. Stay low. When they enter within attack range, our men on the hills will launch an ambush and trigger the explosives we rigged to weaken their firepower. 404 will catch them in a pincer move from behind. The rest of you follow my command. Copy that, sir.
了解
Understood. With the first gunshot fired from up the hill, the battle has officially begun. Leader Klukai, the enemy is indeed lured by men on the hill. According to the intelligence we currently possess, the enemy forces comprises of about 15 men, 2 heavy automatons, and 5 anti-air automatons. The exact quantity of land automatons is unknown, but my preliminary estimation is about 10.
ビオカミスティ
Belka, Mekti, we start moving once they move further southeast by another 50 meters.
敵を後ろから
When attacking them from behind, Belka will focus on taking out the anti-air automatons to reduce their field of view.
ミスティは
Mekti and I will take care of the heavy and
主要ユニットを
land automatons.
南西にいる本
Make
体
sure
を
to
気づ
keep the
かれる
enemy
よう
force
注
from
意する
spotting our main force in the southwest. Understood. Alright.
アンドリスはここで
Endor, stand by in this area. If the enemy units come this way, detonate the explosives and throw smoke grenades to keep the main force
本
hidden.
体に
Understood, Leader Klukai. Even though the enemy force is thrown into disarray at first, they soon regain their footing and launch an attack on the hills using cover and their anti-air units. Klukai keeps gauging the distance between them and the enemy force. Finally, she gives the order.
404
404, we're up. As the dolls enter the fray, the enemy's attack becomes noticeably hamstrung. Meanwhile, Dimitri starts directing the main force and retreating towards the target settlement. Big Sis Klukai, all enemy anti-air units have been eliminated.
上出来ね
Very good. Oh boy, we're done shooting down the little birds. Get over here and give me a hand. This big guy is really bad news. It's really bad news.
ビオカ
Belka, back Mickey up immediately and stop the heavy automaton from getting any closer. Leave the rest to me. Alright, Big Sis, watch yourself. Timing her move carefully, Klukai detonates another set of explosives, successfully impeding the enemy's attempt to regroup. 404 to the main force. We have successfully suppressed the pursuing armed force.
よし分かった
Received.
いいわ
Ivan, how many men have you got left? 3, but one is badly injured and immobile.
敵がこっちに気づい
Have the
て
bastard noticed anything off? Doesn't look like it. Their firepower is still focused on our side of the hills, but thanks to 404's interference, they haven't been able to make much headway. In fact, they had to send a group to go after 404 just 10 minutes ago. We prioritized taking out their drones because of the terrain. We prioritized taking out their drones. Because of the terrain and all the dust and smoke, those bastards can barely see. They shouldn't have noticed our main force is already gone. Seriously, hats up to you, Dima. You with your crazy tricks. Save the ass kissing for later.
任務終
You've
了だ
accomplished your objective. Now get out of there. Go around the hills. Copy that.
404は
404, keep them busy for 15 more minutes. Once Ivan's group withdraws from the area, detonate all mechanical units and remaining explosives to draw the enemy's attention and seal off their route of pursuit. Take out as many of their effective units as you can while you withdraw.
本体と合流
Pick up the pace and make sure you catch up to the main force. Keep the regional comms clear. Understood. Are we finally done? That was amazing. The plan worked unexpectedly well. Everyone in the regional comms channel breathes a sigh of relief and starts to relax a little. Still staying close to the jeep, Andorra suddenly looks to the side in alarm. Attention, heat signatures detected to the west, possibly enemy reinforcements. They may have received the enemy force's distress call and are moving ahead at full speed. There's a high chance that they will encounter our main force.
なんだと
Take whatever cover you can find right now.
間に合われ
It's too late. The wave of dust kicked up by the enemy's reinforcements march is already within Dimitri's view. Judging by the heat signatures, there are approximately 10 anti-air automatons, 5 heavy automatons. There are approximately 10 anti-air automatons and 5 heavy automatons. I cannot provide an estimate on the quantity of armed personnel. Even though everyone was prepared for the worst, the moment enemy reinforcements actually show up, their despair is still palpable through the comms channel. Attention, all units, cut out all your lights and get down on the ground. Unless ordered otherwise, do not move, attack, or make any sound. Also, the new enemy force has entered visual range. It's double the size estimated by the 404. The comms channel lapses into silence. As the seconds tick by, the enemy's anti-air turrets are fast approaching the survey corps and will soon spot the barely hidden soldiers. No tricks or tactics will save them from an enemy's superior firepower. All the soldiers press themselves into the ground with bated breath, doing everything they can to reduce their biosigns. If they continue on their current route, they'll come face to face with you lot, yeah? In that case, we'll have to get them to change course. Hearing Ivan's voice through the communicator, Dmitri is compelled to respond even though he just gave the order to forbid anyone from making a sound. Do not act without permission. What are you thinking? Rescue. Looks like our mission isn't over yet. Are you kidding me? Our rescue is still chilling. Our rescue is still chilling. God knows where. What? Dmitri stops abruptly mid-sentence when he realizes what his comrade is getting at. We don't know why the enemy is so hell-bent on wiping us out, but they clearly won't let us flee the battlefield and their rendezvous. Good lord. I've been talking way too much. We don't know why the enemy is so hell-bent on wiping us out, but they clearly won't let us flee the battlefield and rendezvous with our reinforcements. If we show any sign of doing that, they will definitely try to stop us with all their might. Quit your yammering. Your mission right now is to regroup with the main force. Dima, let me finish. In just a while, I will create the illusion that we've established contact with our reinforcements and are attempting to rendezvous with them. Dima, you and the others must seize this opportunity and run for it. I won't be able to distract them for long. Once they clue into the trick, they'll double back and hunt you down. Are you disobeying a direct fucking order from me? Our mission is to stage a feint and assist the main force in reaching safety. This isn't the time to be a smartass. Retreat, do you hear me? Ivan says nothing in response to Dimitri's fury. The winds and gunfire in the yellow zone resound in the comms channel. Dima, don't forget to find us afterwards and bring us back to Moscow. That is where all our dreams began, and that is where we must return, even in death. Amid the silence, Ivan's voice sounds ghostly, almost unreal. Ivan, you stand right fucking down right now. Ivan makes no answer. The mechanical units on the hills to the southeast of the settlement suddenly stop firing and start following the jeep that is speeding in the completely opposite direction. A signal flare with a brilliant trailing tail soars into the night sky with no second thoughts. The amber flare flashes several times in the sky at a certain frequency, then falls into the vast desert. This sudden development has drawn the attention of both the enemy force fighting within the settlement and their reinforcements currently en route to this settlement. The Survey Corps exposing their own route is making them doubt the authenticity of their intelligence. Leader, does that signal mean they're linking up with their reinforcements? But according to our intel, the Survey Corps reinforcements shouldn't be arriving so soon. It would appear that the intel we've previously received wasn't entirely accurate. With the stir we've been causing, the folks from the Purification Project may have sent more than one group of reinforcements. What do we do? Should we withdraw? The higher-ups told us not to expose ourselves. You idiot, the fact that new reinforcements are showing up means that we're already exposed. We haven't even managed to secure the mission objectives, so why would we withdraw now? To give their reinforcements enough time to get into position? Contact Team 5 in the settlement. Tell them to hurry up and take out those dolls, then go after the Survey Corps and intercept them. Support Team 7. Change course immediately. Chase them down. Having received their instructions, the anti-air units pivot swiftly, ignoring the group of soldiers lying on their stomachs under the cover of night just a short distance away. They instead head in Ivan's direction to give pursuit. A familiar military song, accompanied by the sound of artillery fire, can be heard through the Survey Corps' regional comms channel. It is a chorus of only 3 voices, but it resounds more sonorously than ever. 404, pin down the armed units within the settlement and wipe them out as quickly as you can. Do not let them catch up to Ivan. Then, Dimitri clenches his fist. His voice grows hoarse and hollow. Then withdraw and link up with the main force.
了解
Understood. Klukai briefly assesses the number of remaining armed units within the settlement and their distance from the main force. Man, they're in bad shape.
アンドリスミシティ
Andoris, Mekti, Belka, take only your lightest gear along with Andoris' big gun and withdraw immediately. Hang on, are you planning to fight them all by yourself?
あの人数と一人で戦う気なの？無茶だよ。
No way, that's too dangerous. They still have a heavy automaton left. It'll take at least 2 of us to take it down.
私が残って
Why don't I stay here and give you a hand, Big Sis? Mekti can help with Andoris.
命令を聞きなさい
Obey your orders. Don't make me repeat myself.
敵はすぐ近く
The
に
enemy is incredibly close by. If we withdraw by car, they will definitely be alerted, which will reveal the general direction of the main
徒歩で
force.
撤退するしかない
So we can only withdraw on foot.
アンドリスの外付け装備を
Andoris' big gun is pretty heavy and has to be carried by 2 of you, while 1 more has to be the escort and the guard. There's no getting around it. Not to mention that all the weight is going to slow you down significantly, so you've got to set off right now.
外付け装備を
What if we leave the big gun? Then we can withdraw together.
任務はまだ終わって
The
ない
battle isn't over yet. We need to keep it with us.
出発しなさい今すぐ
Now go. Seeing that Klukai has already made up her mind, the other 3 dolls know better than to argue. They nod at each other and then begin their withdrawal.
エリート人形の実
Now I'll
力
show
を
you the might of an
とっ
elite
と
T
見せてあげる
doll.
わ
Having detected 404's hideout, the enemy units start gathering towards the area. After confirming that her 3 teammates have successfully departed, Klukai double checks her physical conditioning gear, then calmly steps into the night filled with smoke and fume and flames. I will make it back. I will not fall. Klukai pulls her thoughts away from the figure that has surfaced in her neural cloud for now and pulls the trigger resolutely. Battle begins anew. On Dimitri's end, the enemy's reinforcements have gone after Ivan. At Dimitri's command, the soldiers cautiously scan their surrounding area.
このエリアに敵はい
No
ませんね
enemy units detected in the area.
総長
Sir, should we send a team over to Ivan? Dimitri knows full well that what the soldier is hinting at. He gazes silently at the horizon where the sky is aglow with the flames of battle. Little by little, flying sparks devour the wrath and despair in his eyes. There is no more singing through the comms channel. It got cut off abruptly, along with the sound of artillery and the howling winds.
いや
No need. Dimitri closes his eyes. His gaunt features betray the vicissitudes of life.
もし通信が
But what
届
if
かな
they
いだけだった
simply
ら
cut out of... But what if they're simply out of comms range?
二度も言わせるな
Don't make me waste my breath.
ソイン
All of you, continue to lie low and take stock of your gear. Move at my command.
でも
But
命令を聞け
obey your orders. The young soldier still wants to say something, but Larian smacks him upside the head.
総長はここ
He
にいる
wants to
誰
save
よりも
Ivan
今を
and the
助けたい
others
ん
more
だ
than anyone. If he were on his own, I'm pretty sure he would have rushed over with nothing but his gun by now.
だが
But he is our commander. He is responsible for keeping us alive, so that their sacrifice would not be in vain.
すいませんご長
I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't thinking. Dimitri waves it off. Then he opens up the map and checks it again against the paper slip again. A brief moment later, he slaps himself hard on the face.
そうか
I get it now. I should have figured this out sooner. He picks up his communicator and tunes into the regional comms channel.
総員
Attention, all units. Change of target destination. Our new target destination is the mountain near Jahadna. Attention, all units. Change of target destination. Our new target destination is the mountain near Jahadna, about 1.5 kilometers to the northwest. We set off this instant.
404状況報告せ
404
よ
sit rep. All three of us have suffered about 25% damage to our frames. We're currently heading towards the main force with our equipment. We should be able to link up with you in, let me see, 20 minutes. But Big Sis Klukai stay behind at the settlement to clean up the remaining armed units on her own.
どいつもこいつも英雄気取りかクソが
Zits, all these stupid heroics. Dimitri understands the reason behind 404's course of action, but he still can't help but let out a curse. You... Just as Belka is about to talk back, Klukai's impassive voice speaks through the comms channel. Whether one's heroics are stupid or not depends on how capable they are. Big Sis Klukai. This is Klukai of 404. All remaining armed units within this settlement have been eliminated. I've burned through more ammo than expected and taken some damage to my frame. My estimated travel speed has dropped by 22%. I'm glad you're okay, leader. Phew, Mr. Dimitri may have been a bit rude, but I agree it's best to avoid such risky stunts. Count yourself lucky. I don't give two shits about your reduced travel speed. Catch up to the main force. We're headed for the mountain in Jahadna. At long last, under Dimitri's leadership, the surviving soldiers of the Survey Corps and the dolls of Hide 404 file into the cave under the cover of night. With no further directives from their commander, the soldiers who just had a close brush with death all slump to the ground with their backs against the rocky walls. The fierce battle they have just experienced is still fresh in their minds. Nobody turns on any light source, nobody says a word. The dolls of 404 are also sitting quietly in the cave, keeping some distance from the Survey Corps. They each inspect their own physical condition. Leader Klukai, the average damage rate among the four of us is around 35%. We lost our vehicle in the previous battle. All our temporary repair parts were on board. It's only 35%, no big deal. But that's just the average. Out of the four of us, you've taken the most damage, no? I'm okay. Really? Your left eye looks horrific. Just a shrapnel cut. It looks worse than it actually is. But Klukai shakes her head softly at Andora's, telling her to drop the subject. But she receives no visual feedback on Andora's concerned expression through her left visual module. Her left eye is utterly ruined. Andora's, any more information about our current location? Just a little. Based on the map and the rough location of the previous settlement, we are probably inside a salt mine in Jahadna. But this mine has been abandoned for years and is currently vacant. Welcome, Mekti. You two should... Belka, Mekti, you two switch to low power mode and stand by. Conserve as much energy as you can. Andoras, ensure your night vision is functional and keep an eye on the exterior of the cave. Our radars aren't working and we've lost all our drones, so we can only rely on your eyes. No problem, Leader Klukai. Alright, Big Sis. Despite her injuries and exhaustion, Mekti does not zonk out immediately like she usually would. Instead, she hugs her weapon close and gazes uneasily at the pitch-dark sky outside the cave. After giving the 404 their orders, Klukai stands up and walks over to Dimitri quietly. He's sitting in a corner deeper into the cave, having a whispered conversation with Larian. Jima, I did some counting. Our supplies are down to 20%. Less than half of us are left. Both Ivan and Lev are... I let them down. Not at all. You defied all odds in keeping us alive under those circumstances. That aside, have you figured out the message on the note? You changed your mind all of a sudden and brought us here. Dimitri leans back tiredly against the cave wall, clutching his gun tightly in his hand. You still remember Nikolai? Larian racks his brain for a moment. Nikolai, you mean that son of a local military officer? I haven't had much dealings with him. We weren't in the same platoon after all, but you're friends, right? Kind of. He was on the list of MIA soldiers that I got from the brass. He was the leader of the team. The dog tag we found was his. So he's one of them dogs that lick the URNC's ass, huh? See, what good did that do? Didn't keep him alive, did it? Larian mutters some expletive through gritted teeth, whether out of contempt for Nikolai or general malcontent. Dmitri cannot tell. Well, that's not the point. The point is, I managed to figure this out all thanks to him and Ivan. With that, Dmitri pulls the pieces of paper that were found on the deceased out of his pocket. He smooths out the creases and turns on his small flashlight and angles himself further away from the cave entrance and blocks the light with his own body. This is a simple coordinate diagram made based on an actual map. Here, here, and here. These numbers on the drawing are the coordinates of the actual locations. But that's not right. The numbers are too big to be in this area. Yep, because it's a double encryption. I just couldn't figure out the cipher key. Look at this. Origin. I initially thought it was a hint to find the point of origin to convert to coordinates, but that's not it. Dmitri pulls up the map on his communicator. You remember the Neo-Soviet Union's land area and coordinates of Moscow? Try subtracting these numbers. Try subtracting them from these numbers on the drawing. Larian does some mental calculations and references the longitude and latitude on the map. It's a match. Dang, Dima, you've got brains. Nah, I just had some experience with this kind of thing when serving with Nikolai in the past. That brat was allergic to modern encryption methods and insisted on something fancier. We've even used... Never mind. It's not like anyone will ever use it again, so let's just leave it at that. Dmitri looks a little forlorn. But how did you realize these two numbers are the cipher? Origin actually refers to the Neo-Soviet Union, to Moscow, the starting point of our dreams. Nikolai once said that as long as the Neo-Soviet Union stood, he would not yield. So these two numbers became the ciphers of his double encryption method, and no one would ever guess their significance. Nikolai, who had always considered these two numbers constants, never once forgot or betrayed the Neo-Soviet Union. I didn't mean to. Sparing his old comrade any further awkwardness, Dmitri swipes across the map and points at a location. When I learned about the location of our previous operation, I noticed that one of the marked points was around here. I don't know why he marked out these places, but each of his subordinates kept a copy of this information on their persons, even in death. So it had to mean something. We must come and have a look. And if we find anything, we've got to get the word out about what they were trying to tell us. I just walked around for a bit. I didn't see anything special. The cave seems pretty big. It's probably deeper than we think. Take a few of the others and keep a lookout at the cave entrance. Make sure you stay hidden. I'll take 2 men and 404 to explore deeper. Right. After hesitating for a moment, Larian opens his supply pack, counts his remaining ammunition, and hands over more than half of it to Dmitri. Be careful, Dima. There aren't many of us left. Dmitri does not accept the ammunition. He gives Larian a pat on the shoulder and helps him turn out his collar, which is rumpled under the strap of his weapon. Don't worry about me. You know what I'm made of. Also, I'll remind you one last time, call me sir. Don't set a bad example for the rookies, or they won't learn to show respect. Larian chuckles. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, I have another mission for you. I just saw 2 kids wiping their tears. Go cheer them up. After sending his subordinate away, Dmitri drops all pretense and blitheness and turns sullenly towards Klukai, who had been standing not far away.
ガラクタ人形って
Had
は
enough? Is eavesdropping a popular pastime for you tin cans?
話が終わるのを
I was
待って
just
ただ
waiting for
け
you
よ
to finish your conversation.
たとえ機密情報
If
だ
I
ったと
overheard
して
anything
も
confidential, it was your fault for not conversing in a more secure environment.
もういい
Whatever. Considering you did all right in the previous operation, I won't argue with you.
お前ら
Do all four of you still have functional night vision?
軽い損傷はある
Mine
け
is
ど
slightly
まだなんとか
compromised, but it still works, just about.
なら用意しとけ
And make some
5
preparations.
分後に出発する
We're setting off in 5 minutes to explore the cave. Let's see what kind of secret is hidden in this blasted place.
了解
Got it. Man, I want to catch up. Like, I want the commander to arrive. Oh, damn, isn't this a Boojum? The Elmo cruises... Finally. Elmo cruises along in the night. It is traveling at the same speed, but the vibrations we are experiencing as the vehicle is in motion is putting me on edge. While we are en route to offer 404 reinforcement, Lena gets in touch with us once again, but this time she brings bad news. She has lost contact with Klukai and the others. Losing contact in the contamination zones is common, but nonetheless distressing. Losing contact in the contamination zones is a common but nonetheless distressing phenomenon. Bounty hunters whom I have met briefly, good lord. Convoys of underground brokers with whom I occasionally do business, adventurers who happen to have hitched a ride on the Elbow. I have crossed paths with so many people in the wind and the sand, only to never hear from them again. But I never thought the same would happen with them this time. Fortunately, with Lena's help, Deer and I managed to make contact when we agreed on a meeting place. Right now, the Elmo is heading towards the location at full speed. However, the signal reception seems to be deteriorating, and my instinct tells me that this isn't a coincidence. I can't help but regret the sincerity I wanted to demonstrate. The prospect of having 404 join my ranks has been such a relief to me that I forgot the rules within the containment zones. If I had contacted them sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. Joining ranks have been such a relief to me that I forgot the rules within the containment zones. What are the rules? Contamination zones. I can only pray that my naive desire to give them a surprise has not put them in terrible danger. Elmo is already traveling at full velocity. I just hope we won't be too late. No, I have faith in her and the 404. This time, I'll be the one who comes to you, Klukai. Endoris and Klukai are exploring the salt mine with the Survey Corps. While Mekti and Belka are investigating another tunnel.
隊長
Leader Klukai, is it really okay to send Mekti and Belka down another tunnel? Although I've installed the layout map, it's from many years ago and very much incomplete.
ここ
This cave is much bigger and more structurally complex than indicated in the environmental intelligence that we currently possess.
普段はああでも
They
4
may
万4のメ
usually
ンバーには変わりないわ
seem unreliable, but they're still members of the 404.
陽動作戦で
Even
敵
though
が
we
用
managed
心
to give
深くなっ
the
ているとはい
enemy
え
second thoughts
ここ
about
が見つ
attacking
かるの
us,
は
it's
時
only a
間の
matter of
問題
time
よ
before they find us here.
でき
We
るだけ
must
早
pick up
く
the
済ませ
pace.
そうだね
Alright, let's hope they'll be safe. Once they turn the corner, the path widens up. Out of thoughtful consideration for Klukai's damaged left eye, Endoris positions herself on the left side. She brushes her fingertips slightly on the small white crystalline substance on the surface of the wall.
岩塩港な
This
ん
is
て
the first
初
time
め
I've
て
ever been inside a salt mine. It feels quite miraculous.
岩壁には
The walls show signs of artificial excavation, but these wave-like grooves and patterns of alternating colors are all the result of natural geological formation.
それが不思議
Is that anything special? Indeed, I've only ever seen the skyscrapers in the green zones and the uninhabited deserts in the yellow zones. But here, human development is entirely dependent on nature. I find that fascinating. Humans can be quite astounding at times. It boggles the mind that someone once excavated part of this cave and turned it into a sanatorium.
大方
It's most probably some gimmick for making money. Just some gimmick for making money. Dmitry Humph said Klukai's remark from the forefront of the expedition group. What do you know? Unlike you, carrying out missions and making money don't consume our every waking thought. Also, if it weren't for the sudden stroke of genius that humans had, you bunch of tin cans wouldn't even be here. Noticing Klukai's irritation, Andoris tactfully changes the subject. Haha, it's a pity that I was rolled out rather late. I would have loved to see the world before all the collapse radiation. Living 1 to 200 meters underground sounds terribly claustrophobic, and yet it made this place a local attraction. According to the old investigation report, the sanatorium here had been the hub that supported local tourism for a long period of time. Constructors had installed a large amount of pipelines within the cave to transport natural gas. Because of that, this place was warm in all seasons, which attracted a lot of tourists to spend their vacations here. In the tourist photographs, this place was a town with fertile soil, plenty of greenery, highways, and bustling traffic. Seemed like a popular destination.
アンドリス
Andoris, focus on the mission. Don't get distracted by useless information.
はーい
Sure, still, I just can't but wonder at the fact that there used to be such a lively places in the world.
ディミトリーさんは
You're a neo-Soviet, aren't you, to Mr. Dmitri? Do you know anything about this
詳
place?
しいんですか
Nope. Oh? I wasn't even born back then, and schools don't teach us such pointless stuff.
そうだったんですね
Huh, is that so? I don't think this is pointless, though. No matter what this place used to be like. Dmitri gives a thick pipe mounted on the wall a smack. The town is gone, the sanatorium is gone, all that's left are these broken pipes and a pile of scrap metal. Right, enough of this nonsense. Get on with the search. The marked coordinates should be around here. Seeing that Dmitri has no desire to continue the discussion, Andoris keeps quiet. The party walks deeper into the cave in silence, with only their footsteps echoing through the space.
あら
The radiation levels here. Mr. Dmitri, you and your subordinates had better make sure that your protective suits are
それと
properly
部下
sealed.
の方々も
What's wrong?
エリア内の放
The
射
collapse
線量が
radiation detector indicates that there's a sudden spike in the particle concentration in this area.
坑道内は
The
空気
readings
が
can
流動しない
fluctuate
の
due to the
で
lack of airflow within the cave, but the jump in this area is not normal.
何かの影響を受
The
けてるっ
cause
て
could
こ
be
と
non-natural.
多分
I'm afraid so.
ディミトリ
Dmitri,
ー
this
私
could
た
have
ちの
something
探
to
して
do
る
with
も
the
の
mark
と
location.
何か関係が
Yeah, let's check it out. There's only one path. Whatever it is should be directly ahead. You two stay here and stand by. If we're about to go beyond effective comms range, I'll tell you to move further in. Roger, sir. Dmitri glances at the number shown on the detector's screen and pats the two soldiers on the shoulder. Watch yourselves. The party proceeds further into the cave. Fortunately, this tunnel does not lead very deep, and they see the end in less than 10 minutes. What's this, collapse crystals? Dmitri peers at a cluster of green crystals in a corner about a dozen meters away. We are pretty close to the red zone, but the crystal cluster is still too big, no?
本当に
You're right. An individual collapsed crystal grown naturally in a yellow zone is usually no larger than 7 cubic centimeters.
でもこの
But
結
this
晶
crystal is at least 15 cubic centimeters. Andoris checks the radiation levels and wind speed again.
ここにかな
It
りの
appears
間
to have
存
been
在し
here
てい
for
た
quite
よ
a
うです
while. It was the spread of internal collapse particles that caused the abnormal radiation levels within the mine.
空気の流
Due
動
to
が
the lack
少
of
ないため
airflow
に
in the mine, these particles have accumulated inside, resulting in
異常
the
な線
abnormal
量差につながっ
concentration
たんです
curve.
ねアンドリス
Andorus, let's take a closer look. Klukai shoots a glance at Dimitri, who also wants to inspect the crystal from up close.
その古
Your
い防護
protective
服
suit
じゃ
is an old model and not completely failsafe. You better stay where you are if you don't want to die. Then make sure you take a good look at it.
言われなくても
Right. Klukai and Andorus walk on. Meanwhile, Andorus' voice comes through their level 2 connection. Mr. Dimitri seems to trust us a little now. That's just because he has no other choice. Andorus studied the crystal cluster carefully. Collapsed crystals are relatively stable and don't tend to explode, but still, best be careful. After handing out Andorus' task, Klukai redirects her attention to the comms channel.
ミシティ
Mekti,
リオカ
Balka,
何か発
found
見は
anything on your end? Nothing so far. We'll keep going. This tunnel is pretty deep. Ouch, Mekti, you bumped into me. You know, my night vision is a bit impaired, so bear with it. You walked right into me even though this tunnel is so wide and spacious. That's no accident. Hey, Hey, traffic accidents happen even on wide roads, let alone driving in the dark while being exhausted.
その辺にしなさい
Right. Keep up the search. Contact me if you come across anything out of the ordinary. Klukai has had enough of their bickering and temporarily disconnects from the comms channel. She converses with Andorus through their level 2 connection instead. Andorus, anything? Based on the concentration of radiation particles inside the piece of collapsed crystal, it has existed for about half a year. Half a year? You mean such a large crystal formed within just a span of half a year? That's impossible. Indeed, that's why I took a closer look at the surface where the crystal grew. Look at this, leader. Looking at where Andorus was pointing, Klukai taps the side of the crystal lightly. A very thin crack appears between the crystal and the layer of rock in the cave. The collapsed crystal didn't form naturally? No, I'm afraid not. Generally speaking, naturally grown crystals have stronger surface adhesion, especially those that grow on rock strata, where the shape is affected by the shape of the rock strata itself. While this cluster is here, rather than growing naturally, it's more like it was planted here. I believe so. It's quite dark in here, so it may not be very easy to tell, but the rock strata isn't just rock around the crystal. There's some cement mixed in. It's a crude method, but it is more or less effective in strengthening the adhesion. Andorus frowns. Leader, could this have something to do with Paradius? To have done something so bizarre in this kind of place, it can only be Paradius. Could this also be some kind of totem, like the strange rocks we found at the settlement? If it were a totem, it's too well hidden. This isn't exactly a suitable place to conduct a ritual, is it? In any case, log everything for now and send it over to Levo once the comms are restored. Got it. Hey, what are you two doing, just squatting there? Other than the conversation you had with your other two teammates, you didn't make a single peep. Should we inform Mr. Dimitri of the situation? Don't reveal anything about Paradius. After severing level 2 comms connection, Klukai walks several steps back to Dimitri and directly states the conclusion they have arrived at.
結晶は
The crystals here were artificially planted. Artificially?
え
Yes.
え失踪した体
Also,
は
if this is
ここを
what the other
示したなら
survey corps,
メモの他の場所にある
if
のも
this is
おそらくこれ
what
で
the
しょう
other
ね
survey corps soldiers found, then I'm afraid the same goes for all the other locations marked on the drawing.
クソが
Whoever did this must be crazy.
正気か
正気かどうかは
I
わからない
cannot
けど
comment on the perpetrator's mental state, but at least this explains the high radiation levels in the area.
エリット感染者の
The
奇妙
usual
な症状
symptoms
も
displayed
こ
by
れと
the
無関係
ELID
ではない
patients
は
at
ず
the
だ
settlement and within the ranks of the Survey Corps definitely have something to do with our crystal planter.
隊長
Leader,
ディミトリーさ
Mr.
ん
Dimitri, I have finished logging all the data and visual records on the crystal.
それと
However, I've
また
discovered
新
something
しい
else.
発見
今度は何だ
There's more? Forgetting all about the dangers of collapse radiation, the impatient Dimitri ends up striding up to the crystal. Andorus points at the rock strata that have been chipped off slightly at the base of the collapsed crystal. Beneath the gray rock, one can just about make out a white metal outer shell wrapped around the bottom of the crystal. I was just trying to get more accurate measurements of the size, but once I cut the rock open, I realized that there's something even more startling down there.
何かの装置に見えるわ
It
ね
seems to be some kind of device, but I doubt it's just for reinforcing the collapse crystal.
これも掘り出せる
Can you dig it out completely?
ちょっと無理
Not
か
at the
な
moment.
この基盤
Its base is very firmly embedded. To keep it intact, we'll need professional excavation tools.
コーラップスクリスタル
We'll also
専用
need a
の容器も
container
必要だ
designed for storing collapsed crystals. It'd be dangerous to bring it with us considering its size.
やめだ
Forget it. Save all the visual records and coordinates for now. We'll come back for it later with reinforcements. Now let's get back. This is a very important discovery. We must restore external comms ASAP and report our findings.
そうね
Right.
アンドリス
Andor's contact Mekti and Belka. If they still haven't found anything, tell them to head back. Right on cue, her communicator starts beeping. The moment the line connects, a deafening howl can be heard through the channel. Wow, is my luck really that rotten or what? Why else would I run right into this guy?
何があったの
What's happening? Bad news, Big Six Klukai. The Bujum that we encountered before is hiding in this tunnel. I think it's badly hurt, but that only makes it even more enraged.
なんですって
We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die. We're seriously gonna die this time. Klukai, if I don't make it back, don't you dare delete the anime I recorded back at the base. I'm gonna watch it once I get a new frame.
無駄口はいい
Cut the crap, we're coming over right now. Hang on until we get there. Easy for you to say. It's in a pretty bad state, but we're no match for it even if it's 2 against 1.
逃げるのは得意で
If
す
you
よ
can't beat it, run. Isn't that your forte?
とにかく
Save your strength before we get to you. Focus on pinning it down and don't let it approach the cave entrance. We'll only consider a direct confrontation when all of us are there.
これは命令よ
That's an order. Make sure you comply. Alright, I'll definitely survive long enough for Big Six Klukai to come to my rescue. Mekti, pull yourself together now. Klukai terminates the call and looks at
以
Dimitri.
前のブージャン
The Bujum from before is in the tunnel that Mekti and Belka are exploring.
あの二人じゃなかった
Andorras and I have to go help them out, or they won't last long.
笑えるぜ
Ha, that's freaking hilarious. Having a meeting together, eh? Dimitri barks out a laugh and raises his communicator.
デミトリーだ
This is First Sergeant Dimitri. Do you copy?
この前のブージ
The
ャン
Bujum
が
we encountered earlier has shown itself again. Remind the boys at the cave entrance to stay safe. All units prepare for battle.
俺と奥に来た
The
やつ
two
は
of you that I ordered to stand by will return to your position in roughly 7 minutes. Once we regroup, we'll head straight for the Bujum's location and engage it. After giving his orders, Dimitri checks how many rounds he has left in his weapon.
あんたたち
You're coming too?
当たり前だ
Of course. Or should I wait for the Bujum to kill the others one by one, then leave the cave and continue to wreak havoc on the local settlements?
ぼさっとすんな
Don't just stand there. Get a move on. I don't want to be dragging 2 piles of scrap metal on the way back. The Bujum gurgles one last time, and then it gives up the ghost. Its ravaged body slams in the rocky walls and slowly slides to the ground. As the corpse shifts, its outer shell peels off, and faintly glittering pieces of metal fall from it. They clink crisply as they hit the floor. The dog tags.
隊長
Leader Klukai, those are. Klukai gestures to Andorras and indicating that she should stop speaking. Dimitri walks forward and picks up each of the metal pieces. He says nothing. Instead, he pulls out a combat knife and plunges it into the Bujum's soft, exposed innards. With each sawing stroke, he opens a bigger and bigger hole into the Bujum's body, causing a nauseating slime and causing nauseating slime and collapse crystals to ooze out.
怖っ
Wow, that's creepy. Is he trying to dismantle that Boojum?
これって
You know,
あれ
like those heroes who kill dragons and eat their hearts or something? Ew, that's way too gross. Big sis Klukai, I'm going to watch the perimeter. Let me know if anything comes up.
手を突っ込んでいる
Good heavens, he's reaching in there. Is he really going to pull out its heart?
見して
Stop narrating for him, Mekti.
お前ら
Stop standing around with your dicks in your hands and help me out already, you two. Saying that to a couple of not even human females. Dimitri breaks his silence to call it. Oh, okay. He's talking to his other men. I thought he was talking to the 404. I was like, damn. Then speaks quickly to Dimitri breaks the silence to call his men over, then speaks quickly to them. They help him enlarge the hole in the Boojum side, and Dimitri half crawls into it. After feeling around for a bit, he emerges covered in filth and savagely wipes the ooze off his mask. You bet. That was fucking disgusting. I don't think even the abattoir back home smelled that bad.
何を探してるの
What were you looking for? Dimitri doesn't directly answer Klukai's question, and instead he cleans off the items he found inside the Boojum. It's a glass box, roughly the size of one would use to hold a ring, with small, fragmented collapse crystals on it. A ragged cloth is stuck inside. A ragged cloth is stuck in the box. The part outside the box is unrecognizable. The only part of the fabric which retains its original color is the part near the seams.
ロレンの軍旗に見える
Looks like a URNC military flag. My guess is that it was used to wrap the dog tags in the
だ
box,
いぶ腐食してるが
but it has been corroded away.
ブージャムの体液
The
が箱の
Boojum's
中に
fluids
滲
seem
ん
to
で
have
る
gotten into the box soon. I hope what's inside is okay. Dimitri opens the box and takes out a small chip and a miniature military sound recorder. The inadequate seal on the container means that they're covered in collapsed crystals too. He pays it no heed and wipes the recorder down before pressing the play button on it. Crackle, 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 click.
こちらは
This is Warrant Officer Nikolai, overall commander of the 1364 platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the UNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration.
上層部の命
We
令で
received orders from above.
このエリアの
Perform an
環境
environmental
調査を
survey
行
of
っ
this
ている
region.
やっぱりか
So it was him. The sound from the recorder is heavily garbled. A complex mix of emotions fills Dimitri's heart as he listens to the voice of his old friend in the recording.
時間が限られ
I don't have much time.
計画的な襲
We
撃
fell
に遭
victim
い
to a planned ambush. Our comms gear and protective equipment were destroyed. The enemy, PMC called Mengi Security and
マグニセキュリティという
Nitos.
PMC と
ネイトだ
Nitos? What? Nitos from Paradius?
パラデウスはとっくに
Wasn't
滅びたはずだ
Paradius wiped out long ago?
どうやら今も存在する上に新たな協力
Looks
者を
like
得た
they're
みたい
still
ね
around and they managed to get new helpers too.
この前の医療物
Looks
資
like
の
that
護送
job
は
Mengi Security had escorting medical shipments was just a cover for them to restock their arms and ammunition.
あの時すでに
It seems they
こ
were
ちらを襲
already
撃す
planning
るつ
to
もりだった
attack
んだ
us
わ
since then.
やろう初めから狙
Who's
ってや
this?
が
So
った
those
のか
bastards were lying in wait all this time? The recorder keeps playing. Nikolai doesn't sound like he's in good shape. His breathing is coming in rapid gasps.
マグニセキュリティの
Mengi
実態は
Security, far more complex than they appear on the surface. They're helping Paradius, planting collapsed crystals and carrying out experiments.
我々は死ぬ
We did everything we could to obtain their information stored on that chip.
クリスタルの位置
We
と
made a simple list: the crystal positions, Mengi Security's defensive layout, and tried to get our troops who could still fight to take it out.
まだ動く
Most of us are infected by Elid. Our guys are suffering from sickness. We're also almost out of ammo. We probably won't make it out of here. Dimitri's body tenses up from anger. He is silent, but anyone near him would be able to hear his teeth grinding. Leader, Mr. Dimitri doesn't seem well. Be quiet. Keep listening. The recording keeps playing, but the sound quality keeps getting worse. It seems Nikolai's body is reaching its limit too, because he is coughing non-stop. This is a warning. The purification work is under threat. The final aim of Mengi's security and the Naitos unclear, so we need to preserve this chip. For that reason, we fight to our last breath, even if we have to do it with our bare hands. Only by fighting back against the entire world without ever stopping can we take back everything we've lost. I once saw a report when collapsed epiphyllums bloom, nearby carbon-based life forms have a high chance of turning into boojums. I hope it's correct. It might sound ridiculous, but this is the only way. Wow, dude. He specifically turned himself into a boojum just so that he could get this information out. Dude, that's mad props. I hope our reinforcements find this. Hope that the news in this chip will make it out. No, it doesn't matter who finds it. Anyone who finds us, please kill us. Please listen to our final words as human beings. We are soldiers of the URNC's Environmental Purification Project Survey Corps. We have never once bowed our heads, nor will we ever. Beep. The recording ends. For a while, the darkened mind is silent. The men from the Survey Corps are well beyond anger at this point. Their eyes are wide and bloodshot. The dolls from 404 look at the corpse of the boojum they just killed and recall the words spoken by the deceased. Nobody can confirm the true origins of the boojum. Perhaps it was just a monster that cruelly devoured the remains of the previous unit. But there is no doubt that in life, it was the toughest thing in this region, a veritable walking fortress. Andoris, can you read the chip's contents? It's standard military issue, but its exterior is damaged and I'm not sure if I can decrypt what's inside it. Mr. Dimitri, could I take a look at the chip? Dimitri glances at Andoris, then takes the chip out of the box and hands it over to her without a word. I can decrypt part of it, but we'll need a professional for the rest. Also, this chip is write protected, so we can't back up its contents or transmit them. Just show me the parts that you can decrypt. Of course, leader. Andoris shares a portion of the data which she can just decrypt via... Andoris shares a portion of the data which she can decrypt with Klukai via level 2 connection. Are these email logs? Birds of a feather flock together, as they say. What did you find? While the embers of rage are still smoldering in Dimitri's eyes, she seems to have calmed down. We found logs of emails exchanged between Mengi's security and a company called Sect Faben. It would be easier to think of them as suppliers of the medical products you're using. However, right now, they definitely don't look like an ordinary pharmaceutical company. Stop cock-teasing me and get to the point. In order to progress the regional purification work, the URNC URNC has dispatched multiple teams deep into the yellow zones to conduct environmental surveys. However, their losses are severe and the data they sent back isn't very ideal.
今までの犠牲
The causes of these casualties have been classified under sudden environmental factors, and the cases have been closed, right?
あ
Yeah. Well, they were partially caused by human elements like bodyguards or organizations like Mangi Security. They're responsible for fewer than 15% of our team losses.
問題はそこ
Well, that's the problem.
自分の目で確か
You
めな
should
さい
probably see for yourself. Klukai asks Andoris to project the email logs. After quickly scanning through them, Dimitri's expression suddenly changes.
こいつら
Those people are fucking insane. They blah. After seeing Dimitri cursing out loud, the other two Survey Corps troopers move in to take a look.
パラデウスとマグニ
Wait,
が
so
このエリア
Pardius
以外
and
でも
Mangi
活動してる
Security
のか
are operating in areas other than this one?
メールに書かれた場所
I've heard of one of the locations mentioned in these files. One of my buddies who went through boot camp with me was posted there, and then I never heard from him again.
これはあくまで一部に過ぎない
This is just part of their email logs. In all likelihood, there is more incriminating evidence of their secret activities in the parts we haven't decrypted yet.
コーラップスクリスタル
Also,
の用途は明言されてないけど
Also, while we're not
このメール
sure
から
how
大体の
exactly
結論は
these
得られる
collapsed
わ
crystals are being used, there's one thing we can be sure of from these emails.
パラデウスは
Paradius is conducting human experimentation with collapse radiation, and those collapse crystals are used to adjust collapse radiation intensity. These test subjects are, for the most part, deceived and brainwashed
洗脳されたユ
unitates.
ナイタス
かなり大掛かりだ
Sounds like a
ね
big project, and judging by
ニコラ
Nikolai's
さんのメモ
paper,
通りなら
I take it they
ここみた
buried
い
a
な場
ton
所
of
が
them.
他にもいっぱいあるってこと？
だからそのための
That's
武装
why they
支援
needed
が
help
必
from
要だった
external armed personnel.
グリーンエリアで
A
活動して
security
たマグニ
PMC
セキュ
that
リティ
usually
は
operated in green zones would draw a lot of
長期的
attention
に
if they
人員を割くようにな
sent
れば
people into the
疑い
yellow
には
zones
避けら
over
れ
a
ない
long period of time.
でも
But if they were
親会社の物
transporting
資輸
goods
送
or
代行や
escorting
研究者の
research
護送といった名
personnel
目
on
なら
expedition
問
to
題には
gather
ならない
samples, that would be the perfect cover.
この規模の動きを
There's no way the URNC wouldn't have noticed personnel movements on that scale. I'm pretty sure they have
一定
people
の
in the
地位を持った内
URNC
通者がいると
and
考
they
える方
have
が自
control
然
over
ね
their policy to some extent.
この証拠を上に
I
提
need
出
to
し
get
て
this info and the evidence to my superiors and let them handle this.
こんなイカれた連中を
Every
生
day
かして
these
おけ
fuckers draw breath is another day that the world is in chaos.
奴らの犠牲
And I
を無
won't
駄に
let
さ
the
せて
deaths
た
of
ま
our
るか
comrades be in vain either.
このチップには
This chip has very strong data right.
次回システムが
This
内
chip
包され
has
てい
very
ます
strong write protection and
次回の条
has
件
a
には
self-destruct
内容の
program
複
built
製も
into
含ま
it
れま
which
す
will trigger if it is
今
duplicated,
はチッ
among
プ
other
そのものの
things.
保全を優
Right
先
now,
した
all
方
we
が
can
良
do
さそう
is
ですね
physically get the chip out of here.
なあ
Yeah,
分かっ
I
て
know.
とにかく
In any case, we'll be meeting up with our guys at the mine entrance. We need to head out ASAP. Andoris hands Dimitri the chip. Dimitri returns it to the glass case with the utmost respect. He looks at the Bujin body one last time without saying anything, then leaves without looking back. Damn.
想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられた。
Damn. Two hours ago.
コーラップスクリスタル
Ma'am, we transferred the activation permissions for the collapse crystal catalyzers.
承知いたしました。
Right. Blue Sphere studies the screen before her coldly, then begins entering a series of commands. All the catalyzers are warming up. Wait, are you seriously going to do that?
はい。
Yes, I have discretionary control over their activation, the number of activations, and when they will be activated.
ダメだ危険
But it's too dangerous. Given the number of crystals in the region, the radiation density is going to exceed 10,000 vibrions. Those are black zone levels.
回収。
Our top
並びに
report,
殺害任務は確実に遂行し
our
なくては
top
なりません。
priority is to recover the
これは
item
至上
and
命令
eliminate
です。
any witnesses.
臨界点を
If
迎
we
えるま
cannot
でに
recover the chip and eliminate the survey core and the 404 by the time the deadline is reached, then this will be our failsafe plan. Blue Sphere's response to the Mangi security officer is cold and aloof, as though this simple, savage, and insane plan is one that is reserved for when there is absolutely no other choice. However, that is not the case. She silently studies the file in her neural cloud. It was written a long time ago, even before the very first catalyzer was installed. Its title is the Pawehi Plan, named after the first picture humanity took of darkness. And now, this darkness from the depths of space is about to descend upon the world. A radiation spike like that will draw the attention of the oversight department. We might be in danger too. Then make sure you succeed so that there is no need to activate the failsafe. You talk like it's so easy. I believe Sekfaben should have told you that I am in command of this operation. If you will not obey orders, then I will have you replaced by someone who will. The plan will not be meaningfully impacted by the loss of one person. Also, your previous misjudgment led us to missing the best opportunity to wipe out the Survey Corps detachment in one fell swoop. You were also unable to recover the objective beforehand during your previous encounters with the Bujum. That Bujum moves fast and it has a wide range. We've pursued it for nearly 300 kilometers. The Mangi security officer feels a twinge of pain in his head as he thinks about the 2+ weeks he and his men have spent chasing the Bujum. It was as though the thing was intelligent, intentionally avoiding his forces and circling around them, but then it also destroyed everything it saw like a mindless beast. We also split off our forces to dismantle the base stations and eliminate any Varigars and bounty hunters we found, and then we also encountered the Survey Corps reinforcements after that. They had a good commander with them. He could have taken us out. It doesn't matter. Sekfaben will not tolerate mistakes or the people who make them. Why, you... Pardon me. After realizing how dangerous his position is, the Mangi security officer gives up on trying to defend himself. Let me check one thing. I don't know if this is referring to Dimitri's group or if it's referring to the reinforcements that were coming. And they must have died already before we even got to them. Have you found the targets yet? The Survey Corps and the 404 are hiding in the disused Jihadna salt mine. According to the reports from the team sent to pursue the Bujum, the wounded creature is probably hiding there too. If we can lock the area down, we can trap them in there and take them all out at once. How long will that take? 3 days at least. The interior of the Jihadna mine is quite large, and we haven't surveyed it again after planting the collapsed crystals there, so we don't know the interior layout well. Also, they could be anywhere inside there. We'll need time to find and kill them. That's too slow. Once the URNC Survey Corps reinforcements arrive, you will cease operations and leave ASAP. When that happens, this place will become a dead zone that even they won't be able to enter. By eliminating them, we will have more time to recover the mission objective. Are you really going to use that plan? I might not have to. Tell me, if they were gathered up and I could find their location, how long would it take you to deal with them? Given the difference in our normals and equipment, it would take only half a day. The Survey Corps was fairly under strength to begin with, and that Bujum is already heavily wounded. If we can find it, we can kill it quickly. The problem is those 4 dolls. We'd have eliminated the Survey Corps already during that battle if it wasn't for them. I will take care of those dolls. Focus on dealing with the Survey Corps and the Bujum. That works for me. How are you going to deal with those dolls? I have my ways. Secure the salt mine and its surroundings before I arrive. Every exit must be watched. Unless they attempt to escape, you are not to engage them without orders from me.
わかった。
ところで
Also, have you found the Survey Corps members who split off from the main body?
ほとんどはな。
Pretty much.
ほとんど
Pretty much. I believe I already told you to get rid of them before I arrived. Blue Sphere isn't angry, but the coldness in her voice is more terrifying than mere anger.
いや、
We found them all. It's just that there's one more squad that we haven't eliminated yet. I sent my guys over. Which squad?
速やかに対処
Good.
願いま
Pick
す
up the pace. Blue Sphere hangs up and then she picks up the call from Cocoon.
もう着いた？
Are you there yet?
およそ1時間
I'll reach there
30
in
分後に
another
到着
hour
す
and
る
a
予
half.
定
ならよかっ
Good.
た。ロレンの援軍
I want to confirm something with you. The URNC reinforcements will arrive around a day's time. Will you make it in time?
問題ありません
At the moment, yes.
今回
However, I need
ヤ
to
ホダナ大
activate
連港
the
の触媒
Jehoda
装置を
Mines
起動する必
catalyzer.
要がございます他の装置を起動
As
す
for
る
the
か
other
否かは
catalyzers,
作戦
that
の
will
結果次
depend
第
on
で
the
す
outcome of this operation.
決定権は
That's fine. The sword is in your hands, Blue Sphere. How you swing it is up to you.
でもね。
However, Cocoon pauses for a moment and her voice grows cold.
剣闘士が負け
If
た
a
ら
gladiator does not win, she will incur the wrath of her sponsors.
大層お怒りに初めに伝えたわ
Also, don't forget that we've received explicit instructions. The evidence must be recovered for the mission to be considered complete.
彼らを駆除
Just
するだけ
eliminating the personnel is nowhere near enough.
承知しております
Understood. In that case, all the best in your mission, Blue Sphere. I look forward to your triumphant return. Dimitri and 404 return to the mine entrance, where he shares what he's found with the other men. After hearing what happened to the deceased and about Maggie's security's arrangement with Paradias, just about everyone present is filled with anger. We can't die here. Yep, right now, all of us have critical information. This information was won by the sweat and toil of our brothers, and they gave their lives to bring it to us, so we have to make sure that we carry their voices out of this godforsaken place. And the people who killed them, who are harming this world even now, must be punished for what they've done. Damn straight, we'll show them. That's right, just give the word, Sarge. What will we do now? Listen up, our upcoming operation is codenamed Smoke Signal. After this, we'll be breaking up into groups and scattering. I've sent the details to your terminals. Proceed along the indicated routes. If just one of us gets out of here or finds a usable base station, we win. Don't worry about the people behind you. The path ahead will be much harder. Yes, Sergeant. I'm proud to have served with men like you. Remember, everyone, achieve your mission with all your might. Despair not till your last breath. Don't let go of your lives and your beliefs. Yes, Sergeant. The men are fired up by Dimitri's speech and eagerly begin gearing up. Meanwhile, Dimitri heads over to the 404. For once, he doesn't look annoyed or disdainful. Instead, he hands the box containing the chip and the recorder to Klukai. Take care of this 404. I'll arrange for my best guys to go with you.
私たちが
You want us to hold on to this? Yeah, right now the Survey Corps is low on men and ammo. We won't be able to make those mangy bastards. We won't be able to take those mangy bastards on in a straight fight. We'll need to find some way to ambush or surprise them. That's why I think giving the chip and the recorder to you is the best course of action. Klukai hesitates for a moment, then accepts the box. Understood. This place is heavily radiated, and a collapse storm could occur at any time, and plus those fuckers are bound to launch an attack. So if, and I'm saying if, the... Dimitri lowers his voice. If the guy with you get... If the guys with you get hurt or killed, or if they stay behind to cover your escape, don't worry too much about them. Get the chip out of here. That's your top priority.
ディミトリーさんは一緒に来
You
ないん
mean
で
you're
す
not
か
going with us, Mr. Dimitri? Me? Hell no. Ha, I gotta lead my boys to victory, right? I mean, there's no point in the boss being on the battlefield if he doesn't do shit.
ですが
But
勝利は万に一つ
you have
も
no
ない
chance of winning. Klukai, you didn't have to be so... Dimitri doesn't flare up like usual upon hearing Klukai's flat denial. Instead, he laughs. Heh, like you said, you tin cans don't know shit. You think humans are dumbasses that only listen to what they want to hear?
何が言いたい
What do you mean? All of us here, down to the Salagas who just enlisted, we all know the odds of making it out alive are slim. Hell, even if the reinforcements from the Survey Corps show up right now, we won't be able to contact them to get help either. I'm pretty damn sure those mangy cunts are jamming our signals, and nobody knows how many of our boys who went out to set up base stations are still alive either. So yeah, rather than hope we find a base station or that we make it out into the open to contact the brass, I'd rather place my bets on your team while we do our best to ease the pressure. If you make it out, it'll be worth it. If we survive, that's the cherry on top. Remember, if you get that chip out, we win.
でも人形と違って本当
But
に
you're
死
really
ぬん
going to
だ
die, you know? It's not like with dolls. Shit, you think we don't want to live? But you know what? When the time comes, we'll make our deaths count. None of us is going to back down from that. The important thing is that when we die, it won't be a joke those fuckers will share over tea and biscuits. Dude, I've gone from like hating this guy to wanting him to live so badly. But he's probably going to die in all this. I have a feeling the only survivors are going to be us four. Oh, what the hell are you grinding your gears about? I guess tin cans would be tin cans after all. Not like it'd do you any good to understand it anyway. Just follow your orders and get the chip out. Don't worry about what happens to us.
分かったわ
Got it. After seeing Klukai put the box away, Dimitri nods in satisfaction and heads back to his men. Listen up, we move out in half an hour. Failure is not an option for this mission. Got that? Yes, Sergeant. Beep, 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 beep. As the soldiers shout their assent, a deafening alarm fills the air, and every man's collapsed radiation detector glows with an ominous red light.
放射線量が急上昇してい
Radiation
ます
levels rising rapidly. Who's this? What the fuck is it now? Everyone, check the seals on your suits.
コーラプス粒子
Given the
の流れ
movement of
から
collapsed particles, over 90% of are coming from inside the mine.
ディミトリー
Dimitri, you need to get out of here now.
そうだな
Yeah.
総員に
Now hear this. Operation Smoke Signal begins now. All groups, move as planned. Keep regional comms clear, and once you leave the comms range, group leaders are in charge. Yes, Sergeant. 404, as the core team, you leave within 10 minutes. Make sure you keep the chip safe, 404. Of course we will. However, just as everyone finishes their gear checks and prepares to leave, shadows in the night pour in and surround them. Their twisted bodies and savage maws have made it even more fearsome by the encirclement. Their twisted bodies and savage maws are made even more fearsome by the encirclement.
向かうわ
Where did all these elids come from?
多分
They were probably drawn here by the high levels of collapse radiation. Dimitri, take your men and pull back so you can support us.
404
404, prepare for battle and get ready to intercept these elids. Alright, what do we got here? Can we make it all the way back? Damn. Okay. This isn't back as far. So what if we go over here? No. Damn. You know, Diane can probably make it. Right there.
shit, maybe not. Ah, you gotta be kidding me. Oh wait, I know what can work. Maybe not. Oh man. Everything is just out of range. No, this is what I get for not setting up correctly.
その
404 and the Survey Corps put up a valiant resistance, but in the end they are forced to beat a fighting retreat into the depths of the mine. Thanks to the 404's supporting fire, the Elids in the mine tunnels are temporarily cleared away, but they can still hear the howling of Elid hordes some distance away. They take advantage of this brief respite to rest and reload. Is this an Elid factory or something?
この生
The
産
spawn rate is way too high. They just keep coming big and small and in continuous wave, in one continuous wave.
この辺りに
My
いる
guess is
生き袋
nearby Elids were all drawn in.
近くの生き
We
袋
may
は
have cleared out the
選別できた
ones
けど
around here, but judging by their audio signatures, there are many Elids near the mine entrance, so we can't escape that way. But if we continue staying here, we'll have to contend with the rising radiation levels inside the mine tunnels.
コーラプス粒子の拡散状
What's the
況
collapse particles situation like?
風の影響
Their
で
spread rate is influenced by the wind and is continuing at its original rate.
おかしいよ
The strange thing is, the radiation intensity isn't dropping with the spread distance, which means
粒子の総
the
量
total
が
amount
増
of
えてるんだわ
radiation is increasing.
増えてる
Increasing? No way! Are the collapse particles generating themselves or something?
クルカイ隊長
Leader Klukai. Andoris does not use her vocalizer modules for this. Instead, she requests communication with Klukai on level 2. She looks worriedly at the nearby soldiers from the Survey Corps. They lost even more people during the fighting just now. After realizing what Andoris has in mind, Klukai switches to level 2 comms as well. What's wrong? The protective suits have been compromised during the fighting just now, and we don't have enough material to patch or replace any breaches in the seals. If the radiation intensity keeps going up, they might have a hard time going on. Got it. How much longer until the radiation intensity reaches critical values? If the curves for spread rate and intensity uptick remain constant, about 2 hours. Take the 2 of them and keep watch nearby. Get as much information on the surrounding conditions as possible and thin out the number of Elids nearby. Take the 2 of them and keep watch nearby. Get as much information on the surrounding conditions as possible and thin out the number of Elids nearby. Will do. After ending the transmission, Klukai heads over to the Survey Corps troopers. More of them are hurt. Their blood and the mud from their journey have mixed and dulled to a dark brown which stains their ragged protective suits. Dimitri, who stands at their head, has just finished encouraging his men. He's sitting against a rock wall, and the soldiers he spoke to earlier are gone.
ディミトリ
You?
生きてるやつは無事だ
Everyone who's alive is fine. Everyone who's dead won't have any more problems.
放射線量が
The
増えてる
radiation levels are rising. We can't stay here for long.
分かってる
I know that.
だが少し
Give my
兵を休
bratva
ませ
some
たい
time to catch their breath. He pauses and then his gaze settles on the radiation sensor Klukai is holding.
時間はどれく
How
らい
much time do we have left?
2時間
2 hours.
よし
Right, 2 hours. Dimitri falls silent. He looks at his men sitting in a group. He seems to be thinking about something. Perhaps he's running low on stamina, but his clenched fist is trembling slightly. However, he's doing his best to keep his face calm and steady.
俺たちは
Suddenly, there's violent shaking. Salt particles from the rock wall shatter like powdery snow. Dimitri stops talking and springs to his feet where he's leaning against the tunnel wall. Dimitri stops talking and springs to his feet from where he's leaning against the tunnel wall.
地震か
Was that an earthquake? Not far away, Andoris
who has been assigned to sentry duty, runs back while trying to keep her balance.
クルカイ隊長
Leader Klukai, there was an explosion.
爆発だ。
An explosion?
どうなってるの
What happened?
原因はわから
I'm
ない
not
け
sure
ど
of the exact reason, but part of those pipes on the walls, the ones built to supply the sanatorium with natural gas, appear to have ruptured.
多分パイ
It
プ
is
に
very
残った
likely
ガ
that
ス
the
が
pipes in other
雪
areas
袋に
contain
破壊された
compressed
せいで
gas
爆
that
発したん
wasn't
だと思う
cleared. The Ilids broke the pipes, causing the gas to leak, which led to an explosion.
ガス爆発
A gas leak? A single explosion couldn't have created an impact like that.
そうだね
True, perhaps there were multiple explosions at once. We'll need to investigate the blast site to learn the exact reason. It never rains, but it damn well pours, doesn't it? Andoris approaches the two of them and glances at her sensor.
災難だとは
Well,
限りません
it's
よ
not entirely bad, Mr. Dimitri.
こんな時に何の
Do
冗
you
談
even
だ。
know the situation right now? I'm not in the mood for jokes.
冗談なんかじゃあり
This
ま
is
せん
no joke. Andoris projects the data from the sensor.
爆発で崩
The
落
wind
が
speed
起こった
within
の
the
か
tunnels has slowed down, possibly because the explosions triggered a collapse
崩落
inside
する
them.
粒子の拡散
As a
速度
result,
も
the collapsed particles' rate of spread has slowed considerably.
これなら
This way, we'll have more time to clear the Ilids before we leave. Of course, we'll need to think of a way to patch up your suits first.
実は
The truth is, I was just thinking, the sanatorium inside
ここ
the
の療養施
Jahoda
設は昔
Jahadna salt mines must have been flourishing once. In addition, Paradius's unitates were active in this region. Perhaps there were
物資が
supplies
残っているかもしれ
there
ま
were
せん
some supplies left behind. Dimitri realizes he was wrong about Andoris and licks his lower lip awkwardly before clearing his throat.
あ
You're right.
あ、まあ、あ
What,
れ
you,
だ。
what I meant to say is
こ
you
んな
all
時
are
に冗談みたいに正確に
what I meant to say was you dolls are always able to analyze things so clearly regardless of the current situation. Well, that's because we're machines that can only run on algorithms after all. Dimitri sighs in relief after hearing the good news. He scratches his head in embarrassment and his spirits seem to have lifted a little.
だったら洞窟内
So,
に探
next
索を
up, we
優先
should
する
go
べきだな。
investigate what's going on in the tunnels and come up with the next step of the plan while looking for usable supplies.
そうね
That's right. However, the radiation levels in the tunnel are still very high, and certain regions might exceed your suit
リ
tolerances.
スクがないとは言
In
えないけど
contrast, while dolls do face a certain degree of risk from high radiation levels, we can still move freely until the radiation level reaches 10,000 vibrons. Vibrions. Klukai doesn't directly state her desired conclusion, but Dimitri looks away and lowers his voice.
俺たちはここに残
We'll
る。
stay here. You can handle the scouting.
息袋の襲撃に
The
備え
Iliad and the tunnels haven't been cleared. Should I station Doll here to help out?
いやいい。
Nah, it's only our suits which are damaged. Besides, we've got our guns and our bayonets. We can hold out for a bit.
了解
Alright.
アンドレス
Andoris, contact Belka and Mekti. Get them to gather up. We'll be exploring the tunnels.
了解です
Roger. I feel like a doll should
想
stay
定通り
there.
の勝利です
Ugh.
これはもしかして
Alright, we'll see what happens. .404 leaves. Dimitri rubs his forehead and glances over at the surviving men who are huddled together discussing something quietly. There's barely concealed worry and fear in their eyes.
シャキッとしろ。
Chins up, lads. Would be a disgrace if we humans gave up before dolls, yeah?
死んじまった奴
We
ら
need
の
to
分
live
ま
for
で
the
生き
sake
る
of
んだ
our fallen bratva.
あいつら
Their
の最後
families are waiting for us, and we need to take care of them too.
総長
Sarge, actually, we...
ちょっと待った
Hold on a minute.
見てください
Look, guys, it's a signal. It's a signal. Trooper holding his terminal is so delighted that his voice is trembling and he's on the verge of tear. He eagerly points at his monitor. He eagerly points to the monitor on his communicator.
もしかしたら
I was just thinking, maybe we could go check. The guys who went to set up the base station might still be alive, so... We're saved, aren't we? The troopers seem to have been driven nearly mad by the possibility of survival. They all crowd around, seemingly forgetting that they have terminals of their own.
変だぞ
No, that's not right. This signal isn't on our line, is it?
会うもんか
Who the fuck cares? If there's a signal, it means we can contact the outside world. Didn't the Sarge say that backup would be arriving soon?
合流さえできれば
Once we meet up with them, we won't need to fear Mangi or Paradius or whatever.
落ち着け
Calm down. This might be an enemy trap. Will be revealed if we respond and establish a two-way communication link.
だからって
But we can't just give up on that, right? I haven't seen my boy in half a year, Sarge.
も
Just as Dimitri is torn between what to do next, the terminal which received the signal picks up an unfamiliar comms request. 5 seconds pass, but the request to pick up is still going. The monotonous dial tone echoes in the cavern while the communication terminal notifications light keeps flashing. After thinking for a moment, Dimitri presses a few buttons on the terminal and silently shares the transmission with 404 through the regional comms frequency. After that, he hits the accept button. The communication link is successfully established and an inorganic voice speaks over the line.
はじめましてディミトリー総長
Greetings, First Sergeant Dimitri.
誰だ
Who's this? Dimitri hears a beep indicating the transmission has been successfully shared with the 404.
私はマグニ
I am the
セキュリティ
doll in
の指揮する
command
人形
of
です
Mengi Security's detachment. You may address me as Blue Sphere. Dimitri's face twists into savagery as he hears the other person identify herself. He takes a deep breath, trying to speak as calmly as possible.
何の用だ
What the hell do you want?
投降してはいた
I
だ
would
け
like
ま
to
せんか
request your surrender.
ザバレ
落ち着いてくださ
I
い
believe you should calm yourself, First Sergeant Dimitri.
口論は時間を無駄
Arguing
に
will
するだ
only
けで
waste time, which is something you do not have.
それに
In addition, Blue Sphere pauses for a moment.
これは我々
The
のネット
network you are
ワークで
currently using is under my control. Your communications are severely restricted and only affected within a limited range.
先ほど通信ジャ
I
ッ
have
クを
just
確認
detached an attempt to jam.
404からの呼び出しを遮断しましたブレーキは間
I
に合
have
い
just detected an attempt to jam this transmission and intercepted an attempt from 404 to call for help. I trust this will be the last time you attempt such actions.
聞こえていますね
Isn't that right, First Sergeant Dimitri, who has shared this call with the 404 and the doll imprinted to the 416 firearm who attempted to call for help?
放射線のシャワーを
Unless, of
探
course,
しに
you
行
want
った
the
のなら
radiation levels to rise more quickly.
やっぱりあんたたちの
So,
仕業
all
ね
that was your doing.
もっと穏便に
I have
事を運び
hoped
た
to
かった
deal
の
with you in a
ですが
more simple
致
manner.
し方ありません
That was
ね
merely because I had no
あな
other
た方の
choice.
行動には驚き
In
ました
truth, the actions you took have exceeded my expectations and caused no small amount of disruption to the progress of my mission.
ここはお互い
Therefore, I was hoping we could make things easier for all of us.
歩み寄るだ
Easier? Who the fuck do you think you're kidding?
そこで待って
You
ろ
better hide and pray I don't find your worthless ass.
そちらにとって
A head-on encounter is the worst-case scenario which your side needs to avoid at all costs. If things come to that, I am absolutely certain I can eliminate all of you.
行動の入り口
The
は
entrance
全
to
て
the
が
mines
塞がっています
the entrances to the mines have also been demolished. You have nowhere to run.
入り口を爆
You
破
blew them up?
わざわざ爆薬を
Given the
浪費するなんて
circumstances, that would only
ご苦労
serve to
様の
waste
こと
ammunition and supplies.
言ったでしょ
Like I said, I would like the situation to be resolved quickly and expediently, yet you are constantly creating new complications for me.
私はハプニングを
I dislike the
起こりません
unexpected, and so do my employers.
言いたいことがあるな
Get to the fucking point and stop schlicking to the sound of your own voice. I love this guy now.
こちらの目的は明
I
白
believe I have made my objective very clear. I will repeat myself. I would like you to surrender.
ブージャムに取り
The
付けた
tracer we
発電機が
planted on the
破壊されました
Boojum has been destroyed. Since you are still alive, I take it you have already killed it.
私たちが欲しいの
Still,
は
that is not important. I want what you have. If you hand over the chip and the recording device, you may state your terms.
伺いましょう
死に腐ってろこのドサンピンが
Fuck off and dream of electric sheep.
これにはな
I've got the evidence of all your crimes right here. Like hell, I'm going to hand it over to you.
ディミトリー元新ソ連軍の当時の階級は10
Dmitri, former warrant officer of the NSU Armed Forces.
2064
In
年
2064, when General Carter's NSU hardliners lost power, as a member of those hardliners, you were transferred to the Southwestern Military District. In 2067, you were transferred to Purification Zone W 2067 34-1 as part of the 775th Railway Defense Forces. In 2068, you were demoted to First Sergeant for retaining confiscated property without permission.
何のつも
What
り
are
だ
you getting at? I've briefly summarized your background. You are a much more intelligent man in contrast to your comrade Nikolai. If you agree to my request, I can spare you, and I can guarantee the survival of your men, while your communications and personal freedom will be curtailed to some extent. It is preferable to death. Humans only have one life. I hope you will cherish yours. The hand Dimitri is holding the terminal with trembles. Please give me your answer within 10 minutes. The same applies to the 404. Death is not a concern for us. Your terms are invalid. We are willing to compensate you handsomely if you will amend the terms of your commission. To my knowledge, while you are unregistered dolls affiliated with the Numfa, you are fundamentally mercenaries who work for money. My employer can match your client's price, provided you surrender to us and accept the deletion of your NeuroCloud logs corresponding to this time period. Please give me a concrete answer. A reply in the affirmative will constitute acceptance of your cooperation. Even though you are only second-generation dolls, you are still dolls, and as such, you should not be swayed by your emotions. I hope you will make an accurate assessment of the facts and make the logical choice. Your intelligence is not accurate. What? Rules and regulations for the 404 missions commissions. Article 1. Unless a commission is cancelled or the client violates the terms of the commission, no mission in progress may be aborted under any circumstances. Rules are made to be followed. Nobody can break them. This includes me as squad leader. And besides... Klukai pauses for a moment. Her tone becomes more forceful. As an elite doll, I am sick and tired of listening to a tin can like you who only knows how to follow orders. Blue Sphere clearly did not expect this response from Klukai because the channel goes silent. Good. God damn, that's the first time I've actually been happy to hear something from a doll. Now then, blighted balls. Or whatever the fuck your name is, listen up. You're right, we only have one life, but how we live it and where we live it is up to us. So if you want my life, you can come and take it. But here's the thing, you can't do that right now, can you? I have the fullest confidence in doing so. If you do, then why blow the mine entrances? Wouldn't sending your bully boys in to take us out be easier? The way I see it, there are only a couple of reasons why you do things that way. One, you don't actually have that much in the way of firepower, and you don't have that much control over the collapsed particles, which means everything you just said was a bluff. Two, you're stalling for time because you're too far from our little cave, or perhaps you're waiting for the right moment or something. And as I recall, those mangy mutts of yours didn't have any tin cans with them when we fought them earlier. And you want to bluff on an empty hand with me? Okay, I was hustling when you were still a fucking screw in the toolbox, sucker. What a shame, First Sergeant Dimitri. I was under the impression that you were an intelligent man. Still, I look forward to meeting you later. The transmission ends and the signal cuts off shortly after. In her vehicle, Blue Sphere checks the call duration. Have you found them? Yes, I've got their rough location locked down.
では
Reallocate your men and focus your firepower. Do not move your sentries from each mine entrance.
爆破した箇所
This
を含め
includes the ones
各
which
入
have
り口
already
の保
been
証はそ
blasted
のま
shut.
まに
The particles within the collapsed crystals inside the tunnel complex have already been fully released. Since the radiation intensity won't go up too much anytime soon, don't you think they'll try to reposition if they get the chance?
彼らの物資では
The
広範囲
remaining
の移動は
supplies
不
will
可
not
能でし
allow
ょう
them to attempt large movements. The elites remaining in the tunnels will constitute a major threat to them.
私はあと1時
I
間
will
で
arrive
到
in
着しま
about
す
1 hour. Do not make
そ
any
れまでは
mistakes
一切
until
の不
then.
手際も許
Understood. Man, come on, let me catch up. 404 heads over to the entrance they used to enter the mine. As expected, it's been blasted shut.
お姉ちゃ
Big sis.
ん試してみた
I
け
tried
ど
clearing the rocks away, but there's too many of them and they're too big. I don't think we can get rid of them.
アンドリス
Andoris, can you use your big gun to clear us a path? Andoris doesn't respond eagerly to Klukai like she usually does. However, she doesn't seem to have blue screened either. Clearly, she's distracted by something.
アンドリス
Andoris, is something the matter, Leader Klukai?
何か気づいた
Did you notice something? If you're having trouble processing it, you can transfer the information in your progress to me.
ううん
No,
ただ
I feel a little uneasy.
さっきの通信
It's about that transmission just now, as well as the condition of the Survey Corps troopers.
彼らならしばらく
They'll
は
be
平
fine
気
for
よ
now.
ブルースフィアの言葉を
As for
信
Blue
じるなら
Sphere, she just said that she'd much rather take the chip than and record it directly. So we need to investigate our surroundings, replenish our supplies, and come up with a plan to hold her off and counterattack.
相手の戦力は
We
不
don't
明
know how strong she is, but 404 needs to be ready to fight her.
違うの
No, I mean, I'm worried about the
ブル
effect
ー
Blue
スフィアに行っ
Sphere's
たことが
words may have
調
had
査
on the
隊の人
troopers.
たちに影響してないか心配で
あいつが言ったこと
Effect? Are you talking about Blue Sphere's terms?
それなら私とディミト
Dimitri
リ
and
は
I
は
have
っきり
already
断った
rejected
じゃな
them.
い
We will not be
あんな
cooperating
の
with
とは
them
絶対
any.
に手を組まない
We will not be cooperating with them under any
知っ
circumstances.
てる
I understand, but leader, I've met a lot of humans in the green zone, and humans aren't like us.
ディミトリーさん
I
の
believe
言
in
葉も
Mr. Dimitri, and I believe that the troopers have wept and bled for their fallen friends, but everyone has their weak sides, and if they feel uneasy about this, it might spread.
ブルースフィアの目
I don't
的
know
はわ
what
から
Blue
ない
Sphere's aim is, but for the troopers, the terms she stated while trying to negotiate with us
調査隊の
must
人
have
たち
felt
に
like
と
a
って
lifeline thrown out to a drowning man in a storm. You've got a point.
言われてみ
They
れば
were always
確かに
trying to take the easy way out before this, and now that an alternative shown itself, a single person giving in to his weakness might lead to everyone turning traitors.
お姉ちゃんやっぱり
We
気を
should be
つけた方
careful,
がいい
Klukai.
わ
We'll truly be finished if they pretend to be putting up a fight while they're secretly working with Blue Sphere.
はああ
Mekti picks this moment to yawn, to the point of her tears beating up in the corners of her eyes, and then she reaches up to rub them clean.
こんな時に眠くなる
How
なんて
can you even
どう
be
いう
sleepy at a
神経して
time
んの
like
よ
this?
しょうがない
But I'm
じゃん
tired. This mission is so tiring.
余計なことは考えな
Don't
くて
worry
い
about
い
that for now. We have the chip in the recorder, so no matter what the Survey Corps decides to do, it won't affect our current mission. Klukai looks around.
美容家
Belka, set an alarm here in case Maggie tries to assault through here. Don't use the network
敵
alarm.
が侵入
The
してき
moment
た
it
ら
picks up
最
motion,
大音量で警
have
報
it
を鳴
make
ら
as
しな
much
さい
noise as possible. Don't use a network alarm.
捜索任務を続け
We'll
るわよ
keep exploring the area. Considering what Blue Sphere said just now, they're going to move in soon. All we can do until then is learn as much about the tunnels as we can. 404 searches around the location of the mine's sanatorium while keeping track of the time and their distance from the Survey Corps. They check in with them at regular intervals to share what they've learned.
そろそろ2
We've
時間
been
経
searching
った
for
の
almost
ね
2 hours, right? There's pretty much nothing here.
療養施設
I
が
figured they
倒
went
産
around
した時
clearing out
に
all the assets
めぼ
in
し
the
いものなんて
sanatorium when they
全部
went
回収
bankrupt.
されちゃっ
So
たんだ
everything
よ
useful and valuable was probably taken away long ago. Looks like all that effort was for nothing.
そうでもないみたい
It
だよ
wasn't entirely fruitless. Andoris pats a pipe beside her. These pipes still have some natural gas in them. It sells for a lot in the white zones.
だから何なのさ。
What is this? What is it even used for anyway? Are we going to have the Survey Corps guys take a hot bath?
それにあると言ってもほんの
And
わずかだ
besides,
し
according to our sensors, there's only a little left inside. The main storage tanks have already been emptied out, so if we try to sell this data to the White Zone gas company, they'll probably turn their noses up at us.
でも私たち
But we're actually really lucky, aren't we?
ほら
Naturally, natural gas is explosive, right? And since these pipes are so old, they should be plenty leaky too, right? But they're all fine, even after we fought that Boojum and those Elids and all. Honestly, these humans are such morons. Everything was running fine, but they didn't even bother to check the pipes before they left. Now there's all that dangerous gas in there.
ガス漏れなんて起こってな
You
い
just
よ
have to sniff to tell that there aren't any leaks.
それはどうかな
That's not necessarily true. Natural gas only has a smell when an odorant is added to it. It's colorless and odorless in and of itself. Nowadays, they don't use natural gas in yellow zones, so most people and dolls don't have anything to detect it with. That makes it fairly dangerous.
でも大丈夫
Still, you don't have to worry. Natural gas only becomes explosive once it reaches a certain concentration. Considering the size of this place and the amount of gas and the amount of stored gas, there is pretty much no chance of an explosion.
へえ
Huh? Really, Andorras? We should call you Andorras PDF or something.
だね
Oh yeah, maybe the Great Library of Andorras, like in those isekai series.
エリアの衛星都市は
Hehe. Green Zone satellite cities make heavy use of natural gas.
安全マニュアル
So the
で紹介
handbooks
されてた
for
の
cafeteria employees have detailed rules and regulation for working with gas. That's how I know. I knew.
任務に無関係
Right,
な
that's
雑
enough
学
talk
コーナ
about
ーは
trivia
終わ
that's irrelevant to the mission.
総員
Everyone stay alert and carry on. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Andorra suddenly comes to a halt.
隊長
Hang on, leader, I found something.
何
What is it?
ずっと放射
I've
線
been
量を計
monitoring
測して
collapse
たんだけど
radiation intensity all this time, and the levels in this area are lower than in other places.
コーラプス粒
Could
子
it be
が
that
ここ
collapse
まで
particles
届いて
haven't
ないん
spread
じゃ
here
ない
yet?
アンドリス
Andorras, run a simulation on collapse particle spread rate with the wind speed factor in at 5-minute intervals.
はい
Will do, leader.
結果が出たよ
Leader, I have the
こ
results.
この粒子
Particle density here is fairly low while their velocity is quite high, and they are all moving in a similar direction. Found it at last. Huh? What did you
出
find?
口だよ
An exit. If the particles are moving fast, there must be wind, and since wind doesn't occur naturally in a mine, there must be some opening to the outside nearby that's letting it in. Wow, I see. You must have learned that from an anime or something.
私だって
I'll go find the exit right now. Just wait for the good news, big sis Klukai. With that, Belka runs into the passage on the left.
え
Back. What?
まだ風が
We didn't even tell her which way the
どこから
wind
吹い
was
てるか
coming
教えてない
from.
のに
Don't worry, Belka just happens to be going the right way.
いつになったら
The words
命令に
listen to
従えば
instructions
理解
have never
できる
managed to
や
take root in that head of hers. Klukai shakes her head and continues into the left-hand passage.
アンドリス
Andorras, head back to the previous fork and relay what you learned to the survey corps. Then meet up with
終わったらこっち
meet
に
up with
合
us
流
when you're
ミスティは私と一緒に美容家の後を追うわよ
Andorras, head back to the previous fork and relay what you have learned of the survey corps. Then meet up with us when you're done. Mekti, pick up the pace. We need to catch up to Belka.
まだ生き袋が残って
There are
る
quite a lot of
あの子一
elids
人じゃ
here.
危
It'll be
険すぎる
dangerous
わ
for her if she's alone.
「訓練の成果ね」交代するのは今のうちよどうってことないわ
Belka runs so fast, it's so dark inside. She's got some guts. Stop talking nonsense and keep up. Thanks for saving me, big sis. There were so many Illids here that I thought I would never see you again. If you run off by yourself again, you can save yourself. But I just wanted to help you, big sis. What, it's my fault now? The situation now is dangerous. Any mistake could be fatal for all of us. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, big sis. Forgive me, please. After seeing that Belka seems sufficiently contrite, Klukai decides to drop the subject. A short distance away, Andoris is running toward the group after passing on her findings to the Survey Corps. Any changes in wind speed? Andoris, any changes in wind speed? Yes, I've been monitoring the wind speed data. The further in we go, the higher it gets, so I'm confident we'll find the exit soon. Good, keep going. At last, the 404 reaches the end of the mine tunnel. Yeah, what the heck is this? No way. The tunnel entrance before them has almost been blocked off by rocks, but a wooden beam has fallen to deflect the falling stones in such a way that there's a regular hole of roughly 30 centimeters wide on the lower side of the entrance. There's no light coming through the hole, probably because it was quite a distance to the outside, but they can hear the cold night wind of the yellow zone blowing through it. Well, there's no way anyone's getting through that. Not even a midget like Mekti could do it. Andoris scanned the thickness of the surrounding rocks, assess the loading of the surrounding rocks and support beams, then see if the big gun can punch through them. Then see if your big gun can punch through them. Understood. Andoris performs some quick measurements. Leader, I estimate that I should be able to enlarge the hole to around 50 centimeters or 1 meter wide. That'll do. Also, given the crystallization of the surrounding rocks, this collapse was not caused by demolition just now, but by something that took place a long time ago. I see. Klukai looks down and thinks. That means that there is a high chance that this place is a blind spot in Mangi's security's defense layout. If we can make this breach 1 meter wide, it'll allow us and the Survey Corps to escape through it. This probably isn't the right time for this, but my backup battery only has enough charge to just barely start up that big gun. It's definitely not enough for an attack, not even one. That thing gulps way too much power, like it's eaten up almost half my charge on this mission so far. It must have been hard on you, Mekti. Well, I'm not exactly complaining about it here, but I do need to get Deer to improve its efficiency a little. You'll need to meet him first in order to do that. Andoris, head back to the fork and update them. Everyone else stand by. Man, now I want everyone to survive. I hope that happens. Let's see. After contacting the Survey Corps, Andoris tells Dimitri about the hole they found in the 404's lack of power. Following Dimitri's orders, 404 returns to the mine tunnel where the Survey Corps are. Huh? Are we giving up on that hole? We've checked all the other tunnels. That might be our only way out. But we don't have enough power to widen it. Even without the big gun, we can probably still dig it out by hand, right? It beats just giving up and waiting for death, right? We don't have the luxury of doing that. Mangi's security in Blue Sphere might attack at any time. Based on our transmission, we don't have much longer left. In addition, we don't have any tools we can use. And digging by hand isn't a realistic option either. But wouldn't it be better to have someone watch over it? What if Mangi sends someone in through it? We've installed proximity sensors on every tunnel entrance we could find, so we don't have to post sentries. Rather than waste time and effort on that hole, we should meet up with the Survey Corps and come up with another plan. Leader Klukai, I'm still a little worried about the stuff we discussed earlier. I know Mr. Dimitri asked us to take the chip and recorder while they stayed behind to cover our retreat, and you and Mr. Dimitri basically came to the same conclusion just now. but I can tell that he's still hiding something.
チップと録音
I'll
は
keep
私
an
が
eye on
厳
the
重に
chip
保
and the
管するわ
recorder. The rest of you
失敗しないで
should stay alert.
調査隊が裏切ったら
If they do
放射線
turn
量
on
の
us,
高いエリア
fall
に
back
移
to
動
the
すれば
regions
い
with
い
higher particle
相
density.
手は防護服が
Their
破れて
suits are damaged and they'll
弾薬も
probably
残り
low
少
on
ない
animal. There's no
私
way
たちが負け
404
るわ
could
けが
lose
な
to
い
people like that. The other 3 dolls nod.
静かに
Now keep quiet, we're almost there. 404 returns to the tunnel where the Survey Corps is. 404 returns to the tunnel where the Survey Corps is waiting, and they discover the troopers sitting around a patch of empty ground, quietly discussing something.
ローリング
Larian, you see this position? After I take this, you take your guys and break through. Ignore everything else. I'll do my best to keep the fighting focused in the other direction.
効果はあるのか
You think it'll work?
運だな
Depends on our luck. All we can do now is take the chance. I hope things don't get bad enough that we actually have to do it.
了解
Got it. Once we're done, we'll head back ASAP to support
そう
you.
だな
Yeah. After handing out assignments, Dimitri looks up to see the 404 and signals them to come over.
何をしてるの
What are you doing? Klukai studies the patch on the empty ground. It is covered with salt from the tunnels. There's a simple map and various symbols drawn on it. The upper left part of the map has been circled for emphasis. It's not something you tin cans would understand. This is a defense plan.
送ってもらった情報
We'll
を
use
元
the
に
environmental
この辺
data
の地図
you
を
sent
作成
back
した
to
んだ
make rough sketches of the surrounding terrain. This way we can set up ambushes around the areas with low radiation density and ambush those Mengi security guys.
お前らが戻
We
るのを
weren't just sitting on our
座って
asses
待
while
って
you
るだけだと
guys
思っ
were
た
out. Dimitri taps the circle part of the map and writes an F there. Klukai looks at the map.
まさか
Wait,
マグニと
are you
正
going to
面から
fight
戦う
Mengi
気なの
security head on?
そうだ
Damn straight. We're going to teach them a lesson.
物資はそこを突
Our
きかけて
remaining
る
supplies cannot
相
support
手は
us
マグニセ
an
キュリテ
assault
ィだ
like
けじゃ
this.
ないのよ
We'll be going up
Blue
against
Sphere
Mengi
の戦闘
security
力で
and
計
Blue
り知れ
Sphere,
ない
whose fighting power is
こ
an
んな無
unknown.
謀な正面
This
衝
plan
突
is foolish, and
賛
I
同し
do
かね
not
るわ
approve of it.
賛同しなくて結構
Wasn't
だ
asking for your approval. We weren't expecting 404 to fight anyway.
お前らはその
During this time, head back to that hole you found and escape through there. You dolls have neural cloud cores or something, right? That ought to count as evidence too, right? So be careful on your way out. You can lose as many arms and legs as you want, but don't damage those brains of yours.
あの隙間に穴を
We
開
don't
け
have
る
the
のは不可能
firepower
よ
to widen that hole. Even if you hold up Mangi to buy us some time to
こ
retreat,
の
it's
計
still
画は根本
unworkable.
的に
After hearing Klukai's answer, the Survey Corps troopers laugh. The Sarge was right. He even managed to get her response down perfectly.
言ったろ
I told you, right? She's a total stick in the mud, and there's no way she could have come up with a plan like that.
これで分かった
You
ろ
see now, don't rely too much on a machine's processing. In the end, the human brain is more useful.
いやーかけなくてよか
Good
った
thing I didn't bet on that with you, Sarge. Otherwise, I'd have lost that last crate of vodka under my bed when we get back. Hey, what are these guys talking about? Are they making fun of Big Sis?
バカにして
I
る
guess they
ね
are, although she is kind of a stick in the mud.
あのです
And Doris, stand back. I'm sure Big Sis will get mad if we keep making fun of her for another minute. Nope, another 30 seconds.
来る喧嘩は良く
The
ない
fighting is bad. As they see Klukai's face turn more and more grim, the Survey Corps troopers manage to settle themselves down in time.
笑いはする
Had enough fun. Would you mind
そろそろ
telling me
続きを
about
説明し
the
てもらっ
rest
て
of
も
your plan now?
穴を開けられ
You
ねえ
can't
のは
widen the hole because you don't have enough power, right?
足りねえなら
If
探
you
せば
don't have
いい
it, then just find it.
療養施設に
The
生きてる
power
電源
supply
がな
to
い
the
わ
sanatorium has been
天
cut
然ガ
off,
ス
and
は
there's
幾
still
分
some
か残
natural
ってるけど
gas in the
電
gas
力に
lines.
変える手段
But
が
we
ない
haven't found a matching transformer for them, which means we can't make use of them.
その必要はねえよ
How is that a problem? You need power? We've got it in spades. Saying so, Dimitri points at the military backpacks off to the side.
これは
Are those batteries?
ああ
Yep, of all
どれも
kinds.
共通規格で
And they all have
全部
universal
コードに対応
interfaces.
してる
Take everything you can
使
use.
えるもんを全部持っていけ
どこからこんな
But where did you get all these batteries from, Mr. Dimitri? Did you? As she thinks of what the answer might be, Doris quickly glances at the protective unit suits the soldiers are wearing. Just as she expected, most of the indicator lights on their suits have gone gray. Only a few people, including Dimitri, have lights that are still on.
ディミトリーさん
Mr. Dimitri, Unable to compute what the troopers might be thinking, Andorus's neurocloud crashes.
なんだ
What the heck?
またくだら
You're
ない
probably
演算して
making
る
some
な
pointless calculations again, right?
今回はなんだ
What is it now? You think we'll surrender to that Blayat balls or something?
どいつもこいつ
Just
も
look at
セー
you.
フティ
Your
ー外し
weapon
やがって
safeties are off. You think we're going to fuck everything up at the last minute with some desperate struggle that'll end up getting us all killed?
待ってよおじさん
Don't get mad, Mr. Dimitri. Just hear me out.
申し訳ありません。
I'm terribly sorry.
アンドリス何認めちゃってんのよ
Andorus, why are you just admitting it? After taking in the doll's reaction, Dimitri laughs scornfully. Save it. There's no way tin cans like you could possibly comprehend the choices we humans make.
理屈が全てじゃねえ
Logic isn't everything. Your hard-coded definitions of victory and defeat don't apply to mankind.
騙すと
And
したって
besides, do you actually think we'd let you walking calculators know if we actually wanted to trick you?
人間なめんじゃね
Don't
えぞ
look down on us humans.
人間の行
It's
動は予
precisely
測
because
困難だ
humans
から
are
こそ
so unpredictable that we're
警戒する
so
必要
wary
があ
of
るの
them. What? You expect me to praise you for that?
まあいい
Forget it. Arguing now would be a waste of time. Just take the batteries that
と
you
っと
can
とバッテ
use.
リーを持っていけ後で
Don't
言い
go
訳されて
making
も困る
excuses
から
later
な
on because you can't blast a hole in that tunnel.
ですが
But you'll be in
それ
great
では
danger.
あなた電源を失った状態では防護効果はほとんど期待できません
Without their power supply, your suits' protective effects will be greatly reduced.
俺たちが何年
Please,
頂上
we've been
列車で
guarding
や
the
ってき
Great
たと思ってる
Railway for many years now. We know these things inside and out, and definitely better than you.
お互いの弾
We're
薬も
both low
残
on
り少ないの
firepower, and you're still going to weaken your defenses now? You must be
行かれちまってんのさ
fucking insane.
このクソ
Well,
ったれ
you
の
can
世界
blame
に
this
や
fucked
ら
up
れて
world
な
for that. This time, Dimitri doesn't bother arguing with Klukai. Instead, he decides to roll with what she's saying.
ここはもとも
You
と
once
新
said
ソ
that this
連で
place used to be part of the NSU, with fields and roads and cars. People lived in towns close to the land under a blue sky surrounded by green as far as the eye can see.
だが俺たち
Well,
は
we
そんな
weren't
時
born
代
in
に
those
生まれてねえ
times,
し
and we sure as fuck didn't see any of that. Only thing left for us left now is desert. Klukai seems confused. She's not sure what he's trying to say.
集落の
You
人
saw
間
those
も見
people
た
in the
だろ
settlements on the way here. All they can do is hide in their shitty little houses, waiting to die of
病
old
と
age,
生き袋に怯え
sickness,
る日々を
or
過
from
ごして
being
る
eaten by wandering elids.
それがイエローエ
That's
リ
the
アだ
yellow
ってん
zone.
だ
That's what life
ホワイ
is
トエ
like.
リアとグリーンエリアは
That's
ど
what
うだ
life here is like.
そこの人間は
But
どう
are
暮らして
things in the green and white zones that much better?
この世界は
The
な
entire fucking world is like this.
かつて人類は
Once we
この大
lived
地の
all
至
over
る
this
ところ
land,
にいた
but ever since those fucking collapsed
だが
particles
こ
spread
うだって粒子
everywhere,
が広がって
all
い
we
る
could do was huddle in our
人間は
shelters
まるで
without
家畜
taking a
みたい
step
に
out. And even though Dimitri's voice suddenly fills with anger.
ところがな
Even though we're all stuck in our holes, there are some brainless blind fuckers out there, who love their luxury prison cells and want to stay in them forever. Mangi Security, Paradise, or whatever fucking Fabian is funding them. We need to do something about those bastards, otherwise we won't be able to live with ourselves. That's right, those bastards need to pay. You know, I once thought that General Carter was gone, the NSU was gone, and that any point in being a soldier was gone with them. But you know what? This purification project crap, though it sounded sketchy as hell, it's actually managing to slowly take back what used to belong to us, to all of mankind. That's what I saw during all my years in the Great Wall Railway forces. So regardless of what I believe, or what kind of state the NSU is in, protecting it is my duty as a soldier, hell, as a human fucking being. And besides, this is NSU land I'm standing on right now. I once said I'd do anything to protect it, and that hasn't changed one single bit. Dimitri's words fire up the soldiers around him. This crude and brutish sergeant who is used to having his actions speak for him. He's berated every man here before, and he's also stood at their head to lead them. Everyone here knows that there's a fire burning in his heart, but they never once knew where his anger came from. Perhaps what drove Dimitri to depression wasn't the destruction of his ideals, being rejected by the people around him, or the things left unsaid with his friend that he would never get to resolve. He was deeply unhappy with this world, and yet he loved it dearly. There was no way someone as passionate as him could sit back and watch the world march to destruction without feeling a thing. And naturally, he hated himself for being too insignificant and too weak to do anything about it. But ever since he joined the armed forces and pledged to protect the Neo-Soviet Union, he has never once put down the gun in his hand or in his heart. His words remind the men of the Survey Corps of the oath they took once they swore to join the NSU army to help push forward the purification project, but every time things had not turned out like they had wanted. But even if things do not turn out as planned, as long as they can do what they can for the sake of their oath, it will serve as kindling for flames of hope, the bedrock on which civilization will be rebuilt. This vast land will bear the proof that they have existed. Nobody knows who was the first, but one by one the troopers straighten up, solemn looks on their faces before looking toward Dmitri and saluting him. This is not a rational decision, even without taking Blue Sphere's combat power into consideration. The men of the Survey Corps cannot face Mengi's security. The only way you'll accomplish your mission is if 404 stays behind and engages them. Otherwise, you'll just be throwing your lives away. I told you, right? For humans, victory doesn't abide by the definitions you have in your heads. What's winning, you ask? For us, it's making sure you guys can get that chip out. What's winning, you ask? For us, it's making sure you guys can get that chip out of here. Being able to give those arrogant bastards a good spanking would be a nice bonus. I repeat, according to your plan, the probability of 404 successfully evacuating with the chip is at most 24%. Meanwhile, the probability of the Survey Corps perishing is 100%. My calculations aren't wrong. It's not too late to change your plan. What's this? A machine's trying to point out the flaws in my logic? Do I look like an idiot to you? I do not understand what you're trying to say. Klukai's tone is a little stiff, but the look in her eyes says she isn't going to back down. You don't want to admit it. Alright then. You don't want to admit it. Alright then. Tell me, if 404 stay behind to face the enemy, what's the probability of the Survey Corps surviving and getting out of this place with the chip? Not even 5%, right? We're going to die if we stay. But does that mean we'll live if we go? These are our lives, and we get to use them any way we like, so don't worry about pointless crap, you tin cans. And besides, if we let you tin cans handle the fighting, you just run up, bash your heads into those guys, right? What you need now is tactics. You have to be tactical. Got it? We will adopt the most ideal strategy. You don't have to worry about that. The most ideal strategy? Those Mengi guys have a doll too, you know. Do you think her processing power is that much worse than yours? If you can think up a plan based on whatever data you have, they can do the same. Then you'll lose the initiative and they'll beat you like a drum. You're relying too heavily on the unpredictability of human beings. The fact is, you're relying too heavily on the unpredictability of human beings. The fact is, after seeing Klukai wants to press the point, Dmitri clicks his tongue in annoyance. That's enough of that. If you're a machine, then use your ice-cold logic and do your job. What's the point of bitching about all this anyways? And besides, we're your clients. All 404 has to do is follow orders like good little robots. Got that? What the hell do you tin cans even know? Dimitri's tone is as unyielding as ever, and his expression shows no signs of softening. He quickly rips off the battery from his suit and throws it into the backpack. The remaining troopers follow him without the slightest bit of hesitation. Now all the lights on the Survey Corps protective suits have gone out. I don't understand. If we dolls are destroyed, all we lose is a stretch of our memories, but if a human dies, that's the end for them. That's why humans instinctively preserve their lives as their top priority. But what you've done is the complete opposite of that. I truly do not understand why you have made this choice.
わかったわかった。
Ah, that's enough. Shut up already, Bilea. That's an order. Got that? An order. Now take those batteries and fuck all the way off. Like I said, I don't understand why you're doing this. But I respect and understand you and your choices, First Sergeant Dimitri.
なんだ
The fuck are you doing? You're being so formal all of a sudden.
君
Is,
が悪いぜ。
you being so formal all of a sudden is creepy as hell. As he looks at the solemn expression on Klukai's face, Dimitri realizes what she means. Perhaps humans and dolls will never be able to think the same way and reach the same conclusions, but at the very least, they can have the same goals. Don't go pretending to be so serious. Although he looks like he can't be bothered with any of this, Dimitri holds his hand out to Klukai.
もう一度だけ
I'll say this one last time, so listen up.
我々は
We are the 3762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration.
回収した証拠品を持って
Bring the contents of that lockbox out of here in one piece. Get it out of this mountain and get it out of the contamination zone. Got that?
承知しました。
Request acknowledged and accepted.
証拠品は我
We
々
will
が
bring the
責任
chip
を持っ
and the
て
recorder out in one piece and hand them over to someone trustworthy within the URNC government. They solemnly shake hands, and then Dimitri's face cracks into a smile.
機械なら機械だ
That's more like it. See, you tin cans should have just done that earlier. That way we wouldn't have had any issues, right?
証明が
Sukabya.
機械と手を組むのは
I swear this is the last time I'll ever work with a tin can.
気が変わらねえうち
Now
に
get out of here before I change my mind.
ご分を
All the best. They've argued every step of the way here, but before bidding each other farewell, they finally shake hands and make peace with each other. The proximity alarms 404 left in the mine entrances begin to go off 20 minutes after they leave. The final battle is at hand. Man, I wanted them to survive. Alright. Did we just use the batteries to did we just use the batteries to go send support troops? I wonder if that's what happened.
訓練の成果ね。交代するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。
I didn't think about this. I installed the temporary signal booster because we can contact the Civil Corps now. Dimitri, do you read me? There is a short burst of static followed by Dimitri's annoyed voice. Cut the crap and get to work. Right? Andorus, set up the gun. Mekti, help hook up the backup power. Will do, Leader Klukai. Mekti, I'll have to trouble you to help me out. Okay, who knows? Maybe if I finish up quick, I might be able to. Mekti hesitates for a moment and decides not to finish her sentence.
任務に集中しな
Focus
さい
on the mission.
美容家は半径
Belka, stay
100 メートル以
alert.
内に敵が
Ensure
いない
there are
か
no
警戒
threats
を
within 100 meters.
マグニセキュリティとの
Avoid
接触は
contact with any
可能な
Mangi
限り
security
回避
forces. If you do
万が一
encounter
遭
them,
遇した
wipe them
場合
out
は
immediately.
任せて
Leave it to me, big sis. 404 members take their positions, and the sound of the Survey Corps exchanging fire with the Mangi security comes in over the comms channel.
2班は5時方向へ
Squad 2, fall back to point 5. Draw the enemy in.
3班は右から
Squad 3, flank them from the right. Dimitri barks his commands amidst the gunfire, serving as a rallying beacon for his men. His troopers have entrusted their lives to him. Their battle cry and blood are the fuel for their ideals. Sarge, Squad 3 has taken out the target. Your orders. Bang. Trooper's voice is drowned out by the torrent of gunfire, and he says no more. Reality is as cruel as ever.
3番
Squad 3, do you read me? Squad 3. Liat. This is Squad 5. Squad 3 is... they're all gone.
5班は3番
Squad 5, fill the hole. Yes, Sergeant. Sergeant, this is Squad 4. We've encountered elites. Your order.
高機動タイプを
Kill
要
the
請
fast
して敵を
movers. Don't let the others head towards Larion and the
404まで呼んでいる方
404.
へ近づかせるな
Wait, Larion came with us? The battle rages on. The regional channel is filled with the sound of gunshots, electric static, and the howls of elids. There are fewer and fewer responses to Dimitri's voice. Dimitri silently counts up the number of survivors, then grits his teeth and makes up his mind.
ローリング
Larian, how are things on your end? Just arrived. Got delayed by a bunch of elids. I've opened the compressor valve, but I'm the only one left now. I'll get back ASAP. Although he's doing his best to pretend that there's nothing wrong with him, his voice trembles a little. Nobody can be completely unmoved by death.
あ
Right, you stay there for a bit and keep an eye on things. Contact me once again.
あ正常作動を確認したら
Contact me again once you confirm that it's working, and stay safe out there.
総員
Everyone begin falling back to point F. Mind your ammo while moving. Once you reach point F, close with the enemy and draw them in. Having received their orders, the soldiers murmur their ascent and begin their final relocation. On 404's side,
ポイント F って
if I'm not wrong, they placed a lot of emphasis on point F, right? They circled it heavily on their map in the salt. That was the place from the first batch of intel we sent
確
back.
か
And if I'm not wrong, it's
公
a
共トイレ付近の
it's a
配
pipe
管
room near the public baths. A small room sealed on 3 sides. The water and gas pipes for the baths pass through there.
え
Then are they going to Big Sis Klukai? Are they going to be okay?
アンドリスの話
From
が
what
正しければ
Endora said earlier, the natural gas is dispersed through the entire pipe network. Even if it leaked, the gas density in that room wouldn't be enough to trigger a detonation.
それは私た
Don't
ちが考
worry
え
about
る
that.
ことじゃ
Focus
ない
on our mission.
アンドリス
Endora's Mekki, how are things on your end?
電源接続
Leader,
完了
we've successfully connected the backup power supplies. We can begin loading the program.
すぐに始め
Start now.
ロードが完了し
After
た
the
ら
program is
予備
loaded,
シークエンス
follow
を
it
開始
immediately with the warm-up sequence. Begin a countdown 1 minute before firing.
了解
Got it. After giving out orders, Klukai switches to the regional comms frequency.
ディミトリー
Dimitri, we've begun loading the program. Are you still there? Of course. Who the hell do you think we are? Everyone, hold your fire when you get to the point. Wait for my signal. The channel briefly goes quiet.
ブルースフィアは
Is Blue Sphere there?
まだ来てない
Not on my side, but some of the squads falling back
情報はある
have spotted her. Bang. After a deafening gunshot blends with an ear-piercing shriek from an eyelid. Aye. Shut up! Groans.
ディミトリー
Dimitri, what happened? Dimitri. There's no response from the channel for a long time. About 5 minutes later, all the noise from the other side slowly fades away. I am here now. Blue Sphere's cool, calm voice comes in over the regional comms channel.
美容家信号増
Belka,
幅器を壊
destroy
し
the
て
amplifier.
通
404,
信を切断
cut all comms now. The transmission cuts off. Damn.
戦場は片付いた皆の者よくやったな
I wanted him to make it out. Alright.
404との通
通信が切れた以上、これは用済みですね。連絡員1名をここに残し、他は404の捜索を。調査隊の生存者は見つけ次第射殺。報告は必要ありません。ディミトリー総長、ほとんどの場合、絶対的な戦力差の前ではどんな戦術も無意味です。だからこそ極めて稀有な事例が伝説となる。
Legends, right?
くたばり損ないが
404はどこです？
知らねえな。人形がどこへ行こうが関係ね
あなた方がおとりで彼女たちにチップを託したことは存じております。時間を稼ごうとしても無駄ですよ。
え。てめえらには見つからねえさ。居場所を聞くくらいだ。どうせ地形も把握しちゃいねえんだろ。笑えるぜ。ここで散々パラデウスと乳くり合ってたくせによ。その銃がなけりゃてめえらみてえなおまぬけなんざ今頃全員俺にぶっ殺されてるぜ。
そうですね。しかし私には時間がありません。残念です。あなたが状況を理解し正しい選択をしていれば彼も死なずに済んだものを。訓練の成果ね。交代するのが今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。交代するのが今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。ここです。バンバの勢いよ後輩。無駄な抵抗はやめてください。これが最後の忠告です。手加減はしました。最後の部下はまだ生きています。5分だけ待ちましょう。今度は彼の心臓を貫きますよ。人間の命はたった一度だけ。生き残ることが何より重要なはずでは。生きて家に帰りたくないのですか？もう一度伺います。404はどこです？
お前にそれを教えて何のメリットがある？
あなたとそこにいる最後の部下が助かります。
なら他の仲間は命にとってのか？
条件は？
上一金だ。
いいでしょう。もっと早くそうしていれば他の部下も死なずに済んだのですよ。ディミトリー総長、さあ言いなさい。404はどこです？
404は
そろそろ限界のようですね。素直に吐けばすぐに治療に当たらせましょう。
404はあいつらはてめえらの弾を取りに行く最中だ。総長早く！待たせたな。いいところに来た。
が悪いですね、ディミトリー総長。
That's a little bit more than just a meter.
外付け装備を破棄、すべての照明を落として。
Ditch the gun. Observe light discipline. Fall back at top speed. Head to the northwest.
了解。
Yes, Leader Klukai.
早く逃げよう。
Come on, run, run, run.
あのさ。
Should we head back to the fork and try to contact those guys? Klukai glances back at the mine entrance. It's spewing flames and belching smoke like an actual smoke signal, sending a warning of danger into the distance. As she watches the plume of smoke rise into the sky, Klukai's gaze hardens.
撤退よ。
We're leaving. 404 runs through the night as explosions go off non-stop behind them.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Damn, I wanted them to live. They move quickly, avoiding elite attacks as best they can, but this sustained high-output movement is rapidly draining what little of their charge remains.
隊長。
Leader Klukai will need to lower our travel speed if we do not replenish our power supply in 20 minutes.
分かったわ。
Understood. Maintain our current speed as we move on. Bro, are you sure we're supposed to be headed this way?
位置情報がない。
Feels like we get lost easily without a GPS to track our position.
星座を見れば
We can use celestial navigation. Since there are frequent storms in this region, the sky is actually clearer than the green and white zones. According to the stars, we're proceeding in the general direction of our temporary base. That said, pinpointing the location of the supply caches we encountered along the way is going to be more difficult.
けどって。
Quite difficult, you say. So basically, we're super screwed then.
本当にちゃ
Can
ん
we
と
really
評
take
価
those
しよう
soldiers'
と
stuff with
考え
us?
るか
Bro, just thinking about it gives me a headache.
あれ
Mekti isn't just giving up right away. That's new.
あんなこと言われた
Well,
ね
they said all that stuff, and they even gave their lives for us.
アニメにも
I mean, I don't really understand how this sort of thing feels, but I see it in anime all the time. In human terms, they would be a really great bunch of soldiers, right? So I kind of want to try and be like those AMCs in the anime and finish the mission that they entrusted to us. That'd be super cool, right? That doesn't matter.
だけど
However, Belka glances at Klukai, who's running at their head.
たとえここで
Even if I end up as a pile of scrap here, I'll make sure I help Big Sis complete her mission first.
みんなやる気だ
Looks
ね
like everyone's pretty motivated.
やる気があって
Too
も
bad motivation isn't the same as battery charge. Just having enough charge for the four of us to walk out of
4
here
人で
would
帰
be
れる
good.
かどうかも怪しい。は
Drone. If only we could use magic, then I could say summon supplies, and a supply point would appear right in front of us.
あるかもしれないよ
You
ね
should go ahead and
そん
then
な魔法
say it then.
あ、え
Huh?
補給所
Because we just found a supply point. Klukai gestures, signaling for the three of them to stop.
あれは
Are those
マグ
Menki
ネセキュリ
security
ティ
personnel?
あいつら
Aren't they all in the mine?
大方
They're probably sentries who were left outside to stand and watch.
私たちが脱
They
出し
didn't
たこ
find
と
her
は
escape
まだ
tunnel,
知ら
but
ない
there's most likely a perimeter set up around the salt mine.
ちょっと待って
Wait a minute, when you said supply point just now, did you mean no, we can't, it's too scary.
待ってるだけじゃ
If
チャン
there's
ス
no
は来ない
chance, we'll make one. Besides, there aren't many of them, we still have a chance.
404
404, prepare for battle, eliminate all enemy units and plunder their supplies.
訓練の成果ね
Okay. I think going this way is going to be the better option. I think? No, actually I can't because this thing's in the way. Yeah. Oh, okay. Never mind. Let's go this way. Right there.
降参するなら今のうちよどうってことないわ
And then kill them.
降参するなら今のうちよどうってことないわ
開演でございます 落ち着いてください
Okay.
その
And action.
従ってくれ
And then you come here.
今だ
その
While the battle rages on, Klukai looks around from where she's hiding behind cover and sets her sights on a jeep that's guarded by only one trooper.
10時方向
Everyone, listen up. I'm going to seize the Mengi security vehicle at my 10. Belka, Mekti, stay put and divide up the enemy with suppressive fire.
アンドレスは
And Doris,
私と一緒に
follow
車
me
内
and
で適応
suppress
す
the
るやつ
trooper near the vehicle.
はいクルカイ隊
Yes,
長
Klukai.
気をつけてね
Be careful, big sis.
早くして
Hurry
ね
up. We won't match less,
こっちも
much.
長くは
We
持
won't
たないから
last much longer over here.
行動開始
Move out. As Klukai gives the order, 404 dolls split up and deploy. The isolated Menki security troopers are caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush and panic. Some of the men on the outer perimeter try to drive away, including the man Klukai marked earlier. Doris opens fire to intercept him. Meanwhile, Klukai uses the opportunity to reach the vehicle.
死になさ
Die. Klukai coldly opens fire. A bullet pierces the vehicle's windshield, and the driver is hit. He loses control of the vehicle, which comes barreling towards Klukai. Klukai seizes the opportunity and leaps on top of the vehicle before slipping into the cabin through the side window. She opens the door, throws the stunned driver out, then she takes his place, steps on the gas, and turns the steering wheel around, sending the jeep towards the other three dolls.
乗って
Everyone disengage and mount up. After hearing Klukai's command, the others climb into the jeep. Klukai glances at the vehicle's GPS and quickly figures out their current location. She drives towards 404's temporary base, chased by the sound of Mengi Security's gunfire. I guess we're not going to come to the rescue.
四季君勝ち時の歌を
Making it all out on our own. After evading pursuit from the Mengi security, 404 organizes the various supplies inside Mengi security jeep before topping themselves off at their own discretion. Good thing we picked up a Jeep with lots of stuff. It's a shame there aren't any spare parts, but having a full charge feels great. I didn't pick it at random. That vehicle only had a fifth of its designated complement, but its ground clearance was as low as the other vehicles. That implied that this vehicle was heavily laden with supplies. Smart. Well done, big sis. Dismount once you finish resupplying. We don't know if there's a tracker on this vehicle, so we'll have to go on foot to avoid Mangy's security catching up with us. I checked the environmental data stored in the vehicle against the static map of the region and found an abandoned settlement nearby. Since our night vision gear is damaged to varying extents and a collapsed storm is coming, why don't we take shelter there, leader? Right, let's do that. They climbed down from the vehicle, then began heading in the direction Endoris indicated, toward the abandoned settlement. Fortunately, 404 manages to reach the abandoned settlement before the collapse storm hits. Right, everyone rest and resupply. In order to conserve power, Belka and Endoris will use night vision in shifts. Observe a light discipline throughout. Will do, leader. After that, the ruins are plunged into darkness. Klukai takes her terminal out again. She doesn't expect the signal to come back on or for him to reply. Instead, she just stares at a long list of messages reading, "Where are you?" And it seems to grant her a small measure of peace. When we were traveling with those soldiers, every night was always lit up. Now I'm having a bit of trouble getting used to not having them around. Well, we dolls never needed much in the way of light in the first place. And if it wasn't because Klukai and I got our night vision modules damaged, we wouldn't use lights at all. Mekdi leans against a nearby wall, but for some reason I just can't fall asleep. As Endoris polishes her gun, she begins unconsciously humming the soldiers' song. Endoris, please stop. For some reason, it sounds really weird hearing that right now. I'm sorry. I did it without thinking. Unlike how the other three dolls were showing signs of relaxing, Klukai has calmed herself down and her expression is cold as she silently regards the box which the soldiers gave her. We will succeed in carrying out this mission. The rope binding the box has come a little loose. Klukai carefully undoes it and prepares to tie it back up again. Hey Galio, how's it going? Leader, picking up strong heat signatures at your 8. Everyone, take cover. Before Klukai can finish speaking, she hears the sound of bullets ripping through the air from behind and to her left. Since she can't see, she is forced to swiftly duck on pure instinct. Although she avoids being directly and fatally hit, the high-energy particle flux around the shots ruthlessly melts through her right elbow, and her forearm flies free, along with the case. Damn it, Mekdi! Wake up, Mekdi. Mekdi, who's nearby, leaps out and grabs the box. Inertia sends her rolling across the ground, but the box, clutched tightly to her chest, is safe. Yeah, what about it? That was close. Mekdi, behind you. Mekdi doesn't even get a chance to look back before a shockwave slams her into a nearby wall. The ruined wall collapses and Mekdi is pinned under part of it. Unable to get free. You're... Ooh. Hello, Blue Sphere. Ooh, damn. Could you spread your legs anymore, girl? A creepy mechanical creature they've never seen before stands at the exact spot where Mekdi has just landed. Mangy's security troopers begin streaming in around her. Oh, maybe that's multiple legs. I can't tell. Well, she's got multiple arms up here, so I'm gonna assume that she probably has multiple legs. 20 galaxy coins. Yeah. That's what we want, right? 20 galaxy coins, right? So you dismounted ahead of time to launch a sneak attack? Looks like you must have been beaten up pretty badly if you had to be this cautious. Indeed, no further mistakes can be allowed. Blue Sphere waves a hand and the troopers spread out, forming a rough semicircle. Why are they zooming in on her crotch? She stands in the middle of the encirclement as she is truly gruesome. She is truly a gruesome sight. Much of her synthetic skin has peeled off, exposing engorged muscle fiber bundles that bear scorch marks. The parts of the jet black metallic endoskeleton are twisted at bizarre angles, supporting her still vaguely human-shaped torso. From their configuration, her limbs can no longer be described as arms or legs. They're entwined together in a state that alternates between stiff and twisted. Their ends split into what looks like bestial or human hands. Klukai knows that this is definitely not normal, but she cannot work backward from Blue Sphere's current state to figure out what she might have looked like before this. She looks like a patchwork mess of hastily cobbled together repairs, but close analysis reveals that the welding points between each segment of her body are very regular, as though this is how they were meant to be. This creature looks especially gruesome against the backdrop of the night and the storm, as though she has abdicated her place as a doll. Only her emotionless face allows her to be identified at all. I don't know. She's got like maybe like 10 limbs. You're looking pretty twisted. Heck, you must have been pretty desperate to have caught up with us this quickly, huh? Blue Sphere, who had originally ignored Klukai's taunts in favor of glaring at Mekti, suddenly raises a gun and points it at Klukai. Her target has already switched to her remaining left hand and has taken aim at her. Okay, so now we can see her in the hole. She's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11 limbs? 11 or 12 limbs? While the remaining members of the Survey Corps did manage to slow me down and inflict some damage, the 4 of you will not be able to leave this place. Let's find out then. I'll never forgive you if you hurt Big Sis. Belka and Andoris point their guns at Blue Sphere while Mekti struggles from where she's buried underneath the rubble. However, Blue Sphere pays no heed to her. Hand it over and your mission will be over. It's only over when we send you to the recycling plant. Everyone prepare for battle. Damn! Okay, maybe we can see how many limbs she has here. Let's see. Alright, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legs. Okay. And we've got 2 arms there. A third arm that's morphed into a cannon. And then, I don't know if you would call these arms. They look more like, antenna. Wait, does this have a hand on it? No. Antenna. So she's got 1, 2, 3, 4 arms, 6 legs, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 antenna.
Hey, she's fucked up. Oh yeah, she's got some problems. Might want to get that fixed. Yeah, I don't care. This is easy mode.
従ってくれ。
ごめんね。
今だ。
その
Right. Good. Here we go. Ooh. Ah! No, not good.
お姉ちゃんか。
Come on, show up.
ミスティチックを渡しなさい。やだ。死んでも渡すもんか。後悔しますよ。
後悔するのはあんたよ。
第二世代の人形といえど初歩的な状況判断ができるはず。あなた方はまるで人形らしくありません。負けると分かっていてなぜ抵抗を続けるのです。
あんたみたいな出来損ないとは違うのよ。私たちは。
あなたにとどめを刺さない限り405は諦めないようですね。旧式の人形にしては大したものです。あなたは隊長の名に恥じぬ決断力と戦闘力を発揮しました。ですがここまでです。
Yeah! Whoa, no way! What's she doing here?
第二形態破損形態変化不能
Second form damaged, unable to switch.
つまり
So you're saying that she can't switch to her second form because her frame was damaged?
肯定
Affirmative. The doll calls Sexton's, nods, and coldly regards her former comrade.
警戒態勢を維持。
Stay alert.
ベプリケロリック
Vepley,
404
Gorlick,
を起
get
動基地に
404 onto the vehicle now.
了解。
Got it. Blue sphere is sprawled out. Blue sphere is sprawled in front of the two of them. She raises her head and tries to make out the information her visual modules are relaying to her.
セクスタンス。
Sextons? Ah! That's right, she's mine now, bitch!
故障を確認
Designation confirmed. You are?
対象の識別
Unable to identify
不能
subject. So heavy. Sextons, give Vepley a hand. The cold, unfamiliar gaze lingers over Blue Sphere for a moment longer, and then Sextons shakes her head, paying no further attention to the shocked Blue Sphere. She heads over to Vepley to help her and Krolik move 404's frames. As she watches the dolls before them, Klukai snorts coldly. She had expected this much, but she's also a little disappointed. After all, he's not here. When she was facing off against Blue Sphere, and at the end of her rope, she saw a set of blinking signals, Morse code for "Where are you?" At long last, the countless messages she has sent over all these years had finally been answered. I'm here.
Although she was out of rounds, although she knew this was merely a signal to coordinate with her, at the most critical juncture, Klukai used the muzzle flash of her gun to respond to the signal, because she knew that once the smoke cleared, everything would be fine, just like now.
リーバーの言ってた増援って
So you were the
あんたた
backup
ちだったの
Levo was
ね
talking about.
こんな頼りない援
She's
軍
got a
を
lot
送
of
るなんて
guts to be bringing in such
いい度胸してるわ。
unreliable reinforcements.
ごめんなさい
Forgive
あ
us,
なた
it
たち
took a
の
while
位
to
置を特
pinpoint
定
your
するのに手間
positions.
取っていたの
Klukai does not accept Groza's apology. She puts on a strong front as she turns away to survey her surroundings. Just then, that familiar voice finally comes through Groza's terminal.
久々に手を組むってのに
It's been so long since we've last worked together. So, how about not being so picky, 416?
来る会です
It's Klukai now. Oh, she's gonna be embarrassed. After hearing her stubborn, proud voice, I sigh in relief. I have a lot to say, but I have no idea where to begin. The feelings between Klukai and me are like a recently undammed river, swelling yet still a little stagnant. As this mix of emotions washes over me, I reply with the crappiest line imaginable.
来るかい
So, Klukai, is that your name now?
じゃあ改めて
Then let me try again. It's been a while, Klukai. This isn't a very long time for dolls, but it seems to have caught Klukai off guard. Katak, katak, katak. Blue Sphere doesn't bother waiting for them to finish their introductions as she begins emitting strange noises which draw everyone's attention. Must complete the mission.
次回プログラムの
Target's
起動を
self-destruct program has been activated.
次回どういうこと
Self-destruct program? What's she trying to do?
来るか
Klukai. I will remember that name. With that, Blue Sphere closes her eyes. A blinding white light begins shining from the missing parts of her body.
次回
Self-destruct, collapse crystal. Self-destruct, collapse crystal, wide area.
起動
Uh,
カウントダウン開始
oh my gosh. I've been reading so much, like, I can't even pronounce things. Self-destruct, collapse crystal, wide area, catalysis. Actually, I don't know how to pronounce that. It's not catalysis. It comes from catalyst, but I don't know how the multiple versions of a wide area catalyst is. It's probably just catalyst. Self-destruct, collapse crystal, wide area catalyst is activated. Initiating countdown.
20
2019
クリスタル
collapse crystals catalysts. Oh no.
何が起こってるの
What's wrong?
このエリアには
Paradius has planted large amounts of collapse crystals in the area. If they all release their particles, this place will become an instant red zone.
こいつ
She must have linked the switch to her frame OS program. We need to destroy her frame before the countdown ends. Rosa opens fires and bullets rain down on the ruins of Blue Sphere's body, but the program shows no signs of stopping.
キャロリック
Krolik, destroy your torso.
やる気だ
Gently. Krolik, who has already made it to the side of the jeep, dumps Menti onto Sextons, who is already carrying Belka, and then charges towards Blue Sphere while swinging her blade. However, the edge grinds to a halt after making contact with Blue Sphere's skull.
切れない
I can't cut it? What the hell is she made of?
10
10, 9, 8. Blue Sphere's countdown is still going. Everyone, open fire. The bullets throw up clouds of dust, but Blue Sphere's self-destruct countdown continues inexorably. Jeez. 3, 2, 1. It's like Nike. Like they bring out the fucking thesaurus.
間に合わない
It's too late. Beep, 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 beep. There's a blinding flare of light and the sound of an alarm, but then Blue Sphere's torso spews a shower of sparks before completely going dead. Everything is silent and there is no change in their surroundings.
どうなってんの
What just happened? Did
何も起
anything
こらないじゃない
did anything even happen?
キャロリック
Krolik, grab Klukai and get out of here. Vepley, you're driving. Get me a reading on the radiation levels in the area.
ベプリンにお
Leave
任
it to
せ
Vepley.
あー
Actually, another familiar voice comes from the Another familiar voice comes from Groza's comm terminal.
デール
Dear?
つまりその楽にして
Basically,
みろ
you don't have to worry so much. I managed to terminate that catalyst program.
ギリギリだったけどな
Just barely managed it in time, though. Really a close run thing. Good thing I checked Sexton's OS earlier out of curiosity, so I managed to find a loophole that I could exploit.
第三世代人形
Third gen dolls are pretty interesting. Make sure you bring back Blue Sphere's body afterwards.
え
Huh? So you mean the program didn't even turn on? Then why didn't you say so earlier?
確信がなかった
I
から
wasn't even sure about it myself, so I kept quiet. Well, fortunately, everything turned out fine.
続きは戻ってから
We'll talk about the rest later. That place is pretty dangerous.
グローザ
Rosa, withdrawal.
了解
Understood. Oh man, the reunion took the entire damn chapter.
本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど
What is, like, it's pretty good, damn. What the hell is this? Backup plan. Oh, is that Mekti? That's Mekti.
メンタル接続
Neural link check. No abnormalities.
素体機能
Frame function check. Abnormalities.
セルフメンテナンス
Self-diagnostic complete. Booting systems. 10, 15.
素体を変えたら
Usually dolls
すぐ
can
に目を
wake up
覚ますはず
right
なの
after
に
changing frames. Are you
大
okay,
丈夫でしょう
Klukai?
かもう一度パラメータ
Let me
の
check her
調整
data
は
again. Her neural link is
メンタ
fine.
ル接続正
Her
常
frame functions are fine, so why is the self-diagnostic portion taking so long?
ここは俺が見てる
I'll keep an eye on her mailing. Why don't you go get some rest? It's been days since you last slept.
は
Oh, okay. Please contact me if anything comes up.
安心しろって
Don't worry. As her newly activated auditory modules detect the sound of departing footsteps, Klukai opens her eyes in the diagnostic capsule.
おはようクルカイ
Good morning, Klukai. Although it's actually nighttime now, and it's been a day since they brought you back.
なあそれはどうでもいい
But that's not important. Give that arm of yours a workout and see if the hydraulics in your new frame are working well. Yeah? Klukai obliges and raises her right arm. There doesn't seem to be any damage on her frame.
あの子たちは
What about the others?
メンタルのバックアップに
You guys were really badly damaged, and transferring your local neural backups took a lot of effort.
お前はまだマシな
In your case, you were slightly better off. The other three will need more fine-tuning.
それとクルカイ
Also, Klukai, while I designed Mekti's switch for you, could you at least try to limit the number of times you use it? She's exceeded her operational tolerances.
そうね
Okay.
それだけだ
Okay, just like that?
もう一度メンタルを
Want me to check your neural cloud again? Defects in your personality presets can be really hard to fix.
欠陥があるのはそっ
You're
ち
the
です
one with a defective personality. After glaring at Deer, Klukai sits up on the examination slab. Deer sighs inwardly after seeing her reaction. The look on his face seems to say, "That's more like it."
ここはどこ
Where are we? Where's the commander? This is the Elmo? Wait a minute.
なんで
Why
あ
are
ん
you
たが
with the
指揮官と
commander?
一緒にい
How
るの
did you
よ
find us? And how did you stop Blue Sphere's catalyst
ブラス
program?
フィアの次回プログラムはどうやって止めたの
おいおい
Wait, one question at a time. Do you think this is like stuffing data into a stack or something?
一つずつ
Fine
答え
then.
なさい
Answer one question at a time.
そうだな
Well, it's actually pretty complicated, or so I'd like to say.
お前たちが消息を
Let's
取っ
start
てか
from the
ら
part
指揮官が
when
俺
we
に連絡
lost
してきたんだ
contact with you.
こっち
When
の
that
方が
happened, the
現地で
commander
通信
managed
障
to
害の
make
原因を
contact
探り
with
たかっ
me.
たからエルモ
And
号に
as
行
it
ったわけ
turned
だ
out, I had head down to the region to troubleshoot any network issues, so I got on the Elmo. Oi oi!
なんでもレナがものすごい剣幕で
The commander said
エルモ号に
Lena
救援を要請
sounded
したんだ
very worried when she contacted the Elmo and urged the commander to send his dolls over to save you
指揮官の人形
ASAP.
たちに囲まれ
But
て
in
大
the
変
end,
だった
I
ん
was
だ
the
ぜ
only one she could get in contact with, and those dolls of his put me through the ringer. But in the end, I was the only one that she could get in contact with, and those dolls of his put me through the ringer.
あのコルフェンってやつ
There was
いつも
one
笑ってる
called
割には言ってることが
Colfine
いち
who
い
was
ち腹立つ
smiling
んだ
with
よ
every word she said, but listening to her just turned my stomach. Deer lapses into complaining, but Klukai seems entirely unmoved.
要点は
Get to the point.
せっかちだな
Okay,
お前は
okay. So after we reached this area, we found our comms blocked. We checked our static maps and then checked out several base stations. Most of them were old and poorly maintained, if they were maintained at all. However, quite a few of them showed signs of being deliberately destroyed by human hands during the recent past. The commander concluded that someone was trying to cut comms to this region. The Elmo's signal receivers didn't work there, and after we left, we got service back, but still couldn't contact you. Just sitting around and waiting wasn't a solution either, so the commander organized the dolls into several squads and began searching in the direction you were headed when you last contacted Leva. Guess what we found? If you want to play a quiz show, you can head over to a TV station. I just thought you seemed a little too tense. Anyway, while Groza and the others were searching, they found 2 troopers from the Survey Corps. Unfortunately, they were too badly hurt for us to save, but we managed to protect the base station that they set up. Oh, no way! Okay, so those were the 2 troopers that Dimitri sent out a long time ago. Interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't piece that together, I should say. So you're saying the military comms line weren't completely cut off? That's right, they were just jammed. So once we broke the jamming, we could use them, and the Elmo just so happened to have the equipment needed to do it. After that, I worked my magic and modified the Elmo comms modules to match the wavelength used by the temporary base stations. I'll skip the detailed technical explanation, but you can think of it as converting the Elmo into a mobile miniature base station. Right. Once we got the signal back, things went smoothly enough, and with Mei Ling's help, you don't know Mei Ling, do you? She's the Elmo's machinist, and she's really good for someone so young. That said, she looks like she's constantly overworked. Yeah, kind of a overworker. She looked like she was about to collapse from exhaustion just now, so I sent her back to her room to get some rest. It's only been a few short years, but the commander's evolved to an even better slave driver than you. Get to the point, don't make me repeat myself. Okay, I got it. Anyway, after that, we found another signal in this region being broadcast on a different network. However, the security level was really high and we had trouble figuring out how to get in for a while, at least until that blue sphere doll dropped its security level for several minutes to verify your position, which allowed us to hack in. Okay, so that's when they tried to contact us. So you could have contacted us back then. Why did you wait until the very end before revealing yourselves? There was a risk we could have been discovered. It's like making a call with someone else's phone. It's fine if they didn't check, but if they had, it would have been revealed right away. So we didn't step in until we absolutely had to. And that was your decision? I'm just a technician. If it were up to me, I'd have contacted you right away. After all, I didn't know what happened to you, and contacting you sooner would have let me solve your issues sooner, right? Truth is, it was the commander who told me not to contact you. As she senses the sheer amount of trust placed in her, Klukai feels like a kitten is treading on her new neural cloud. Looks like he's grown a little over the years. In any case, that's how we found your location and eavesdropped on the Mengi Security and Blue Sphere's operation. Sigh, Sergeant Dimitri was a hell of a guy. Thanks to the explosion he triggered, Blue Sphere's body was badly damaged, enough that she took a long time to take her second form. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lasted long enough for us to get to you. It's a shame he didn't hear your last exchange with Blue Sphere. There is a wistful look on Deer's face. You can pretty much guess what happened after that, right? I checked Sexton's frame and NeuroCloud and found that her operation mode was very strange. The commander said that when he met Darcher before this, she should have been working with Sextons. Combine that with how Blue Sphere and Darcher kept calling you second-gen dolls, and that probably means that they saw themselves as dolls who would be the next generation. I verified that much after checking the information left over in Sexton's neurocloud. They perceive themselves as third-generation dolls. Still, her design is quite strange. Her neural cloud should have been melted down, but her local neural core is running fine. That's just weird. Want to ask Leva about it on your way back? Maybe she would know something about it. Ah, yes. Leva's with Lena now. Apparently something came up on Leva's side, and the request for help came through Lena. The commander contacted them yesterday, but it was Lena who picked up, and she just told the commander to send you guys over ASAP. Send us over? Klukai looks doubtfully at Deer, but after seeing that he seems clueless too, she decides to drop the question. Forget it. I'll contact her later, and I'll make sure to settle things with her too. Also, you managed to stop blue spheres because you examined Sextons, right? Yep. Since they were both third-gen dolls, there was a high chance that their designs shared certain commonalities, so we tried to hack blue spheres' neural cloud using the loopholes we discovered in Sextons. Fortunately, she was so engrossed in pursuing you four that she didn't notice what we were doing. Then we discovered that scary switch inside her. Scared us half to death. It was pretty much a nuclear launch button. Blue Sphere, Mega Security, and Secfob behind them. Their sin must be brought to light. I'm with you there, but what? You know that chip you were protecting? Well, there's a problem with it. What? Hey, relax. It's not completely broken. It's just the data on it is damaged, and it can't be read for the time being. What caused it? Turns out that Blue Sphere was being really cautious, even though she looked like she was spacing out. She managed to get one over you in the end. Remember that light from her when she triggered her self-destruct? It wasn't simply her burning her components out, but a powerful EMP. An EMP? Yeah, it's not like it's complicated tech, and pulling it off doesn't need any special equipment. Wouldn't that have, like, destroyed the dolls, too? I don't know. The problem is, at close range, it managed to degauss the chip and the recorder you were protecting. Can the information be recovered? Mei-Ling and I tried, but there's nothing we can do about it in the short term. That said, this isn't our field of specialty, so we can't completely rule it out yet. I'll contact friends of mine who are experts in this, and they'll see what they can do. Get it done ASAP. Alright, we left the chip with the recorder with the commander for the time being. Why did you give them to the commander? This was a request for 404. After thinking about the dangers hidden behind this mission, Klukai is reflexively attempting to exclude the commander from getting involved with them. Lena passed on the message when she contacted the commander yesterday. Oh yes, I think the commander said something about Kalina making a call to him. He's already in the ops room. Do you want to go and see him? I've already loaded a map of the Elmo into your local storage. Alright. As I'm discussing the 404's mission with Leva and its links to the Elmo's previous encounter, I hear a door to the ops room slide open behind me. Unsurprisingly, the person standing at the door is Klukai. As I think about our previous, somewhat awkward call, I quickly adopt a relaxed and casual attitude. So, all fixed up now? Looking good. I should have Deer help Mei-Ling look at the breakdowns on our side if he can spare the time. Provided you can afford to pay for a mechanic's expertise. Hopefully it won't be too high. I'm kind of broke right now. Yes, Leader Klukai. Ever since she became our field leader, it's been nothing but money from her. She sends me a long list of bills, fully itemized too, I might add, at the start of each month. I wouldn't mind being more relaxed about our finances, but unfortunately my predecessor didn't leave A P Fenneg? That's probably a typo. Didn't leave a Fenneg behind for me. What? So you're blaming me for this?
他に誰がいるの？
Who else could it be?
デールから聞いたけど、
According to Dier, Lena's the one who's been contacting the commander recently. Have you been busy lately? You never mentioned it on our previous call. What are you busy with? Ah, in short, I'm helping Colin look into the matter from before. The commander should know about it too. Basically, that little ruckus you all kicked off in OD1, Colin and the others are going all googly-eyed trying to sort things out. Unlike dear leader Klukai, who can gallivant all over the yellow zones as she pleases, we have lots of work to do.
のびのびです。
Gallivant? Do you even understand the meaning of that word?
あんたね。
Listen, do you? I know what you want to ask me. You want to know if the third gen dolls and what's keeping on Colin's side are related to and what's happening on Colin's side are related to 404's mission. Is that right? You want to know too, don't you, Commander? Yep. Well, I don't know. The smile fades from Leva's face on the projection monitor. We found some clues, yes, but we still don't know where these clues will lead. Our investigation isn't complete yet, and until we do verify that these clues are useful, Colin asked me not to reveal anything over wireless transmissions. Cautious much? Don't worry, it's not because she's wary of you, Commander. But back to the point, let's go over what you discovered during the mission, Klukai. From what you and the Commander have learned, Pyrodius is definitely using their unitates to perform experiments linked to collapse radiation and place Klukai and the others visited, and the place Klukai and the others visited was one of their test sites. What Blue Sphere was trying to activate at the end was the release mechanism that Pyrodius used to regulate and release of particles. Oh my gosh. There's so many! I'm done reading! What Blue Sphere was trying to activate at the end was the release mechanism that Pyrodius used to regulate the release of particles from the collapsed crystals, a device which would allow them to control the radiation intensity within the area. And that's what I'm looking into. It's just a conjecture, but we can be sure that it's related to Pyrodius, Mengi Security, and Sect Fabian that's backing them. Levitt sends over some files. We need time to recover the data on the chip. You're too big a target now. Yeah, I know. That's where I'm at now. Man found dead in his room, looking at a computer screen. He was reading too much. Leva, our neural clouds have logs on our encounters with Blue Sphere and Mengi Security, as well as what we could read from the trip. But, as you know, doll neural logs are not admissible as evidence in the court of law. That's stupid. Why not? That's stupid. Doll logs are no different than a memory chip. Whether it's laying charges on Sect Fabian or looking further into the organizations behind Pyrodius, we'll need the chip and the information on it. So there's nothing we can do now? Well, I guess you could bide your time. On the screen, Leva is constantly fiddling with the interface. Her attention is clearly on other things. You've got a new mission now, Klukai. 404 will be escorting the evidence and keeping it safe. Leva! Oh, don't make that face. I know you're not happy with this outcome, Klukai, but 404's mission has always been to investigate Pyrodius' movements, so technically you haven't failed, right? I know that. You don't need to comfort me. Then what if the commander comforted you instead? Huh? What? Ah! The Super Tsundere. Oh, fine. I won't mess with you anymore. Both the Elmo and the 404 have been revealed to the unknown mastermind behind all this. I'll do my best to erase all traces of your activities, but there's only so much I can do. I might be able to help a little in the green zones, but in the yellow zones, where there is no government oversight, well, be careful on the road to Lviv. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Well, it's supposed to be a new mission, but you'll be on the Elmo, so life for you should be easy. 404 should just relax and treat it as a vacation. Use this time to sort your neuro clouds out. Anyway, that's all for now. Take good care of them for me, yeah, Commander? Don't worry. Leva's image vanishes from the projection monitor and the ops room falls silent. I struggle to find something to say that can break this awkward silence. Klukai and I haven't met in a long time, and her face looks downcast. She must have a lot to say, both about the 10 years which have passed and everything which just happened, but I don't know exactly where to begin. She stares hard at me and finally she sighs. You've got a lot of dolls on your vehicle. Oh, is she upset that she's not one of them? Yeah, you know Groza, and there were others who joined after her. I'll introduce them to you later. Even after leaving Griffin, Griffin's commander is still as popular as ever. We're just making a living together. In the yellow zones, there's safety in numbers. Actually, since Colin is my employer, does that mean 404 are my bosses by proxy? So I'm your boss now, am I? Works for me. 404 will definitely be making the most of that. Alright, feel free to help yourself to the Elmo's facilities, boss. Go ahead and pick any room you like. If you need anything, feel free to look Mei-Ling up and she'll order it for you, so don't hold back. Your loyal, brief, registered bounty hunter is always at your disposal. Then get me a room so I can write up a mission report. But you've only just completed your mission, haven't you? Won't you get some rest? Do you think everyone's as slack as you? Oh yes, the boss is always right. Good luck, boss. Anyway, the ops room should work for that. I'll tell the others not to bother you. Oh yes, help me keep an eye on the MBV while you're here. Okay. In the end, Klukai is the only one left in the ops room. She doesn't start working right away. Instead, she sighs and looks out the window. The yellow zone at night is no different from the countless other nights she's spent. Dude, that thing is, it looks like a freaking land crawler from Star Wars. Slowly, a greenish gray mist spreads from the horizon and she knows that dawn is coming. Operation Smoke's signal did not end in a satisfactory way. Those men who gave up their lives to pass on their warning were ultimately buried in the land they sought to protect. In that place, which was furthest from the sun, they gave their lives to illuminate the land. The choking sands swallowed their battle cry and the truth. The world cast out those broken soldiers, and the passage of time saw to it that they were forgotten. Such unfairness and injustice can be seen everywhere. Those soldiers who protected their land have even forgotten what their homes ought to look like. Klukai looks at the door the commander left through, and her thoughts turn inward. Of course she's happy to be reunited with the commander. Of course she's happy that her long years of reaching out have finally been answered. However, what awaits them both is deeper and graver danger. While she believes in herself, after what she's been through, she can't be entirely certain that she will not be swallowed up by the night. But at the very least, the dawn has come. At least she will no longer be wandering at that faraway Aphelion. In the distant horizon, the sun slowly rises. A moment later, a fragmented melody echoes through the ops room, bereft of any passion it once had. I will complete your mission. After all, I'm luckier than you because there's no way the person I found would just sit back and hide in a hole. Yeah, that's true. Of course, of this, Klukai is certain. The bits and pieces of the tune gradually coalesce into an orderly melody, praising the ideals of the old and longing for the home of today. But the sun is still here, and the land is still here. I hope the dreams in this song will leave this barren, empty land. I hope it will become the rays of daybreak that will cut through the darkness, shatter the endless night, and ignite the light of dawn. Inside a simply furnished office, a middle-aged man in a suit is listening to Cocoon's report on the situation. Blue Sphere successfully triggered the EMP before her body was destroyed. The contents of the chip were destroyed, and all the members of the Survey Corps have been eliminated. What are the chances that the data can be recovered? Non-existent. Oh, you think so? Just wait. This technology uses the latest developments from the Stewart Group and guarantees the complete elimination from all data within the target media. According to the last telemetry from Blue Sphere, she was attacked by someone other than 404 in the Survey Corps. The attacker's identity was unknown, but Sextans was among them, and she did not recognize Blue Sphere. Can you identify the attacker? There was nobody left by the time the cleanup forces arrived. Blue Sphere's body was gone too, and they couldn't find any usable leads. However, Blue Sphere's self-destruct was coupled to a neural cloud meltdown, and her access privileges were summarily terminated as well, so there is no chance information about us could be leaked. Considering Sexton's condition, it is highly likely that this unknown attacker might be related to the individuals who infiltrated the Paradise settlement at coordinates XX35-2E2-00120EX. Find them ASAP. Understood. Also, I'm quite interested in the dolls from 404. I'm quite interested in those dolls from 404. Have you looked into them? Yes, of course. They are a small-scale, armed group of dolls who manage themselves and typically accept commissions through email. Their clients range from ordinary underground brokers to major consortiums in the green and white zones, and some of their commissions even originate from the government. Their assignment this time was from the NAMFA, and their stated objective was to investigate illegal PMCs in the region. So you're trying to say that this was an accident? That's how it appears, at least. However, there are 2 dolls within Hide 404 who have not taken part in field operations for a very long time now. Meanwhile, a certain NAMFA official looking into the activities of the Gerard Group has recently gained a bodyguard detail of 4 dolls, 2 of whom are registered with the same names as them. Wait, what? Cocoon recalls the doll who had once matched wits against her. It would seem that her hasty handling of that data from before had indeed left a loophole which had been exploited. At the same time, the mysterious man realized what she's hinting at. Carry on with your mission. Just before the middle-aged man is about to hang up, Cocoon stops him. Sir, if I may ask, how do you intend to dispose of Blue Sphere? Issue her a new frame. She will continue handling battlefield eliminations. Sir, it seems you are being exceptionally lenient towards Blue Sphere. Nobody would be harsh on a tool. Focus on your tasks. I will need you and your team to deliver results that will satisfy it, at least until the deadline. The middle-aged man raises his chin slightly. It seems he is displeased. Of course, sir. Have a good weekend. The transmission ends. Man!
I don't know what to think at the end there. But that whole thing was, damn, that was good. I wish it had more of the commander in it. But like the story as a whole, especially this part 2, was really good. If you take it just like the part 1, it was kind of meh. But with part 2, it was a lot better. Damn.